Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them one more. I don't know what they are doing. Why I don't want. I would.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jó aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. yandaba. Susu baby subramia. Baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egummawu ego. Paratuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu. Egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are. And here we are. Pardon me. So here we have. So here we are, and here we go again. So here we go again. The usual protocol. The protocol never changes. There is no single day that the protocol changes. So the protocol starts with this. The protocol starts with this first. What's going on? The protocol starts with this first call to action. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So I'll talk you through it step by step. So what I'm saying to you now as is known in life and business. Who's doing this now? If that's you, Thomas, please don't. What's going on? Who's flashing up? Right. What's going on? Oh, all right. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Can Thomas please not put anything on the screen if that is you putting things on the screen? This is what is known as a call to action. So, Thomas, maybe you should leave and come back in. Maybe your system has a glitch or something, but it keeps on flashing something on the screen. Yes. So yes, as I was saying, the next sequence of sentences that comes out of my mouth is what they call in management and business as a call to action. So as I say the words, I'm inviting you to carry out a series of actions. So as I say the words, you carry out the actions as is sequenced. So the first action is click on the like button. So do that for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. That's why you are being invited to do that. So click on the like button. So do that as the first call to action. And then the second call to action, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. So if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that the subscription button is grayed out. So that's a once in a lifetime action. So once you've clicked on that subscription button and it changes from red to gray, you never have to touch it again. But every single day that you turn up here, you click on the like button just as a matter of routine. So form that habit. Just as soon as you're logging into the system, click on the like button. So click on the like button, click on subscribe, and then this hyperlink right there that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So if you want to partake in the parlay, I don't know. You wonder sometimes how I come out with these ridiculous things that I say. It's because I have a ridiculous mind. That's probably why. If you want to come and partake in the set 2, in the strictly come dancing with words that we do here, if you want to come and partake, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, that the first line item showing in the comment section, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So click on that. So the 3 calls to action. Click on like. You are compelled by law to do that. So the law binds you. The law binds you to do that. So if you've not clicked on like, then you'll be flouting law. So click on like as bounded by law. Make sure you are subscribed as bounded by law, and then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. The law does not bind that, but it's highly recommended that you do. And just finally, that $ at the bottom of the comment section, nothing binds that at all, but you're highly encouraged to click on that as well, the $ at the bottom of the comment section. So do all those. So really, I don't even really have to introduce the story of the day. So the story of the day wraps only, it can only really be about this. So let's just go straight to it. Right, the story of the day can only be about this, so let's go straight to it. Senate suspends Abdul Ningi for 3 months over 3.7 trillion naira budget padding allegation. So this is where the story starts. So we started from there. So this is where the story starts. Now I'm going to play you over the next. I'm going to play you a series of videos to set the scene. Do a couple of readouts and then we launch into it. So let's pick it up from here as Adams Oshiomhole breaks us into the story. So let's pick it up from here.
Mr. Senate President and my colleague senators, I have listened attentively. My name is Adams Aliu Oshiomhole. I represent the great people of Edo North in Edo State. And the only thing that I use to campaign to get to this house is my name, my pedigree, and my integrity. Some may have gotten here because they had resources. I got here because I had made a name. I came here hoping to build on that name, not to diminish it, not to distort it, and not to do anything that would be unexpected of somebody of my background. Number 2, sir, I am a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am not a senator of the North, nor am I a senator of the South. I am a Nigeria senator. These rules we agreed on in the first 2-3 sittings, that we will operate irrespective of accident of birthplace and even the factor of religion or any of those primordial sentiments. Because that is the only way as privileged Nigerians who sit on this Senate. I don't know anyone here who started this work on the floor of this evening, we all have our various backgrounds, which our people must have seen and found us worthy of being elected. I want to plead that we must recognize we have the duty to uphold the finest standard of a legislation and defend the integrity of each and every one of us. As I listen to your prayers every day, Mr. Senate President, we talk about showing love to one another, doing those things that will promote the peace, happiness, and unity of our great country. And yet, I am here wondering whether we have exactly come here to do everything that will promote hatred, everything that will promote division, everything that will remind me of my accident or bad play for which I had no vote, I had no contribution. That was the exclusive decision of God Almighty. It should neither be used to favor me, nor should it be used to disfavor me. So I ask, sir, that after listening to everything, my plea is this. We've already been stripped naked in the market. And closing the door or opening the windows, we cannot now wrap it as if it has not been seen. The minimum requirement is for my brother, who I respect very much on account of being vocal. I like vocal people. He has energy. I don't have enough energy. But I have seen him make very valuable contributions in the past on the floor of the Senate. And I think he can still remedy that, having agreed that some things went wrong. Because the question you have put, Mr. President, is how much, what was the figure in the bill, in the appropriation bill that was approved? And somebody answered 28 trillion. Therefore, any suggestion that it was 25 is simply a lie. The problem of trying to defend one lie is that you have to speak to more lies in order to protect and defend one lie. I think would be Senator Ningi, who I respect a lot, has a duty even to his own children, that he will not be the man who will be reported in the front pages of newspapers and electronic media all over the world and say something that he found out is not true. There is nothing wrong with making a mistake, but it becomes a problem when you are not able to find the courage to own up to your mistake.
All right. So on and on it goes. A lot of that space you guys are already familiar with. So I don't want to labor the background of this narrative too long. But I will give you this readout though. Senate suspends Abdul Ningi for 3 months over 3.7 trillion naira budget padding allegations. So he has been suspended. The Senate has suspended the former Senate deputy leader and chairman, Northern Senators Forum, NSF, Senator Abdul Ningi, PDP, Bauchi Central, for 3 months, asking him not to participate. Let's do that entirely all over again. Right, the Senate has suspended the former Senate Deputy Leader and Chairman, Northern Senators Forum, Senator Abdul Ningi, PDP Bauchi Central, for 3 months after asking him not to participate in all activities of the 10th Senate. The Senate also resolved that if Senator Ningi writes to apologize during the period, he shall be recalled to resume his legislative activities. The resolution of the Senate on Tuesday was sequel to a motion by the Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriations, Senator Olamilekan Adeola, APC Ogun West, on the allegations raised by Ningi of 3 trillion naira budget padding in the 28.7 trillion naira 2024 Appropriation Act, and that the budget passed by the National Assembly for the 2024 fiscal year is 25 trillion, while the one being implemented by the presidency is 28.7 trillion. Earlier, actually, let me leave it there. So that sets that scene. Let me now fast forward it to this space. let me fast forward it to this space. So this is now where Senator Ningi essentially is being suspended by the Senate. So let's watch this.
The motion has been moved by an amendment has been offered by the Distinguished Senator Maidoki and seconded by the Distinguished Senator Sani Musa that it be suspended for only 3 months from the Senate. Those in support of the suspension for 3 months say aye. Those against say nay. The aye comes. So the Distinguished Senator Ningi is hereby suspended for 3 months from all activities connected with the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So there is that. So that is where Senator Ningi got suspended. So that's Senator Ningi getting suspended. But there's a lot of conspiracy theory around what Senator Ningi was actually trying to achieve. So now let me now take you to this clip that expands on that space.
Set out to do was tantamount to a civilian coup, which has failed. And in doing this, he wanted to use the platform of Northern Senators Forum. God bless all those who have dissociated themselves as members of Northern Senators Forum. Number two, I pay glowing tribute to His Excellency Senator Tambua, Aminu Wasiri Tambua, and to His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawa. Why am I doing this? They had very peaceful tenure, and I was one of those instrumental. I'm also speaking as a Southerner for the first time. The attempt to take the election of the leadership of this Senate beyond June 13, 2023 must stop. 60-something senators voted for Godwill AKPABIO. 40-something senators voted against Godwin AKPABIO. The will of the majority. Every day, there have been a few, just a few. And that's one of the reasons I will pay tribute to Senator.
So what are this senator here? I can't recall who is. I think it's Bamidele something or the other. What he's fleshing out now is a northern conspiracy embedded within that red chambers. That is what is fleshing out. A northern conspiracy embedded within that red chambers. And he's saying that it is a bit similar to the obedience space, actually, that they lost an election and they cannot let go. So it's a similar narrative being painted within the Senate. So what he is saying is that the space that lost the Senate presidency to Godwill AKPABIO, they are working covertly to try and undermine his tenure. So that's the theory that he is theorizing. That's the hypothesis that he's theorizing. But let him carry on.
Tambua, Senator Ahmed Lawa. Why am I doing this? They had very peaceful tenure, and I was one of those instrumental. I'm also speaking as a Southerner for the first time. The attempt to take the election of the leadership of this Senate beyond June 13, 2023 must stop. 60-something senators voted for Godwill AKPABIO. 40-something senators voted against Godwin AKPABIO. The will of the majority. Every day, there have been a few, just a few. And that's one of the reasons I will pay tribute to Senator Tambua. He didn't pretend about where he stood. But after that, some of them got up on the floor of this Senate and said, election is over. Let's work together as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. A few have refused to do this. And that's why it's always about AKPABIO, never about the Senate. never about the House of Reps, never about the Office of DG Budget. All of us passed this budget. Never about Mr. President who signed this budget. It's always about AKPABIO. We have a momentum. This is a defining moment for all of us to say, if we are going to have a stable Senate, let us have one. It is not about North and South. It's about our rules. It's about the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's about people who are hungry and deprived. Mr. President, sitting as chair, make no mistake about it. A few people who fear they will not give you more than 1 year to spend in this chair want to do everything possible before the 13th of June to remove you. And I am telling you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, distinguished colleagues, and that's why I say I'm speaking as Senator Michael Okpeyemi Bamidele, not as the Senate leader. As the Senate leader, I've always done everything possible to stabilize this Senate. I'm speaking, I'm exercising my own privilege as a senator. Now I am telling you, sir. I am telling you, sir. And I want Nigerians to know, I say it for history. The last time the people of South that you represent had a chance to be Senate President was over 40 years ago. The last time the entire people of the South had a chance to be Senate President was during Obasanjo regime, when he went.
So you can see the chasm now opening within that space. So this is the Deputy Senate Leader, by the way. So he is in charge of the administrative workings of that Senate. So you can see the chasm now opening wide now. And what you have then is the Deputy Senate Leader essentially telling us of a Senate that is split right down the line along that traditional fault line of Nigeria, North and South. That's what he just said. Well, let's just reverse it a couple of seconds and then you hear him again.
By the Senate. I'm speaking, I'm exercising my own privilege as a senator. Now I am telling you, sir. I'm telling you, sir. And I want Nigerians to know, I say it for history. The last time the people of South that you represent had a chance to be Senate President was over 40 years ago. The last time the entire people of the South had a chance to be Senate President was during Obasanjo regime, when he went to the Southeast. 5 people were elected because they were impeached in quick succession. But as soon as he left the South, we had peace and stability again because we will always cooperate. David Mark spent 8 years. Senator Ahmed spent 4 years. Peaceful 4 years. Saraki, even with all he did, spent 4 years. He was not impeached. It is about AKPABIO. It is about the South. You can now understand why Senator Ningi, we want to use the name of Northern Senators Forum, even when most of them did not agree to this. Mr. President, I plead with you. This is an opportunity for us to follow our rules. If tomorrow the wisdom of the elders of this Senate prevail and they feel we should do otherwise, let's lock ourselves up in a closed-door session and take another decision and go back to the world and reconsider ourselves on whatever decision we take today. I beg all of you, we must do the right thing today. We did not start this fight. Senator Ningi took this to the public domain, standing up to apologize here. Even after he repeated that some people got 100 billion from this budget, some people got 60 billion. Haba, what apology are you expecting? Let us do the right thing, and I am saying it as part of the leadership of this Senate. I am not bothered. I was going through online, just as this is going on, it's trending now, that every senator got 500 million. My appeal to Nigerians is not about what was said there today, because I'm not going to deny that. But we have 12 months to implement 2024 budget. Let every Nigerian wait to see whether there's any of these senators who will not bring enough boreholes, enough solar street lights, enough road construction, and other projects, training and empowerment that will be up to 500 million.
All right, so let's just address that first. So this so that's Ayo announcing his entry into the session. So other people can join Ayo in that space. We want to mention other names outside of Ayo in the super chat space. But let's just add, because that's been going around social media, that 500 million, all these sort of brainless spaces, you know, all these raw meeting spaces that we have all over social media. They've been saying, they share money among, no, it's not. You see that 500 million is not a set amount, by the way. It's an average of however that money has been divided. That's one. And that money, and I disagree with the purpose of the money, but it does have a purpose. That money does not go into the bank account of the individual senators. It is monies for constituency projects, which I disagree with as an item within the budget. I disagree with that because they're going to steal it anyway. But it has a designation, that 500 million naira, and the designation of that money is for constituency projects. It's not a woof money. They will steal it, of course. I'm not quibbling that, but it does have a title, that money. But if you go to all of those, those south sort of spaces where they just mantra. Anyway, so just to clear that up, but what this Senator Bamidele is telling you right here is that there's an open chasm now that has emerged within the Senate, split along the traditional fault lines, north-south divide, and there's a covert orchestrated move by the northern space to undermine Godswill Akpabio 1 and ultimately impeach him 2. And we've not even marked the year mark of this administration, and the fault lines are already starting to show. So the fault lines already starting to show. Let's go on from there to this one to round off Senator Ningi space. Ningi resigns as Northern Senator Forum chairman. So he really had no choice, did he? Because one, he didn't have the backing of that group. And two, he said he wasn't speaking on behalf of that group. And three, that group actually turned its back against him. The senator representing Bauchi Central, Abdul Ningi, has resigned from his position as the chairman of the Northern Senators Forum. Ningi was suspended on Tuesday following his allegation that about 3.7 trillion naira in the budget is unaccounted for in terms of project implementation. In response to the allegation, the Senate passed a resolution to suspend the lawmaker for 3 months. So this somewhat mirrors what is going on in the Labour Party, actually, when the treasurer came out with an allegation, and then by way of addressing that allegation, they suspended her. So this is the guy's resignation letter. Senator Abdul Ahmed Ningi, whatever. And then he says, resignation, I would like to resign my position as the chairman of the Northern Senators Forum. This is, of course, necessitated by the unfolding events in the National Assembly, the North, and the nation at large. I would like to especially thank members of the forum for the opportunity given me for the last 8 months to spearhead this very important forum. I believe this forum is very important and fundamental to the progress and development of Northern Nigeria. You know, I really hate this sort of chasm, all these ethnic-based groups, especially in governance. So if they have a Northern Senators Forum, that is to tell you then that they'll be agitating for Northern matters and not necessarily the greater Nigerian good. So it goes on, according to the Senate, there is no evidence proving that the 2024 budget was padded as alleged by Ningi. Although the resignation letter was dated March the 11th, a copy was released shortly after Ningi was suspended by the Senate for 3 months following his comments on the alleged padding of the 2024 budget. It reads, and then we've read that. So suspension, the Senate earlier suspended the former Senate Deputy Leader and Chairman, Northern Senators Forum, Senator Ningi,
asking him not to participate in all the activities of the 10th Senate. The Senate also resolved that if Senator Ningi writes to apologize during the period, it shall be recalled to resume his legislative duties. So there it is. The window opens there for him to come back. So the window opens there for him to come back. So that's that. There's more to that drama, by the way, but just opens it up for the conversational space. So that opens it up for the conversational space. Let's go on from there to another talking point. Plenty of room in the studio still. Anybody that wants to hop on. All right, let me give you this one. Let me give you this one. This is another clip, actually. This still within that Ningi space.
We want to go into those issues. All of us are called people. Some senators here, so-called.
All right, this actually speaks to that. I think, is this guy speaking to the 500 million allegation? So, yeah, let's listen to him.
Senior senators got 500 million each. I am a ranking senator. I didn't get. Did I go to the press? Most of you got. And yes, if we want to go into those issues, excuse me, if we want to go into those issues, yes. So I think that Senator Ningi, I'm seeing about let me change my Bible. We are going forth and back on these issues and coming up with issues of the budget and individual issues concerning what came to our various constituencies. So if we want to go into those issues, all of us are called people.
All right. So it says, Wahala be like bicycle. All of us are culpable. Some so-called senior senators here got 500 million naira each from the 2024 budget. I am a ranking senator. I did not get anything. So this guy is not so much backing Senator Ningi as complaining that they never lined his pocket. No senator has the right to accuse Senator Ningi, Senator Jarigbe, exposing themselves on how 3.7 trillion naira was padded in the budget. So the plot thickens, essentially, what that tells us. The plot thickens. So the plot thickens. Let me say, do we have any more items to go through? Let's see. Yes, I think that might be. Let me give you this, actually. Let me give you about 3 more. So now this guy is out of prison now. Adeyinka grandson. He made a cameo appearance on this platform once, actually. He was just passing by and he saw us online and he popped in. We had to kick him out because he didn't know how to behave. But this is if you've ever wondered what an Igbo hater looks like, this guy hates these Southeasterners with a passion. I was poisoned, injected with coronavirus in UK prison over my political views, says Adeyinka grandson, jailed over attack on Igbo Fulani. So for you to be jailed in the United Kingdom for streaming online, then that you must have crossed beyond the line. Adeyinka grandson, hold on. Right, Adeyinka grandson, president of the Young Yoruba for Freedom, YYF secessionist group, has alleged that the United Kingdom authorities tried to kill him whilst in prison. Adeyinka made this known in a press statement. I wonder if I can get hold of him. I should be able to get, if I'm able to get hold of him, I'll bring him here. And by the way, Dele Farotimi is coming to join us on Friday. I hope you all remember that. Adeyinka made this known in a press statement he issued on Tuesday, some hours after he was released from a United Kingdom prison. I was a British political prisoner for 2 years. For 2 years, 3 months, 10 days, and my conviction was malicious, an assault on free speech, and a stain on English judiciary. He was jailed for 4.5 years by a Southwark Crown Court in central London in April 2022 over his social media post against some ethnic groups in Nigeria. Grandson, also known as Adeyinka Shoyemi, a UK-based Nigerian of Yoruba descent, was known for his social media attacks on people of Igbo extraction, as well as criticism of Hausa Fulanis. He was first arrested by the Scotland Yard Counter-Terrorism Command, etc. So anyway, you all know Adeyinka Grandson's story. So he's been released. It's essentially the headline that I wanted to bring to you. I'm not quite sure how many people follow that space. I know a lot of you follow this. You made a lot of hue and cry about this. So hue and cry now when we are having an improvement. Sugar, Indomie, macaroni, spaghetti, and other prices drop 12th of March 2024. So the economy is starting to recalibrate under a new regime. So there it is right there. We're seeing the green shoots of recovery all over the place. We're seeing the green shoots of recovery. This is the last one now, as we see the ugly face of sycophancy. The ugly face of sycophancy. Reason I renamed Minna Airport after Tinubu is barely in office and they're already brown-nosing him. I never even knew this happened. Reason I renamed Minna Airport after Tinubu, Niger governor bows to pressure, explains. So why? Governor Mohammed Bago of Niger State has explained why he renamed the Abubakar Imam International Airport after President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As reported by correspondents, Bago said the renaming was prompted by the desire to ensure a square peg was placed in a square hole. The governor noted that renaming the state polytechnic Zungaru after the late literary icon Abubakar Imam was more appropriate. He added that the president approved the decision. These are the sort of things actually that rankles people. Tinubu should never have. Why does he want an airport? What has he done significant enough to have monuments named after him? So another ball dropped then by your favorite Lagos looter and mine. So another ball dropped by your favorite. Quite a lot of spaces left on the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. It is shaping up to be an epic session. So come book your spots now. Book your spots now as we play the Kegite music and bring on the people already assembled. But first, the Kegites. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ajande Koko, father of the bride, he turns up as echoes for the suspension of Ajande Koko by that's a crowd asking for the suspension of Ajande Koko. I wonder why. So Dewale joins us. Good to see you, Dewale. Here to Dabaru the whole session, Pansat, of course. The one that makes the ladies swoon, Prince Daddy, and the elegant bishop. So that's the panel assembled so far. So that's the panel assembled so far. Gentlemen, good to see you. Anybody that wants to join, please still come join. Fill up the screen. Let's kick it off with Prince. Prince, do you want to come first? Or do you want to go first, rather? Prince Daddy.
Go to the next person, please.
All right. Let's kick it off with Ajande Koko then, if it's ready. Ajande Koko.
Yeah, one man.
All right. What did you do to Crown that is saying you have to be suspended too? Is the way you were raging and riding yesterday, defending this man that has now been kicked out? So what have you made? What have you made of the events of today so far? Ajande Koko, good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, the assembly, let me say the Senate, have carried out one of their duties, and they suspended him, and for 3 months, and we hope that they will come back strong. A lot of things happened there today that we should be worried as people. The division, some that constitute themselves as northern senators, to protect the interests of the North, and in the South, I'm not sure if you have Southern Senators group, but the process that was taken to fire this guy, or rather to suspend him, I think it's not the due process. I might be wrong. It's just my opinion. I think this matter should have been referred.
You mean the way it was suspended was not the due process?
Yeah, it's not the due process. I think it's wrong. What he did can be regarded as misconduct. And there's a committee in that Senate that handle misconduct matter by their members. It's called Ethics Committee. I don't know why they hurry to suspend him. And not...
Maybe what he did was so egregious that, because they have special powers to take special measures, don't they? What he did was so they actually described it as a coup, what he did.
Don't mind that Ekiti guy like Adewale is calling it a coup. All these Ekiti people, sometimes we don't know what's wrong with them. Does he not understand? Does he not know how a coup is planned or how a coup is carried out? So, what what they accuse him for is that he didn't follow the due process. And look at what they did themselves. They didn't follow the due process. They should have referred his matter to the ethics committee to look at. And the recommendation of that committee will have guided them in taking a strong decision. But look at the hurried way they did it. They didn't allow him to speak. They didn't give him a fair hearing. And they went into decision. It is wrong. We must be doing things right. If you're accusing him of doing wrong thing, then why do you do the wrong, take up a wrong process in suspending him for 3 months? So that is the only thing I see there. And the drama that happened is another thing. One of the senators, publicly accused his fellow senator for 500 million naira benefit. 500 million naira benefit in terms of, what do you call it? Is it, what do you call that?
A constituency project.
Yeah, constituency party. That they shared among themselves, and they didn't give him his own 500 million benefits for his own constituency. And you see what happened immediately that guy released that bomb. There was confusion everywhere. The assembly went haywire for like maybe 20 minutes before they came back to continue the process. The session. So I'm not saying that if Senator Ningi should not be punished if found, guilty of misconduct. But the ethics committee.
Why would he make such a big allegation without having any substance to back it up? This is what mystifies me, and then that is what lends into the conspiracy theory being put forward by Senator Bamidele.
You see, we cannot say he doesn't have anything to back him.
No, but they've asked him to present it now. He's not presented anything outside of suspicion.
I didn't see him speak. I didn't see him.
He spoke for 20 minutes and he's been speaking for the last 2-3 days.
No. Hold on, woman. I didn't see him being given the chance to speak on the floor. That is what they should have done. You try him publicly, but you didn't allow this guy to speak publicly. Let him apologize if he have done anything wrong. Ask him face to face to tell us what he has seen. What do you want to present before this house as you claim? And then we can move on. It is wrong. You don't put somebody on a public trial like that without letting him speak. What is worth doing at all is worth doing well. It's worth sitting down and then, have this session for what is said in the press. But why didn't you let this guy speak?
Are we allowed to interject, Babajaleku?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Here come Ekiti bombers.
No, I haven't come to defend Bamidele and Co. But you remember yesterday when I was saying that the Senate is going to punish this man and they're going to punish him severely. for what he did, for breaking the rules of the House. And I remember your word yesterday that why am I supporting, you know, that I should be championing and supporting him for what he did. And look at it today. It was evident that there was a coup of which he was supposed to be the ringleader, but every other person, every member of the senators from the north back out from that coup. For what have prompted Senator Bamidele to have stood up to remind the House of what is going on. Yes, the House was rowdy, but when I said yesterday that the route that that man took for this particular coup was wrong, because if he, as claimed as a senior senator and as ranking senator rather, he should have known better. But because he was riding a dead horse, pursuing perhaps maybe a vendetta against the Senate president, I don't know. Or what is actually alleging is actually the truth. But even if it was true, it was supposed to go through the right channel. Now you claim that the manner of which he was suspended was too fast, that he didn't give him a chance to prove himself. If you recall, when AKPABIO was giving a speech, he said he met with this Senator Ningi together with Aline Dume, with the Senate leader, and some other principal officers in his office, where Ningi claimed that his own sponsored consultant was the one that discovered these anomalies, not even House sponsored consultant. So, and the Senate president requested or demanded the outcome, the breakdown. You remember yesterday when I said he needed to at least point out the particular agency or section of the budget that he discovered these discrepancies. So, if he could not give the Senate president or any of the principal officers the particular position or portion of the budget that has this that was padded, then shows that the man was pursuing perhaps a vendetta or a sinister motive. So everything played out today, but because like Senator Fabio said, social media has now become a tool of which you control people's mind, people's thought, and at the end of the day, people don't want to hear the outcome. So all they care about is that, oh, 500 million was given to senators for this, for that. But there's no clear clarification. So you have all this confusion playing out. And like I said yesterday, our public discussion is being shaped by opinion of people and false narrative out there without us actually knowing the main truth, the fact that would have helped us. So when people now comment, even including the pundit on the national television now comment about, oh, this is what has been happening.
Dewale, your voice is a bit low. Your voice is a bit low.
Is it low?
Yeah. If you can bring, I'm not sure if there are people sleeping where you are, but if you can break it up just a smidgen.
It's a little bit up. I'm speaking up truly, but anyway.
All right, carry on.
My interjection is just to remind us of what happened. But Apanale Koko is saying that you should have given a due diligence. There's some offense that you commit that the ethic committee doesn't have to even sit because they know that you've crossed the line. It's vividly written. All they need is just their written submission, and that's it. The House will take it with immediate alacrity. So sitting down, talking about what, giving him a chance for what, knowing fully well, even being a ranking officer, he should have known better. So in this regard, it's not a newbie. He doesn't need any orientation. I mean, all of them have been oriented anyway about the rules of the floor. So I mean of the House. So him now being suspended for 3 months, I wonder where he'll be able to pay his own staff. So evidently he was fighting for something. Perhaps maybe he lost out in some things. The 500 million they were referring to was a constituency project, and in some
what Senator Bamidele was actually what he was Oh, we lost the one. Oh, you are there. Yeah, what Senator Bamidele was suggesting was that there's a grand northern conspiracy to undermine the AKPABIO tenure.
It is it's evidence because for him to have been, come out to the floor to say, make that speech as a leader of the Senate, it shows that something must be, something is unraveling, and it's unfortunate. But thankfully, the northern leaders are not in support. Yes, it's not today or that the authority in the National Assembly will want to cite certain projects. So it depends on the level of project that you want to embark on, and if it is a national project or the federal government is interested in those projects, sometimes they will budget I mean it will be featured in the budget because no constitutional project is the same. So what you see happening is just a sinister move that backfire. And he too knew himself, he knew that it's going to be a consequence for that. He said himself yesterday that he's ready for whatever is coming. Fortunately or unfortunately for him, the rest of the northern leader backed out. So, and that would have degenerated to a lot of things because they know that when you have a caucus of the northern senators and the southern, oh well, there's no southern senator anyway. So, even if there is any, then it's possible that it would degenerate to a chaos. And nobody can, with the economic hardship that we have in the country, you can't just infuse that with the political instability that would throw the country into the flames.
So if I might chip in, I want to ask a question. Like the senator, what party is he under?
PDP Bauchi Central.
But in terms of who dominates the how the Senate, APC?
APC, yes.
So how, in God's name, was he thinking he would, even if this was true, wouldn't it be like going through votes and stuff like that? How was he expected to oust AKPABIO?
Yeah, he was trying to play it along ethnic lines rather than party lines. That's what's being suggested.
But even at that, there will be a due process that follows that. They will have to maybe 2/3 majority, I think, of the Senate. I don't know how it works. If they are going to oust AKPABIO anyway.
Now he was trying to whip the public sympathy first, before so that the House can work on it and will now pass a vote of no confidence on AKPABIO, perhaps, or every of the principal officers. That was what he was working on. So, and at the end of the day, it backfired because they realized that look, if you want to play a long game in politics, you have to take your time. So what he was doing was just unfortunate for him, for a ranking officer, though, for a ranking senator.
Okay, the last question is: so, have we concluded that his takeaway of saying that the budget was inflated, or there are two different submittals? Have they clarified that? But because what I will assume is that why not call the consultant the way they normally bring people in front of the Senate to defend themselves and show their findings? Why can't they do that? Call the consultants to the chambers, let him present his findings. Then the Senate brings out a working committee that works on those things and clarify the whole thing.
The thing is, Charles, he has not presented anything for the outside of making the statement. He has not presented anything at all for.
Okay, so let me be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. What I believe has happened is, I think he has a case. However, I think they have him by the neck, in the sense that if he goes ahead with this, he's going to lose everything. And hence why actually, I see him that he's backed down. And hence why all of a sudden, somebody that was more aggressive in his approach has now backed down and is more like, okay, I'll take the suspension, I'll take anything you do to me and everything. I think basically what they've done to him is they've more or less made him back out of the whole mission he's going through. Whether it's true or not.
Charles, let's just assume that he has the fact, okay? And according to what you say, that everything is true that way. He knew as a ranking officer that there's no way, a tree does not make a bush. There's no way you can house the entire body. You are just a single senator in the entire Senate. So you understand what I'm saying? So when who lose out now? He is the one that lost out, right? He's going to be suspended. His staffs are not going to be paid. None of those aides that work with them will be paid, right? So all the committee that is supposed to share and all that will not be able to perform its function. So who lose out? It's him. I
Okay,
still believe there's a way that he can go about it without
yeah. So
resort.
the question I'll pose to you is, if you are in this senator's shoes and you found something wrong that is of national concern to your constituents in terms of budget padding, how would you go about it? Especially if you are working with a
you
group
No,
of people.
I will present my evidence. Is what I would
No,
do.
you don't even need to do that, one man, because politically you will become a liability. All you need to is to leak that evidence to all these online media stuff. They will leak it out for you. They will post it out there. Your name is not going to be attached. You're going to become just anonymous. You don't have to put your face on it. Based on the reliable sources, all is going to be the underlying factor. That's it. But he went out because he wanted to be a face of, oh, I'm doing something, and he eventually becomes the scapegoat. You
Or
don't
is
do
what he's
things.
doing wrong? In the US, don't individual senators call out? I don't know how it's done, but don't they call out, like,
In the
especially
US,
the
they have a
opposition party? Don't they call them out and stuff like that?
now when it comes to see, they don't even deal with money. Physical cash is not their thing when it comes to the legislature in America. So when it comes to the way they do their own proceeding, they have their own means and ways and the procedure that you have to follow. Recently, they fired, not even suspension, they fired a parliamentarian who was lying, who everything, there was no way you can admit such person into the house. They fired them, they suspended themselves based on some of this misconduct. So when you go through, because they know that if you are caught and you don't follow the due process, you will be dealt with. Every parliament does that. So for him to have gone that route, it shows number one, there was a sinister motive behind that. Two, he knew that there's a channel that he can go through, or perhaps don't put your face on it, leak it, and let it continue to grow, and whatever it leads to, it leads to it. But he just wanted to be the local champion hero. I mean, your own people, your own group that you share does not even follow you as a northern senator. None of them followed him through this process. Shows that you're only the one riding a dead horse, and he knew. It was sitting down there like a dumbass and was waving, and they mash him out like a pupil. Just walk out, carried all his bags and books. It was a sorry sight.
Okay, sorry, I know I'm chipping in too much, but the last question: why is it that the PDP senators did not back him? I don't understand that aspect, because one would think just the way the GOP, like the Republicans, back their own senators when they
Yeah,
are attacking the
because
Democrats.
what he's saying has no footing, one. And then the other thing is, if we're to go by the story that they're sharing, 500 million each per senator, it's not in their enlightened interest. It's not in their self-interest to, they can only back him if he comes out with something solid. It wasn't solid enough what he brought forward.
I don't think so. I don't think it wasn't. It's a matter of it wasn't solid enough. I think it was solid enough, but it was just like the previous speaker said. It was detrimental to their individual political careers to back him.
Charles, why do you think it was solid enough? So he has come out to say that the budget was padded to the tune of 3.7 trillion naira. So he said that, and then people said prove it, and then he stood up again and just repeated that. So what makes it so? What is said is really where the question is. What makes it so?
Well, he did say he had a consultant that went through the numbers. So my own question is, why didn't he? That's enough. He could have told the consultant to take charge and present the facts. Because from everything that has happened within the last few days, that he seems to have backtracked.
Do you know what he said during that outside interview? That BBC interview. He said 25 trillion was the one that was presented, and how come 28,000 is what the federal government is now working with? So that description.
But even us, we can get those facts. Is it? Have we even done our own homework? Like what they presented
today, that 27.5 trillion was the one that was presented. So that 1 trillion plus was now worked on when it was presented. So currently what the federal government is working with is 28 trillion. So when he was making his own analysis, I'm talking about Senator Ningi, he said there is a project, there's money, and there's location. but 3 trillion out of it does not have, I think, does not have
It's
what
not
do you
tied to
call it?
anything.
Yeah. So, but if even you are alleging something as a serious citizen, won't you have your fact in your hand before
Yeah,
you go
sure.
to the press? Go ahead.
All right, Jalen, I'll go back to you.
All right. Senator Bamidele was wrong to call his action a coup. It's not a coup. Misconduct is misconduct. And that's why they have a committee that handle misconduct by members. So calling it a coup in the first place is very irrational. And it doesn't, it shouldn't have gone too far. And, you know, the fact that his member, I mean, those other northern senator, you know, did not openly support his move, how can you justify that it's a coup? So Bamidele acted below his leadership position as, you know, the majority leader. I mean, listening to what Ndume said, Ndume acted maturely. He called on the Senate and the president to listen to him, to let him speak. And then based on what he says, we can move forward, forgive him, and maybe allow him to apologize or something like that. The Senate president did not allow him to speak. That's injustice. That is not the way to handle matter. It looks more political than, you know, the delivery of, you know, a house or the assembly practice. It looked more political. Let us just punish him. It doesn't. We don't want to hear anything from him. We don't want him to speak. It is wrong. You accuse him of wrongdoing, not following the due process, not calling on you guys, not information with you, but now you are trying him and you don't let him speak. It is wrong. So that is the only thing I see there, one man. I think they should have handled it better. Let it go through the due process. Let there be a record that, yes, the ethics committee handled him. The ethics committee got some information from him. Maybe he got something he want to give out as an information. Let it be there. And if it doesn't, they will report in their recommendation to the assembly, to the Senate. And then that will be the decision will be formed on the basis of the recommendation of ethics committee. So I don't know why they didn't do that. So, but it's been suspended, and I think he'll be back. It's 3 months, and the 3 months is to me, I think it's too harsh. What of the mandate of his people? How will his people be? How will the interests of his people be represented for the next 3 months? It is wrong. 3 months is wrong. Look at Bamidele saying it should be suspended.
No. But he has a window to come back. They said as soon as he tenders a written apology, he comes back immediately.
I didn't hear that from the statement of AKPABIO when he.
No, it was in the readout. The offer is there. The moment he tenders a written apology, is back immediately.
You know one thing.
Which hold on now, Dewale. Which I suspect he might well do. Let's just go to the consequences of just what happened. This is from Senator Shehu Sani. It says suspension in the Senate means a senator will not be allowed to Let's do that again. Suspension in the Senate means a senator will not be allowed to attend the plenary and will be prohibited from attending committee meetings and participating in oversight functions. His salary, allowances, and all entitlements will be blocked. He will not have access to his office and is expected not to be seen within the premises of the National Assembly until the suspension is lifted. When so that's essentially what that suspension means. Dewale, you wanted to say?
Before Dewale go, can I just add something?
Yeah, carry on, Bishop. Everybody's connection is a bit poor today. Not you especially, Bishop, but all the connections so far is a bit poor today.
I just want to remind Adale that that time Ali in Dubai, I think was suspended for 18 months in the Senate, and Heaven did not fall. Their rule prescribed punishment as suspension up to 18 months. So if it is in their rule books, I don't think it is for us to determine whether it was too harsh or not too harsh. Ndume himself was once suspended and Heavens did not fall. I think if I'm right.
You know, the funniest thing is that Babajale Koko said that process was not followed. That is not true. There's no way the Senate will suspend their member without ethic committee having an input. There's no way. And he too, he knows that every process has to be followed. That's why he himself, that's the reason why he obeyed. If not, they will have fight it, even that right there on the floor. So they must have submitted their own recommendation. There's some rules that you break, that there will be no need for, constituting or people coming together, because yourself know that it's right there, written in black and white in their rule books that you must not do this, and you've crossed it. So it's not like a law book or something that is subject to interpretation. Once you've done it, and that's it.
Yeah, another thing is, sorry if you don't mind, can I?
Yeah, carry on, Bishop.
Yeah. Another thing is this. Look, we are talking of a committee of ethics and privilege. This sitting today was not actually a plenary. It was a committee of the whole house. And that is why the Senate President is actually the chair. Now, the committee of the whole house is the biggest of all the committees. It's bigger than any other subcommittee. So the president today was actually sitting as the chairman of the committee of the whole house. He was not sitting as the Senate President. So the committee of the whole house is far more important than any of the committee. So that was the committee that starts today, not necessarily a plenary. So saying that the one committee did not see to approve or disapprove or recommend the suspension, it's already been overtaken by events. And that is how it is stated in their rule books. The rule book says the biggest and the most important committee is the committee of the whole house that will be chaired by the president of the Senate. So the president was actually sitting as the chairman of the committee of the whole house, not just as the president sitting in plenary.
You're right, but that is to what due process, right? Because what I'm surprised the way you're having this discussion right here, right? Every government, every democracy is supposed to have a system of checks and balances. That's the way it's supposed to be an adversarial system. One of the senators raised an issue. It's a mathematical issue, something that should be looked at. Is there 3.7 trillion with a T padded, tinkered with? That's the whole issue. Right now, Tinubu is meeting with the Senate president, who sat, like you said, a committee of the whole house, to suspend somebody who has a right to raise an issue. Make an allegation, either it's true or it's false, it's mathematical. But one man, I don't know if you're old enough to have watched the movie Casablanca. There are two quotes that came out of that movie, the epic, awesome movie. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend that you check it out. One of them, he says, Captain Renault says, "I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here." Right? This is a bunch. So when we were in Nigeria in the 70s, you see when criminals are paraded out, put on the stake and shot by the army, right? Firing squad. Most of them look like AKPABIO. I don't know if you were old enough to see those things. This is a guy who was actually headed to the slammer for all kinds of allegations. He turns around, becomes Senate president of a country. In that country, look at the state of our country. Now let me post a link for Sahara reporters showing that as we speak, President Tinubu, AKPABIO, and others are meeting in Asha Rock. Right? That makes no sense. In any democracy, there is supposed to be checks and balances. The president can veto legislation created by Congress here in the United States. Congress confirms or rejects president's nominees. The justices of the Supreme Court.
Sorry, why does it make no sense that the Senate president and the actual country's president are meeting?
Because there's an issue going on where a member of that Senate is accusing them of pardoning, submitting one budget, right, and do a switcheroo and implementing another one in the tune of 3 trillion naira.
But he said they never said that.
Who said no? I heard when he said that he used the word tinkering because he spoke in Hausa, I believe, something like that. So he's saying, look, they misquoted me. I didn't say pardon. I said tinkering, and then the of course he soft pardon. Yeah, I heard that. Maybe you didn't hear that. I heard that.
Sorry, Pansad. He said he never alleged that they were running a parallel budget. He said that.
What I heard what he said, and he hasn't differed much from what he's saying. But right now, cat's out of the bag. Even if they suspend him or he changes his mind, we have to get to the bottom of it, right? So it becomes one. For example, Tinubu stole the election, right? So, but a lot of people have moved on. But there is a huge plume, heavy plume on top of Asha Rock. A lot of people think that he stole the election, right? But INEC could go ahead and do whatever they do. It's the same thing here. If you go and you suspend him or even make him change his mind, it's a mathematical problem. We're going to see the budget they're implementing. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So they may push it into an area of conspiracy theory and all that. But they're saying that Tinubu has just teed himself up for complete destruction. Demolition. He's an evil person, right? Now, I didn't come here to discuss this issue because, like I said, with that Casablanca quote, right? You go into a casino and you say, "I am shocked there's gambling going on here." Who is the your Senate president? AKPABIO is your Senate president. Now, posted on the let me make sure I hit send on that thing. Yeah, you got it there. They're meeting. One man, a government doesn't function that way. It's not a cabal of crooks meeting. There should be an investigation. Maybe a special counsel should be appointed to look into it. You're not talking about billions of dollars. I don't even know anybody who could fathom, 3 trillion naira. It's a lot of money. I know naira doesn't mean anything. But we're supposed to have an adversarial system, even in our law courts, just like the United States, where they copy these things. It's an adversarial system. You don't have body with the president and the Senate president and the House leader or things like that. Then we're done. These are criminals. There should be conflicting views. Two people, they should check. It's a checking, balancing system.
I think you are conflating that adversarial system with a conflicting system. They don't necessarily have to conflict when conflict is not necessary.
No, no,
So
no.
it's
It's
not conflict for conflict's sake.
it is conflict for
You know,
conflict sake.
one
If
man.
somebody says,
All right.
let me land.
You know, one the one
Here
man.
it
No,
goes.
let him land. Yeah, yeah. Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look,
You know what I wanted. You see,
Let
you
him
have to
land so
remove
you
him.
get.
You have to remove
No,
him.
no, don't make it rowdy, man. Yeah,
Don't want
just
to remove him.
carry on. Carry
So
on.
what I'm saying to you is that a jurisprudence, Western jurisprudence, that's what we have. It goes in a courthouse, right? To get to the truth, you have to have opposing counsels talking, and then you have an arbiter, you have somebody neutral who's going to bring out the truth from everybody saying whatever they have to say. It goes into the government itself, branches of government, right? When you have a senator come out and make such an allegation publicly, for one thing, a senator. So you don't go praising those who are using rules of committee rules to hush him up, intimidate him in front of us, right? You're supposed to say, okay, look, that's an allegation. We have to have some kind of special counsel to look into what's going on here. Or the Senate itself can conduct such a thing. You cannot have a criminal come in as a overlord, and then take over committee of the whole house.
All right.
Do
All
you
right.
understand what I'm saying? So
No, I don't really, but I'm sure somebody
no,
does.
you're gonna you can't it's not your fault. You're in a monarchy. You don't know what the hell the democracy is all about. This is how it's supposed to work. It's not a monarchy. It's not it's a
All right.
democracy.
All right.
Right?
Let me just say this, and then we bring Dewale in and Bishop. The adversarial system. I think people don't have a full grasp of what they mean by an adversarial system.
I can help you. Let me help you with it.
No, you can't, because you've given us your understanding of it.
No. I didn't go into detail. I could
no,
describe the
no,
whole thing for you what it means. I'm here in the
no,
United States.
you don't understand it. So why don't you let somebody that does explain it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So the adversarial system is essentially a check system to balance of the excesses of the executive. That's all it is. So when they say adversarial, so there has to be, for a democracy to work, there has to necessarily be an element of tension between the executives and the legislature, but it doesn't have to be a continuous battle. And that tension is only really to hold the executive to account on decisions they are making on the administration of the country. It's not to take an opposing stance to everything the executive does, which I think that is where people don't understand it. They feel that the legislators, they have to be in permanent conflict with the executive. No. Well, when there is synergy, then let it synergize. That's just what that means. But back to you. Sorry, Bishop, who wanted to come in? Yeah.
It's me. I wanted to interject, but it seems, uh, uh, the tenet of democracy does not say that a legislature and presidency should not work together, especially when it comes to for national.
No, that's what people like that guy. That's what they don't
Yeah, but
understand. When they say
they wanted
adversarial, they
a
think they have to
conflict.
be in perpetual conflict.
Yeah, you don't. You
Which
have to
is
belong to a different platform. There's nothing that says you must be in a constant conflict with the presidency or with the executive. In a situation where both the legislature and also the executive comes from the same platform, I mean same political party, they have to work in harmony to ensure that their objective to come to fruition, or else there will be issue. So what the likes of Pansat expected is a situation where the legislature arms of government will constantly be in conflict, or perhaps in constant back and forth with the executive, and that's to him makes them to be working. And there's nothing that says it has to be that way. I can disagree with you. I mean, both arms of government have a distinct and different job function. So if I'm doing my own job, that does not mean that I cannot help you to, advance your plan. I mean, the executive plan. But I think it stems from miseducation about the democracy itself. We don't. The citizen doesn't really know what they need to know about this process. We're just because we've been dealt with autocratic system for too long. We don't really seem to get it. But 20, 30 years is not enough for us to understand what democracy is all about. I think with time people will understand, and with time we'll be able to refine our democratic system. Thank you, Roma.
Well, one man, you say the optics is not good. That they are meeting today when a controversial matter concerning that senator happened. It looks suspicious. Look that they went to bow down to the president that, oh, daddy, we have done the job, we have fired him. Oh, thank you, boys. Eat bread and chicken, or eat jollof rice and, some goat meat and drink wine on top of it. Good job. So we are doing the good job. That is the way it look. It look like, there's a surrender of the power of the Senate to the presidency. That's how it looks to some people. That's how some people will interpret it, So we are not saying that they should not work together on very important matter concerning the country. And budget is one of it. When they pass this budget, yes. And, they carry out oversight to make sure that the executive execute the budget to the matter. So, but when a situation like this happens, that is so controversial, and we see them running to presidency again after it, it's not good. So that's the way I see it. But the Senate has done what they have to done, what they should have done. I'm not saying you should not be punished if you are doing anything wrong. The process is what I'm questioning, and it's okay. Let's see what we're going to get in response from him. Whether he's going to abide with it, I've seen it work out. Whether he will keep it mouth shut during his suspension, and whether he's going to speak, we wait and see what's going to happen while he's on suspension. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me move it around a bit. I'll come to Charles next, but on my way to Charles, let me sort of advertise what's happening on Friday the 15th. So we've got Dele Farotimi coming to join us Friday the 15th. I even reconfirmed it today, so it's all set to go. So Dele Farotimi coming to join us Friday the 15th, earlier than our usual schedule, 7 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. The session is already set up. So if you click on that link that I've sent into the comment section, click on that link and then go and bookmark it. So bookmark it, turn on the notification bell. So it's going to be an epic session, as we always say it's on this platform. So an epic session with Dele Farotimi, Friday the 15th, at 8 p.m. Nigerian time. So 8 p.m. Nigerian time. Let's come to you, Charles. See what you're making of the goings on. Charles, good to see you.
Yeah, hi, Roman. Yeah.
How you doing?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm good.
Good.
What do you want me to talk on now? This budget padding.
Yes, I do still want to because unless the guy apologizes, I'm not quite sure there's anything else left.
Apologize. I'll ask a simple question: does anybody believe that that budget was actually padded? Truth about it, that 90% of us would believe that actually that budget.
I believe it was padded.
So why are we defending? The question is why do we seem to defend these people? What are we even defending them for now, sir? Because I really don't, even us, sir, we're not even thinking anymore. We're not thinking straight. It's like we when it comes to maybe in the Western world where we are, this kind of things happen. We clap for them. We'll clap for Ningi and say we'll support him. This is a good senator. But when it happens in Nigeria, we change. We just start thinking he's not following due process. Is this? We start backing the so-called corrupt elites. And it's, I'll be honest with you. I think we have Nigerians, we have a psychological problem when it comes to our politics. Because what we won't accept where we are, we accept it when it comes to Nigeria. I wonder why. Because we all of us all know that budget was padded. So if someone is fighting for us, when we've given up, someone within the Senate, within that political class is fighting and speaking up, why do we seem to even be the ones telling him he's wrong? Is what I don't understand. That's the honest truth about it, because
Adeola is saying it's Stockholm syndrome.
I don't know, because it's the same thing happened in the US. All of us will say that senator is the right man. But all of a sudden, we're even the ones fighting on behalf of politicians that we know.
Yes, there's no senator in America that will come to the floor and let that sink in.
I think that's a little bit too what's the right word now? Can I actually come in, woman, or the speaker?
Yeah, sure.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a little bit. It's a kind of this catch up 50 mentality to just say that 90% believe. We said yesterday, as much as that you that allege was true. Let's get something very straight. Two things are wrong here. Procedurally, was it right? No, it was not. Procedurally. Then let's leave procedure. Talk to the fact of the matter. I'm sure I must have realized how much it could, because there was no single fact, not a single one, that supports his very verbose allegation. Not a single one. And everybody now know where he made the mistake, because it was fleshed out. I saw the live transmission, and I don't know if one man played the transcribed version of his interview that was transcribed from Hausa to English, and because it was on the basis of that transcribed version that was read by Senator Solomon Adiola, that they had that meeting with the Senate President and the leadership of the Senate. He had a meeting earlier before the committee of the whole House. Now, and they were able to flesh out that some of those line items don't actually, what's the right word now? That some of the line items, they are first line charges, which eventually, and the one they call GOE, government-owned enterprises, which formed of that chunk of the amount, which he is aware of, because that was how it was more than 4 cycles of budgets that we have passed in the past 4 or 5 years. There are some lines that are first line. For example, the judiciary, they draw their fund first line, so nobody begins to debate it. And some other agencies, sensitive agencies of government. So the man has just realized that the question is this: what due diligence did he carry out before coming out with this? I think he just got the opportunity of sitting before a microphone and a TV camera in BBC, and he was just running his mouth. And he's realized it is a little bit too late, because it's caused so much damage. So coming to say that it was, maybe, yeah, there were other things, but on this basis, and it was wrong. So if we are saying, oh, this book cannot be trusted, yeah, on fact, and some other things that they have done. But if we are not trying to use blanket on this one and say 99% people believe, of course, I'm sure I'm not one of that 90%, and I'm sure there are no 99% that believe, because some people are a little bit more circumcised, and they will listen, they will look what actually happened. So to this end,
Bishop, you are breaking up. Have you lost you? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, but can you hear Bishop? Or is it my system? No, it's broken off.
I think it's...
All right, carry on, Charles.
Yeah, but like in a nutshell, I'll still stick to the fact that he was under pressure by his fellow senators. But at the same time, I think he doesn't have the... I'll also put some blame on him because he doesn't have the political acumen to actually...
to ask me, what were your evidence? Say that again.
Yeah, Bishop, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Carry on. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I don't think he knew it broke off.
Yeah, oh, sorry. No, I've submitted. I've ended my submission. My institution.
All right. Thank you, Bishop. Carry on.
So, like I said, he himself is the cause of his downfall. In all honesty, yes, I believe. To be honest, I believe that budget was padded. But like they said, he didn't do his homework. And two, even if he was going to do that, I think he should have done his own, like, he's fighting an army of people. Like, there is no chance in hell that any senator will support him. So at least he should have, like, maybe met with his PDP caucus and discussed with them first before making that submission. I would say that he did, for the average Nigerian, I'll say he did the right thing, trying to look out for them. But maybe the way he did it politically, it isn't correct because not only will he fail, whatever effort he puts in, not only will he fail, is he guaranteed to fail, but he didn't also protect himself in terms of ensuring he had at least one or two supports of his PDP ruling class. That's just it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this place. It says I renamed Mina Airport after Tinubu. So this is the Niger State governor coming up with some rather ludicrous. What are you making of this level of sycophancy so early into this administration?
So okay, back to my question: see, Nigerian politics is unique. So I'll be honest with you. What he did is not wrong when it comes to Nigerian politics. So if I was in Nigeria, if I was a governor, I also do the same thing because honestly, that's what sells there. In the outside world, this is madness, but in Nigeria, that is the right thing to do. There's no fault in it. So it depends on which angle you are looking at it. If you are looking at it from the Western side, like, this is crazy. This is that these guys are psychopaths that are just bending over themselves just to please this man for political favors. But in Nigeria's case, this is the normal thing to do. This is normal. So, to be honest with you, I see nothing wrong in this as it relates to Nigerian politics. Anybody can do this. Anybody should do this if this is what it takes to appease or curry favor from the federal government or Tinubu or anything. It is in Nigerian politics, in Nigerian political notebook, it is the right thing to do. As a matter of fact, maybe after 1 month, I would change the name. I would name it after his wife. After another 6 months, I'll change it, name it after his children. You know, that's that kind of thing. Just to curry favor. Let it go around the whole family. As long as Tinubu sees that I serve his interest and that of his family, it's fine.
You know, the level of sycophancy is quite. I saw a governor kneeling down to not even Yusuf Dati this time around. I saw a governor kneeling down.
One man. I don't understand. I think you've not been in Nigeria for a long time. Him kneeling down. See, in the average Nigeria workplace, people, if you see your manager or your boss coming into the elevator, you carry his handbag. You say, "Excuse me, ma," or "Excuse me, sir. Let me help you. Let me help you with this, sir." You understand? It is that's in Nigerian culture. You understand? So when, like I said, outsiders we see this as this is crazy. Like, don't you have any backbone or you don't have any integrity? Can't you stand for yourself? You understand? But in Nigerian culture, rights in the private sector, people will fall over heels for their bosses or their supervisors. It's just I think that's just how it works there. It's all. they call it eye service. It's all eye service. Just let me hold your bag, sir. Good day, sir. How was your night, sir? You understand all those things that don't even involve you or doesn't concern you. You just put yourself forward just to show your loyalty. So, look, in all honesty, if I was in Nigeria, I would do the same thing. Do you understand? I will do this. In fact, I will name the road from the airport to the governor's distant house. I'll name it up the whole stretch of road after Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You understand? So, in all honesty, this thing flies in Nigeria. So I don't think we shouldn't complain. Things are unique over there.
Just
Yeah.
if a whole Umai could decamp to APC simply because of what he needed from the federal. I want to talk about somebody naming an airport, a cargo, which probably may not even witness any aircraft using that airport for the next maybe 30 years. So if that is all it takes, to get a favor from the federal.
That's what I'm saying. That's Nigerian politics. And in all honesty, to be honest, if it works in terms of currying favor for your state, by all means, do it. Like we're just unique. That's the Nigerian political handbook. Like if you bend over heels, you worship them, you see them as God and everything, and it means the presidency or the federal government would maybe bring in some resources for your states or build one thing or the other, then by all means, it works. It's fine. I don't see honestly speaking, I don't see anything wrong with this. As long as like they say, the end justifies the means. So as long as whatever he's doing, he has a purpose, he has something he wants from the presidency, then by all means do it. Hi there, woman. Hello?
Oh man has gone to pray.
He has gone to bed.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for one man, let me just quickly chip in something about Taco, whether kneeling down or before Tinubu. Yeah, I agree. There is sycophancy, but we also have culture. And there was a time, sometimes before there was a debate about people calling their boss in America, the Western world. Now you call your boss by name, whether it's Chief or Jack or Wood or something. And somebody was trying to introduce that in Nigeria. That is not our culture, especially the part of the world I come from. If my boss, even if there are some junior to you, if they are older than you will call them by their names. You will give them some little bit of respect, even though they are your junior. That is our culture. I agree there is sycophancy. Look, Bako is a Tapa or Lupe. They have a close affinity. They share a lot of their something with the Yorubas. That is how they treat people that are older than them. Tinubu is probably 71. Bako is 50. That's clearly about 20 years gap between them. If he stood to greet him, we saw Rufai, the way he greets Buhari, whether in secret or in public. That is their own. So don't let us plug the lines. It is not all the time that people, if I am working with my boss and my boss is 70 or 80 years old, and I offer to collect his bag, it does not mean sycophancy. That is our culture. If my boss is a Yoruba man and I'm greeting him good morning, sir, and I stoop very well, or even prostrate, they have prostrate that they do now. Nobody should see it as sycophancy. I see him, I greet him every day. So don't let us, we should try and, yes, I agree. There is sycophancy. But we also have a culture.
Bishop.
Yes.
Bishop.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Naming airport after the incumbent president is a height of sacrifice.
Well, that was not the one I was talking about. But I can quickly address that one. I can quickly address that one too. I can quickly address it. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. Especially as a Muslim, you reject whatever monument is named. After you are gone, yes. But we remember, Babangida was president of Nigeria when they made the boulevard behind him. After him, the IBD boulevard in the battle. They named the one in Lagos. Obasanjo was the president when they made Olu Obasanjo way. Anybody that knows Port Harcourt, the one we used to call Water Lines. Buhari was the president when they built Second Niger Bridge. Muhammadu Buhari Second Niger Bridge. Fashola and Wole Soyinka was not in government. All the railway stations where they named them, and even in America, we have it happen in America. But I'm not using it as an example. Single family should be discouraged, but I don't think we can criminalize it. But I don't want to speak that. I'm just speaking to the one that because it needs now to greet the president. Their culture is close to the Yoruba culture, and we that culture of operations in Yoruba land, it is part of our culture, and I don't think it is something we really want westernization to take away from us, at least not now. So if a Yoruba man has people, a junior, we have Yoruba people that have jobs, but they have people that have worked there for so long, and when they greet them, you see that little bit of courtesy. They don't even call them by their name; they give them some nicknames. Baba Kiniko, Baba.
I was going to ask you a question, which is a tricky one. Let's say you go to Nigeria now,
yes,
and you get down from the flight and you're at the airport, and one rugged guy just comes towards you and says, Twale Baba, and lies down to you. Will you say it's a cultural thing or he's trying to beg for money?
That one is begging for money now. Somebody that I don't know that just Twale Baba.
But why won't you say it's a cultural thing? Why won't you say he's a Yoruba man and this is how we greet and everything? That maybe he just
when we greet in Yoruba land, we don't say Twale Baba and begin to go down.
Okay, he doesn't say Twale Baba. He just says good. He doesn't know you from anywhere and just greets you and says you're an elderly man. Do you doubt?
No.
Do you think you have it at the back of your mind that this one is just wants to collect money?
No. See, let's see a little bit. If somebody sees you and they greet you, we know what a normal greeting is. We know when somebody that I don't know will just greet you and walk away. I ran into this man, former Lagos State governor, the one that is now. What's his name? Baba Kekele. Somebody help me.
Jakonde.
I ran to him one day, almost at the fire Barawa. The aura. I mean, I took a step back and I prostrated. Openly, it was at the airport. Openly, he had his Irukere in his hand. He was not wearing a bada. He was just only wearing this kuba that look, this big kuba. The aura alone, and the rest said, Baba, and I prostrated. I don't know him from Adam, as him personally, but I know that this is Baba Kekele that we all referred. So that is the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's not because I want to beg him for money or I want to beg him for favor tomorrow. No, that is who we are. I'm saying we should not blow the line. Yeah, these are really getting about. I mean, culturally, that is who we are. I'm not saying there are no single fans or people that are single fans, but we should not let it now remove that aspect. If I'm working with somebody that is older than me in my own establishment, chances that I will not just call him Adewale. If I know that he's much older than me, even though I'm paying his salary, I won't just call him, hey, Adewale, come here. No, I would rather look for one big nickname or call him Mr. or Baba, something. Baba Adewale. That is how we are. Except we want to just have a few bit so that's what I mean. I don't mean somebody will just run into you and say Baba Twale and prostrate and no.
It's a culture now. It's a culture.
No, it's not. That's not it. That's not it.
All right. Well, man, any more topics to discuss?
Yes. The one on the screen, sugar, indomie, macaroni, spaghetti, others are other items. The food prices are starting to drop. Essentially, the economy on the recovery.
Well, I heard this news like maybe 2 days ago, and in one of these forums, and I was seeing that a lot of people were saying that they were not dropping, and it was just not true, and things like that. But I really don't. So, are we meant to use this as indices that things are working in Nigeria, or what now?
Well, clearly the measures, because the price of cement has certainly dropped quite significantly. you say that it's still not at the price, but it's getting to its realistic price. And the price of food items. So it's a measure of the measures that the government has been taking to address all of these things. So clearly what they are doing is having an impact.
So the economic indices we're meant to use, are we meant to be looking at, because I think we're getting things, and Nigeria is just a unique place. Are we not meant to look at the purchase? Are we not meant to draw this conclusion based on the purchasing power of the average Nigerian, not on the price dropping? Does the price
is that not the measure? That's the purchasing
power. That's not
now.
that's not the measure now. Like if the price increases or drops, as long as the purchasing power, like the purchasing power of the average Nigerian fluctuates with whether it's high, the purchasing power can still afford some certain things. Whether it's low, it's obviously makes them even much cheaper. I think that should be the gauge, not that the purchasing power is stagnant and you are depending on, I don't know, forces of demand and supply to dictate whether you can afford or you can't afford. Because as far as I'm concerned, no, this Nigeria, I don't know. I'm not an economics, but I just feel like this is not the right way of measuring whether an economy or Nigerians are doing well.
Charles.
Yeah.
I don't know what they mean by the price of these things has dropped. Yes, the price of these things has dropped, but not where
it's not affordable. It's not too affordable. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It has dropped, but it's not affordable.
Why this is making the news? Just like in December, before these things, by January, at the end of January or at the beginning of January, a carton of Indomies, that big one, is still about 7,500. Then it jumped up to 18,000. Now dropped to 14,500. What are they? What
exactly
are they trying to tell us?
It's a significant drop, or
it's not a significant drop.
Okay, let me. I don't know what Ekene is saying, because Ekene is just looking to diminish the government.
No, I'm not diminishing the government. If you want to talk about dropping, then you bring it to where it is, at least by January.
What do you mean? Where is that? Is that what happens where you are, Charles? That a price drops to where it previously was?
I'm not saying that.
The prices fluctuate, especially gas prices.
But it never, even price of food items, at least.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't mean.
Here in the UK, if it spikes up, if it ever comes down, it will never go back to where it previously was.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It doesn't mean you can't still afford it. It will eat into your pocket, but it doesn't cost you so much that you are thinking of, I'm no more buying Indomie.
No, but Ekena is saying it should go back to where it was. So that's not the phenomenon.
And that's why I was saying that the purchasing power is what we should use.
What I'm still saying is that a carton of Indomie at the price of 14,500. It's not cheap now. It's still on a high side.
A pack of hold on, Ekene. Let me give you this. It says one of the most prominent changes observed in the price of noodles. Let me do that again. One of the most prominent changes observed is in the prices of noodles, with Indomie instant noodles taking the lead. Popular amongst Nigerians, these noodles have seen a significant reduction in prices. For instance, a 40-pack carton of Indomie regular chicken at 70 grams, previously priced at 10,650, now 8,900. So that's a significant drop.
That's you are talking about the medium one. Even this medium one you are saying is 8,000, 10,000 something.
And the price.
Where he started from.
Widespread drop in essential foods. Everything is dropping.
Where he started from before that one get to 10,000 something. Then now removing about only 1,500. I beg.
Hold on. Are you objecting to food getting cheaper?
It's not cheaper. It's still expensive for the average man.
It's still not cheap. It's still not cheap. That's what I'm saying.
But it's cheaper than it previously was.
Reduced only 1,500.
But it's
there
not
are goods that
cheaper.
are
Doesn't mean it's affordable.
there are goods that are almost all the goods we sell in the market. The price went up just like what. Okay, let me use one particular item like it's what we call like TV guard. We are selling about 2,200. Then at the end of the day, it jumped up to 3,500. Then now we are selling it for 3,200. Do you say that the price has dropped? But that is the actual price, 3,200, but that not where it was met. It's still about 1,000 different from where it started climbing up by January. By last January, it's still about 1,000.
But it's never going to go back to where it was. When have you ever observed that?
What they do is always just like you just took something up to where you want to take it, then remove it like a one cube and you come to the news and tell me that it has dropped, so that I will be clapping for you. What kind of analysis is that?
No, not that it has dropped. It is dropping, not dropped, dropping. So it's an ongoing.
Let it continue to drop at the rate of the common man, because you cannot tell me that this is not cheap for average salary earner or minimum wage and all those stuff.
If I might chip in, but you know that even in this place, when such inflation happens, what happens normally in the next year is that they normally review like the minimum wage in terms of salary and things. They factor in those things. But in this case, the price of goods is dropping, but the what do you call it? Like I said, the purchasing power and the standard of living of Nigerians isn't increasing; it's just stagnant. So how do we gauge economic growth or prosperity of the average Nigerian? Nigerians are not getting richer; they're actually getting poorer.
Well, how do you mean?
Okay, for example, the Indomie. If the Indomie was 8,000 and minimum wage was 30,000, and at that minimum wage, it was affordable for them. It was okay for them. Then the thing rises to 14,000 or 16,000, and it drops now to 14,000.
That one that one man is telling you that that one that one man is telling you that it's 10,500 or so. That one they used to sell it about 4,800 by January this year. Before it climbed to that 10,000 something, now dropping to 8,000 something.
And mind you, one man, you're only looking at Indomie. So you know, when it comes to the family, there are a lot of indices. There's rent, there's school fees, there's food and stuff. All those other ones have risen, but they might be constant. So how does the price of Indomie make any difference in their own in the scheme of things?
The price of rice is even still going up, Seth.
As far as I'm concerned, nothing is. There's no progress here. We're just looking at one chart from the. We're looking at the. How would I put it now? A part of the whole.
The bread they sold 1,500 last week. They're selling it 1,600 this week.
So one man, I don't believe things are getting better in Nigeria. We're just looking at the food.
And come out and begin to.
You understand? We can't use that one to. We can't use that to judge.
A pack of bottled water they sell 1,400 naira last week. They are selling it 1,600 now. They are even telling you that the cost of material is still high. That they may still add money.
Well, man, let's not lie to ourselves. This is not progress. This is just trying to deceive Nigerians into what? Because Indomie has reduced, every other thing is also reducing, or life is getting better. That's not true, no. That's not true. Is it only Indomie that Nigerians eat?
If they want to make things work, what they have to do is just to make the minimum wage increase their minimum wage, their salaries.
But unfortunately,
we don't to be telling me that the price of these things are coming down also.
Exactly, what but they would not increase
the minimum wage to be somehow reasonable to the. It's just like you collect some. If a bag of rice at 75,000 naira, minimum wage 31,000 naira or 30,000 naira, you have to get 3 months minimum wage before you can afford a bag of rice. So does that make sense to us? So increase their minimum wage maybe to about 200 or 250,000. Then at least
When they pay you every month, you should be able to get a bag of rice, some Indomie, palm oil. That's 5 liter. They are selling it now to about 12,000 naira. Something that used to be 4,000 something, 6,000 something before. You should be able to get those food stuff and fill up your house.
And then hold on 1 second. What is the business of the minimum wage earner in buying a bag of rice for 75,000? What is business with that? Is it only
It has a lot to do.
It is zero. It is nonsensical. Is it today we just begin to buy rice in cups?
Bishop, let me tell you, when minimum wage was 19,000, a bag of rice is 7,000 naira.
So you hear me?
One minimum, you can those days. Let me finish. Those days you can buy 2 bags of. Let me finish. Now you can buy 2 bags of rice. You can buy 2 bags of rice with your 19,000 naira. With your 19,000 naira minimum wage, you can buy 2 bags of rice.
What I'm saying is this.
That's what I mean.
Hold on, let me answer.
You are telling me what does it have to do? I want to tell you there was still a time that minimum wage was 19,000, and that time a bag of rice is 7,000 naira. So with 19,000 you can buy 2 bags of rice and even still have change.
Hold on, a bag of rice was not.
I don't know what you want me to.
A bag of rice was not 7,000 when minimum wage was 18,000 naira. Let's keep that. So let's argue about it. What I'm saying is this: from time immemorial, they've been selling rice in cups. If people that are minimum wage earners were actually buying bags, who were the people buying in cups? From time immemorial, that when we were growing up, people used to go and buy rice in cups. 2 cups.
That's right, Derica, yes, Derica.
Because it's the one that use Derica. People use cups. So when we now want to talk of minimum wage and we are saying they cannot buy back, well, were they buying bags of rice before?
I just told because I know workers then that wait for their minimum wage to restock their stores with
but the question I'll ask you is that
hold on. The point that Bishop is making is actually their point. There
is no point in what he's saying. Even if they're buying it,
what are you doing now? We're not doing a shouting. You have to slow it down, Ekene, sometimes, you know. It's not a muscle game. Hold on. What Bishop is actually saying is there was never a time that people were buying rice by the bag, especially people at the low. They've always gone to buy a measure of rice, a measure of beans, a measure of gari, just for that meal for that day.
Okay, can I say something? There was people still buy cups of rice and all those stuff, just as you were. Bishop wants to put it, but I'm telling you that a time that 19,000, their minimum wage is about 19,000. A bag of rice is selling for 7,000 or 7,500. With that your 19,000, you can go to the market, buy a bag of rice, buy Indomie for about 1,800 for a carton, buy oil, that 5 liter oil for about 2,000 something. Then there's some small rich dishes and restock your shop with that 19,000. You understand? So I don't know what we're defending here. But today minimum wage is 31,000 naira. A bag of rice is 70-something thousand naira. Oil, those major stuff. Oil is about 12,000 something. Indomie 14,000, that biggest one. What I'm saying is that the purchasing power of the people is low. Whether you buy a cup of rice or you buy a quarter cup of rice, it's just like I give you an instance again. A pure water seller is selling buy a bag of pure water today for about 400 or 500 per bag, then sell it for 50 naira, and people complain that 50 naira is costly. But at the end of the day, he makes a profit of 500 naira from that one bag of pure water that he has finished selling, even more than what he used to make before as a profit. But what happens now is that with that 500 naira, you cannot even buy a cup of rice, even though you are seeing that maybe he's making about 250 naira before or 200 naira, but then a cup of rice is about 150. or 200. So if he sells 2 bags of pure water in a day, he will be able to buy a cup of rice, tomatoes and tomatoes 100 naira, and be able to put up some little normal food for his family. But today, even if you sell 3 bags of pure water and makes like a profit of 1,500, you cannot get those things. That is the point.
One man, I'm looking at between August 2023 to date, the bag of rice by August 2023 was like 50 kg, was between 42 and 45,000. Now it's 88,000. Isn't that like 100% increase? Like, so we're talking about the Derica we're talking about self has increased, is definitely times 2.
Yeah, but you know that the country is going through difficult economic times, and people have to make sacrifice. You know, there has to be a lifestyle adjustment now. Everybody has to make sacrifices, and these are some of the sacrifices that they have to make.
But food is not something. It's not a sacrifice. You can't sacrifice on food now. You can't sacrifice.
What do you mean?
So what should they do? They should eat. They should eat their food.
No. They should just a bit more, a bit cleverer.
So instead of 1 derica of rice for the family, they should use half now, since he's.
He's even talking about. Charles is even talking about how many people eat rice today in Nigeria. How many people? I can assure Bishop that he's saying that even those people that were buying a cup of rice those days, most of them don't eat rice again in the family.
Well, there you are. So there you are. Nothing compels you to eat rice now. There are other forms of nutrition.
Then you always come. You are happy that Nigeria don't get to eat what they used to eat before because you're supporting the government.
Yeah, because the country is going through lean economic times. Yeah.
That's what one man is telling you guys.
We should start eating a cockroach and grasshopper.
They eat it in the now.
Cockroach and grasshopper like the Chinese. We start eating frog like the Chinese. I'll be one man. See what you've done to us. Okay.
That's what one man is telling you, that sacrifice. Go into poverty. That is the way you can sacrifice.
One man. If you're UK Prime Minister, one man, if you're UK Prime Minister, I should tell you that you should start, you Londonians or whatever you call yourself, should start going inside bush to start eating frog and grasshopper. That things are tough. Will you be here telling us that we should look for alternatives?
A lot of things change that these people don't want to understand with what they are saying. It's just like those days that this minimum wage is 19,000. A tuber of yam, big one, you can get it for 350, 400 naira.
Yeah,
you can check it.
I know.
So you can go to the market and pack plenty of yam with your 19,000 naira.
One man, let me not lie to you.
Today, a tuber of yam is 3,500, big one, 3,000.
One man, let me not lie to you.
So even if you make a profit of 4,000 naira a day, it's very difficult to buy a tuber of yam of 3.
I know. I was in Nigeria in 2022.
People come here.
Okay.
Come and say you cannot eat rice.
Okay. Some of the creative ways that people, you don't necessarily have to buy that yam by the tuber. You can buy half a tuber and they cut it in half for you and sell it for
What if it was one tuber? What if it was one tuber? One man.
What are you saying?
One man, what if it was one tuber?
Then you go home. If you don't want to finish it, you divide it into 2 or 3. That's how you buy yam.
You can buy half a tuber now. Can you not buy half a tuber?
Okay, you go to Apoki and tell him to cut a yam for you. Then the other one will spoil.
Then somebody else buys the other half. That's the new economic reality. Or eat potatoes. Eat potatoes.
That is not. We should be telling ourselves the truth. That is not how yam is being sold. Once you go to the market, you must buy a tuber. You must buy a tuber. So if you go home, if you don't want to finish the tuber, you divide it into 3 or into 2. That's how it is. It's not for you to go and buy, not for you to go. Then Aboki will use his knife and cut his yam for you, give you half, then be waiting for another person. One man. When I done the wicked Nigeria.
No, that one don't they happen now. That one never they happen.
But the reality, the truth of the matter is it is not today that we have been having cut yams in our market. Not even 10 years ago. Except if you say you have not seen it, good. Maybe you are living in a posh area. It's not something I support. I never bought it. But to say that we never see yam that they have caught and people are selling before, we have been clever. I mean, we are not being truthful to ourselves.
No,
yes,
we are being truthful now.
I don't like it. I never bought it. But to say that they have never known that it's only today that I don't like it. I don't know why.
You know what, Bishop?
I have seen
They
caught
used to
yam
do that
in
in
the market before.
my 12, sorry, my 12 market.
Many years ago, I've seen it. So to make it look like it's a new thing that is just happening now. Now, by the way, the economic reality. See, there's a particular bread I like. I won't talk about my value as I buy it here. Actually, two of them. I buy one in Woman and one in North. That one is they call it potato, rice, bread, whatever. It used to be $1.89. Now it's $3.74. Anybody that buys that potato bread in Aldi or Kroger. So and they've not done salary review here too. At least they've not done in recent time. The reality, the global reality today is nothing that in Yoruba Palace they say people have been forced to adjust drastically. People have been forced to adjust. Some of people are adjusting their taste. Some people are adjusting their standard of living. Nobody except the very, very rich can say their standard of living has not changed in the course of the past 4-5 years from COVID. That is the current reality. Is it something that everybody is happy about? No, but that is the reality. Do we want it to change? Yes. Can it change suddenly to where it was before? I don't think so. It will change gradually. It will begin to improve. It will begin to improve gradually. Maybe it will get close to where we are. But trying to put everything on the measure of, this we used to eat 4 times before, now we cannot eat 4 times a day. And so, therefore, the heavens are falling down. I don't think we are being very realistic. These are not what they used to be everywhere. Even in the richer and more prosperous nations of the world, they are feeling the crunch. They are feeling the bite.
Okay. Nigeria has the right to eat 3 times a day. The reason being that our governors and our senators are eating more than 6 times a day. They are even eating the future of our next generation. You understand? So as far as our governors, our senators are eating more than what they
want the average Nigerian to be living to the level of an elite?
I don't know, but at least that 3 times a day
eating 3 times a day is not a prestigious thing now.
That Nigeria have to aim.
But when has Nigerians ever been able to eat 3 times a week?
Nigeria has been able to do so. It started during the time of Buhari that plunged about 1.3 million people into abject poverty. That's when it started. But Nigeria has been always, the statistics are there. Nigeria has always been eating. Most Nigerians, you can say few. You
At least even if they're not eating a full meal, they will take gala and bread.
It's just like a hawker. I just give you an example. A hawker, somebody that hawks pure water or bread or mineral, can easily make 1,000 naira or 500 naira a day, then go to Mama Put, eat rice of 150. You understand? And still have change of 350 or 850 in his pocket. But somebody that is hawking pure water today, before you eat Mama Put, you should hold about 1,000 naira. For, let's say, okay, the one that maybe without meat.
But pure water. Hold on. You can still do exactly. Hold on, Ekede. You can still do exactly that because pure water has also gone from 5-10 naira to 50 naira.
So but as the purchasing power increase,
that is what I
how many people can afford pure water now?
Let me still tell one man that pure water has gone to 50 naira. Yes, pure water has gone to 50 naira. How many bags are you going to sell? That I say if you sell 2 bags, you make a profit of 1,000 naira. What you used to make when pure water was about 10 naira or 5 naira. You understand? But without 1,000 naira, you cannot get a cup of rice, which is about 1, 2, or 1 tray in the market.
But when you but what that time you are selling for 10 naira, you can make a profit of 200 or 250 and go to the market and buy a cup of rice for 200.
No, I
or 150.
disagree. I disagree.
Okay, you can disagree, but that is the reality.
No, I disagree. If inflation have gone up and you've put up your price to match inflation, then you can still afford post-inflation because your prices are at the inflated prices. So nothing
If there is
changes.
a way,
They
there,
put up their
even
prices.
this pure water self, many people don't agree to buy it for 15 naira. They're selling about 250 naira. So it's not as if they are making that big amount of money. Somebody was complaining. I gave him the analysis. The guy said, yes, what you are saying is the truth. Even if they have to sell like 4 bags or 5 bags a day, how many people will sell it to be able to meet up with their daily needs? Or to be able to afford a 1 square meal a day? You have to sell about 4 bags or 5 bags of pure water a day before you can afford a square meal of a square meal.
No, you don't, Ekene, because if pure water was 510 naira before and you are selling it for 50 naira now, inflation in Nigeria is not 500%, but you've increased your production, so you are actually profiteering. Those pure water they are actually exploiting what's going on in the land.
They are not exploiting anything.
They are making 400% more.
They are not exploiting anything. Even upon you say they are making profit, this and that, they are not exploiting anything because the profit they are making is still not able to get them a square meal a day. That is my point.
No, it's
better than what it used to be before. It is not.
No, hold on. It should, because the price of a meal has not gone up by 100%, but the price of but the price of their product has gone up by 400%.
This thing you are even saying now, let's use bread as an example. Do you know how many of them can afford bread? How many people eat bread today in Nigeria?
Everybody can afford bread. Don't worry about that.
These pure water sellers, how many of them eat good bread in Nigeria? Like what they used to eat before. Big bread was about 350. Then this big one, this jumbo size now that is selling for 1,800 is about 600 naira before APC took over government. It's 600 naira.
Before 2015?
Yes, before they took over government, that jumbo size that is selling for
you are comparing 2023. What are you doing like that?
For you to know, it is for you to know that it's a very difficult task for a pure water seller to afford a good bread for his family. Whether you want, even if he's using 15 naira to sell one, even if he's using 15 naira again to sell one sachet of pure water.
Do you know how much a packet of, do you know how much a carton of orange juice is in this country? It's about £1 70. Do you know how much it was 3 years ago? 70p.
Then
you want the prices. You want the prices of to be consistent with 2015. What are you even talking about?
I'm talking a lot of.
One man. Can I say something,
about what
please?
is happening in our system. But if you don't want to, as somebody that is on ground, yeah.
Ekene, can I say something, please? Yeah. One man. My family, we used to buy grocery of $300 fortnightly. Ask me now how much my wife is spending for the family. Times 2, $600. It's times 2. There's no doubt. So
Over
there's inflation
what time period? Over what time period? When were you buying it?
3 months, 6 months ago. It's doubled now.
Oh,
yeah, but Thomas, Kenya wants Nigerian prices to still be at 2015 before APC came in.
No, I didn't say that, one man. I did not say that. One man, listen to me. I didn't say that. I said that they should increase their salary or their minimum wage to be able to meet up with the demand. That is my point.
I agree with that. Hold on. Let me say this, please. Ajale Koko.
Yes.
We got right pay rise. I agree with that.
Yes.
People should get pay rise. As the inflation is going up, yes, I agree with that. I don't doubt that. But the price of food, the whole world, they are not the same. Ajale Koko, you can testify to that.
what Ekene is saying is that Nigerian workers' salary should be increased so that they can meet the challenges of time, the economic challenges of time. The prices of everything has gone up, yet the salary is still 30,000 or 30,000 per month minimum wage.
I agree with that, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, that is what Ekene has been
100%. I
saying
agree with
now,
that.
and one man is arguing with me, or other people are arguing with him. He's saying
I don't know
let
what
them
is
increase
difficult to
the
understand
money
there.
so that they can meet the challenges, the economic reality of time, so that they can be able to buy food to eat. The money there, the minimum wage is not even enough to buy anything.
Even the house rent, their house rent has increased. The house rent has increased. Almost all the houses in Nigeria has increased to about 100 or 200%, and all those stuff. So I don't know what we are defending. If we say Nigeria should be living in abject poverty because we are supporting a so be it.
Let's move to something. Let's move to something. Let's move to something. What percentage of Nigerians are in that civil service? What percentage? We discussed here a couple of weeks ago that almost 15 states.
It is not that percentage that matters, but what do they constitute when it comes to the economy of Nigeria?
Listen to me now. We said here a few weeks ago. We said here a few weeks ago that 50 states, 40 or 50 states have not even implemented the 30,000 minimum wage. About 50 states. They have not implemented it. That is the reality. As bad, as disappointing, as ridiculous as it sounds. As bad, as ridiculous, as sad as it sounds. More than 15 states have not implemented the minimum wage. So look, the reality of today is very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing and sad, but that is the reality. That people are making adjustments, uncomfortable and painful ones. That is the reality. Somebody is saying that the argument stems from Indomie has come from one price to one price, and Ekene is saying it's not enough. We are not saying. We are saying it can't go back to where it was suddenly. And one man emphasized that it is going down, not that it has gone down. It is gradual. If there is a 1,000 drop in the price of Indomie in 1 week or 2 weeks, then we are going somewhere. Hopefully, maybe in another week or thereabouts, it will go further more. That is the argument. Somebody is saying that people should suffer, but sometimes we need to face the reality. That's my thinking.
But Bishop, what Ekene is saying, I think is clear, and it should be. Everybody should understand what Ekene is saying. He's saying that yes, you are saying this thing is going down. The percentage at which it has gone down is still higher than what it used to be. And compare it to the salary that is yet to be increased. The percentage that it has gone down, it has not changed anything. It has not. It's not making no impact because they are still paying at higher price. They are still paying, higher than what they used to pay. The salary still remains the same, but the price is going up. It's just gone down a little bit. And how do you reconcile with the salary that has not gone up? It is when they increase their salary that they can appreciate it that, oh, we are buying it at so higher price before. It has gone down a little bit. Oh, yes, good. It's still better. But now it's still not better for the common man, for the salary earner. And let me tell you, Bishop, you always say this here that what is the percentage? You always ask this question. What is the percentage of civil servants in this country? Civil servants constitute
the greater percentage of the economy of that country. What I mean by economy of that country is that a lot of states in Nigeria are civil servant states, particularly 2/3 of all the states in Nigeria are civil servant states. If civil servants are not paid in those states, the economy of those states will collapse. The economy of those states will collapse. It's just like you are talking of Ekiti, Abi Osun State, and Benue State, and many states, Yobe State. Let civil servants not pay. That is the end of the economy of those states. So we have to try to really look at this thing critically, that the civil servant purchasing power, when it's crushed, the economy will be crushed, because nobody will be buying anything. And when people buy, when civil servants buy, that is what keeps the economy of that state going. When civil servants are paid and they can buy, that is what drives the economy of that state. So we have to understand it. But these criminals we have in the position of authority that are yet, like you mentioned, 15 states or 20 states that you mentioned that have not even implemented 30,000 minimum wage. Those are wicked people. Those are people that should be driven out of power because they have the money to pay. They just don't want to pay it. And they signed the agreement to pay it, but they refuse to pay that money. And they're living big. They're living, those governors and their commissioner and everything, they are living lavish life in their state, but only not to pay the workers appropriately, in accordance to the law. That it is bad. So Ekane is making his case very clear. I don't know why we don't want to understand. Look, I was watching one video today. One guy could not pay his fee, his school fees for 80,000 in Lagos, University of Lagos. He has to go out and look for a job. While he was looking for, he got one job. 5 days, they couldn't find him, but he was struggling to see how he can pay that money. The parent doesn't have money to pay. And, they thought he had been kidnapped or something, and they raised alarm. But, later they found that, oh, no, he's not missing. He's somewhere working just to struggle so that he can pay his school fees. And
tell me when he will have time to read his book.
He could see. The semester he has to. He cannot. He couldn't meet the time, the specific time for registration. So he has lost a session now. He has to repeat those classes. He have. In the next session, he have to carry those courses, over to the next session. So they have to go on, a donation for him in the public. Look, people are suffering in Nigeria. A lot of people are suffering. I know how many people are paid their school, their college fee. I don't want them to suffer the way what I went through in life. No. Look, we have to face the reality. It is
Babaja, a lot of our ruling class today got free education. A lot of them. I can begin to mention a lot of them, especially in the southwest, both in the southeast. A lot of them got free education. But today, when you speak about it, it seems you are degrading the government, which is not so. What they gain in those days, why can't they give it back to the society? Why can't they? Why is it difficult for them? At least my governor never paid a penny. He didn't pay a penny to train himself. Governor Soludo. Other many elites, especially in the southwest during the time of Awolowo. But when we come today and say education should be affordable, this and that, you start to give us analysis why it shouldn't be affordable. Because somebody did it for you in those days. Today, you don't want to do it for your citizen and your country. I don't want to. These workers you are seeing that the one that drive the economy. If you pay them well, they go to the market, buy things the way they have to buy it. Then the economy will be moving very fine. Nobody will complain. Nobody will complain.
All right. Just as an aside, did anybody see that that clip of a final year student that was shot dead in this fraternity clash? Did anybody see that clip? There was a final year student, I think in Abia State University or something, that was shot dead in the gutters, and people videoed it and it's circulating around social media. Did no one see that?
I saw it, but I didn't go to the. I didn't just later. But I saw it.
All right. Let me play you this clip. This is a clip sent in by Pansat. I'm not quite sure what it's about, but let me play it because it's quite insistent that we should play it. So it's 24 minutes long. We might not play all of it, but let's play a little bit, and then Pansat tells us what's going on there. That's if it plays.
We don't see anything.
What's going on? They can't play now.
If you can't play it, I could play from my own computer here.
One man, it's not playing. Are you there?
No, sorry. Sorry, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
It wasn't on the. It wasn't on the screen.
Like
Let me start it again.
It tracks with the same thing.
Yeah. Hold on.
Please turn it up.
Yeah.
Just let him sort of speak to us, and we'll see how similar it is, and we can ask him questions as well, because I believe that we could actually learn, a lot from them. Thanks, Achik, for coming.
Thank you, I appreciate you, Duncan. And it's like deja vu for me. It tracks with the same thing. I think, as you guys know, in our civil war, because of the oppression from the northerners, the Islamic North, to try to convert us southerners into Islam. So we fought from 1983 till 2005. The civil war ended, and then we ended up splitting into two countries, a Muslim North and a Southern Christian state. And what happened through the war is, they used to kidnap our babies too and our children, and they would take them to madrasas, Islamic schools. And then in those schools, all they would read is the Quran 24/7, and they would radicalize them. I don't know if that's happening in Nigeria, but that was state-sponsored. It was sponsored by the North Sudanese government. So you had militias. The militia was called the Janjaweed. And the Janjaweed operated mainly in the Darfur region, and that was supported by the government of North Sudan. So it kind of reminds me like Boko Haram. I'm fully convinced they're supported by the federal government of Nigeria too, like the Janjaweed was supported by the government of Sudan. And they actually perpetrated the Darfur genocide. If you guys don't know about it, you should Google it. From 2003 to 2006, roughly 500 to 600,000 Darfurians were killed, and they're North Sudanese people. And mainly they were the Black African one, not the Muslim Darfurians. And around 50,000 women were raped and mutilated. It's one of the worst crimes in the continent. And when we were liberating our country, we found that fighting the northern government, we're getting oppressed simply because we're not Muslims and we're Black Africans. Most of us are Christians or animists or traditional religion, like we don't believe in the most, or atheists. And that oppression didn't stop until we started fighting. So from 56 till 83, we kept asking the northern government, please do something about this oppression. And then finally we had enough and decided to have a civil war and break the country in two. And that's what I'm worried that's going to end up happening in Nigeria, because I'm getting sick of it watching it, because I can't imagine what you guys are feeling. And we went through that, and it was a very vicious, bloody war. We lost 3 million people to gain independence. We have 6 million people overseas in the diaspora. Don't forget, there's only 13 million South Sudanese here, and there's about 44 million North Sudanese on the top. And what is happening now in the Sudan? They're having their own civil war between the different Islamic militias. And we have 1 million refugees from the north in our border right now that we have to feed and look after. We're getting aid from the United Nations and the United States to deal with it. But when I look at this situation that's happening in Nigeria, I have a really terrible, terrible feeling. This is going to lead to a civil war, which I don't want it to happen, because there's only so long Southern Christians can handle this oppression in Nigeria before they get fed up and decide to do something about it. And I don't believe your government, ever since Goodluck Jonathan, this Islamic government that you have in Nigeria, I generally believe they're going to try to Islamicize Nigeria using true government forces and using corporate power and the wealth from the oil-rich South. And I think their plan is to systematically use this to make sure there's a permanent Islam majority so they can never lose government. Because the second they get a permanent Islam majority, it's all over for the Christians in the South. You can't vote them out. You can't fight them out. They have the army. They have the military. They have all of the taxes that are going to fund their areas. And they have the poorest areas. So what doesn't make sense is these terrorist organizations that are going around in your country, there is no way they'd be going around without the full cooperation and support by the federal Nigerian government. And this is what I think. There is no way they'd be let. How can Boko Haram get all these weapons, get all these militias, kidnap kids, and you can't rescue these children? The only reason they're not rescued is because the government doesn't want to rescue them. They simply don't care. And I think we...
Is this your daughter we're listening to, Pansat?
Well, man, I was just about to give you credit for playing it. Just play it on. It's almost getting to a...
It is echoing your sentiments. It sounds like your daughter.
No, that's a man.
We went through the same thing when they were kidnapping and killing our children and our people until we fought and we got fed up by this. And that's why we're two different independent states. So I have this sick feeling in my stomach what's happening in Nigeria, like I've been through it before. And that's why I pray for you guys. So hopefully you guys deal it well soon. Hopefully it doesn't have to come to a civil war, because that's really nasty and vicious stuff. But the Christians in the South are going to get sick of it. My warning is, if they get a permanent Islamic majority government, there's nothing you can do about it. Honestly, that's the saddest part. When you get to the stage, you can't vote these guys out. You're doomed. I'm sorry to say. That happened to me and my people. And we had no choice because we couldn't vote them out. We were too small. They had the military, they had the economy, everything. So I'm thinking about you guys. Hopefully they're sorted soon. But I generally believe the Nigerian government is the one doing this. And they're doing it. They've given these militias the green light to do this. And that's why none of them is being held accountable, because they simply don't want to. And I think that's a sad truth. Thank you.
Sheikh, I have a question for you.
Should I continue with the questions?
When you guys, prior to your...
Should I continue with the questions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Or civil war, were they dividing, like finding ways to divide the South? You know, those of you in the South, like
they
tribes and
they divided us between Nuer and the Dinka. So the Dinka are the majority, which are my people. The Nuer are like, so us Dinka were about 30%, the Nuer about 15%, and then we have another 62 tribes, and they divided us into Dor, Nuer, Dinka, and we were fighting each other before we ever fought them. We only became united in 1983. So from 1956 till 1983, us black tribes in the southern part of Sudan, we were fighting each other. And because of the divisions that came from the federal government, so they divided us up in certain areas. So the west is the Barkazal area, the east is the Nuer area, and the north is the Nuer area, and the south is the more like Islamic area in Juba. So if you go to our capital, Juba, a lot of people speak Juba Arabic. And the reason is because the government up north wanted to make Arabic as an official language of the southern Christians. Because if they make Arabic as an official language, we become Arabized. So then we start, pretty much, it takes away our traditional language and our culture. They essentially try to Arabize all of the people in the southern of Sudan, like they have in the north. Like when you go to North Sudan, they're like Algerians and Moroccans and stuff. They're Muslim, they speak Arabic and stuff. That's what they wanted to do till the whole Sudan. They essentially divided us, they conquered us, and then eventually we had a leader that came in, Dr. John Garang. He essentially told the blacks in the south, listen, we have to come together or they're going to kill us all. And that only came in 1983. When we declared our movement, the Sudanese People Liberation Army, it was like a guerrilla movement. And then we fought, and then we eventually won. But they, even till today, we're divided. So the Nuer and the Dinka in 2013, they caused a civil war in my country, but we ended that pretty quickly. But even till today, those tribal lines that have divided us against are so hard to break apart. Like tribal tensions in my country
Woman,
are
I
so
think
bad right now
that's
because
enough.
of what they did
Nothing
of
concerning about
generations
Sudan.
of brainwashing
That's
and
enough, woman.
just things like even with marrying between different tribes, it's incredibly difficult because of the way they made it.
Thomas, let's listen to it a little bit more because I think where the conversation wants to lead to is that maybe this mirrors what is going on in Nigeria, but let it come to a landing point. Yeah.
The civil war in my country, but we ended that pretty quickly. But even till today, those tribal lines that have divided us against are so hard to break apart. Like tribal tensions in my country are so bad right now because of what they did of generations of brainwashing and just things like even with marrying between different tribes it's incredibly difficult because of the way they made us see each other since the founding of our country. And we're just trying to get through those tribal lines even till today. So it leaves deep wounds. I don't know if they've divided you guys in Nigeria and your tribe, but they really did a number on us.
That's why I asked you that question, because like everything you're saying, it's like I'm watching a movie while you're saying it, because this is our reality right now.
Now you know why I brought him.
Wow. We went through the exact same thing. Wow. It's not so
like
different.
It's horrible, Ashchik. It's never been this horrible, but right now it's horrible, and especially among the two tribes. That's kind of like everybody has always known. Like these people are literally in love with each other. The intermarriage is crazy, but to find even men who have like their wives from this other tribe will spew the worst. Oh my God, the worst, the most horrible rhetorics. Divisive rhetorics that you would wonder, how is he living with his wife and he has the heart, the stomach to say, even those of them who have children. Oh God, Achik, I don't know what to say.
It's the same thing. Like my uncle, he's Dinka, his wife is Dor, and he has children that are Dor, and he speaks shit about Dor 24/7, and I don't understand how his children with her. Because he thinks he's superior because he's Dinka. And that's the way he was raised to think. And he has children with her. He's married to her. And he talks shit like that to the children all the time. And I just say, this is the level of brainwashing. For example, I myself as a Dinka, I could never date a Nuer girl. Like, if I wanted to, it'd be so difficult because my parents would be like, no, absolutely not happening. They're not our people. This is the type of brainwashing would happen. Or if I wanted to date a Dor girl or something else, it would just be like a nuclear bomb went off in my household. This is the amount of anti-tribalism that is in my parents' generation. Like, I like to think I'm not tribal and I do my best not to be. But the amount of brainwashing that I have to survive as an individual coming from the people that are close to me, like the elders in the community and stuff, it's simply horrific. And this tribal thing is the thing that's really, they've done a number of that. And this came from the northern Islamists that did this to us. So right now we even have to heal between each other's tribes. Like, I'm not tribalist. I can just South Sudanese, you're my people. I don't care. I was never raised like that. But this local tribalism is very, very hard. And I think it's the hardest thing to get rid of because we can never unite. We united against the Islamist North because they were killing us. But between each other now in the country, it's so divided. It's a segregated country. It's like certain regions you only have Dinka, certain regions you have Nuer, certain regions you have Dor. It's like an ethnic federation. It's not the same like Nigeria. It's like an ethnic federation. Like certain regions are one tribe and another tribe.
All right, Pansat. I think we get the general thrust of where that is going. Do you want to pick it up from there, Pansat?
Let me say to you that I am particularly proud of you today. You're tired and you played this clip. I wanted it dealt with thoroughly. I am going to present it in other platforms, but I gave you the first whack at it. But yeah, I'd like to, hear what others have to say about this because it's right there. We see it. like the language the guy used, us black Africans. You know, that's pathetic. That hurts the soul. Us black Africans, because that's the term. In everywhere you go, Rwanda, there seems to be some kind of gradient in color. And then the very darkest people, the flat-nosed African, the thick-lipped and nappy-head African like us, will get the brunt of it, of all this violence and everything that's going down with it. And the UN and the United States and Britain actually help make that happen. You know, because the same phenomenon happened in Rwanda with the Tutsis and the Hutus being like us, and this Tutsis being like the usual suspects. They go back to the wanderers and they come in and they take over. And now you have to remember the Tutsis were the minority and the Hutus are the majority, just like you have us in the South, Yorubas, Igbos, Ejos, Edos, and all those people. So when they had enough, they rose up in the 90s and slaughtered a lot of those people who's taken over their resources and conquered them in their land. They killed a lot of them, which is wrong, but they had to survive. So then the UN stepped in, declared it a genocide, and then took their country from them. Now they say they're making up, they're doing good because the same Tutsis in charge of their country right now. So that's what they're setting us up to do in Nigeria. That is my opinion. I don't have proof for it, except to say that Amina J. Mohammed is a Fulani, looks almost like Queen Elizabeth II before she passed. She's a Nigerian Fulani, but of a British background, and she is there at the United Nations as the assistant to the secretary, right? So no matter what happens, you could slaughter 1,000 Shia, nothing. They're not going to do anything because they keep provoking us. It's a lot of provocations. They capture, first they dealt with Showore, roughly. They captured Nnamdi Kanu, they dealt with Tiboho, so that if we were to get up one day and say, hey, look, stop, we're going to have to stop you, then the UN will come in, right? Because you slaughtered almost 1,000 Shias in Kaduna, nothing. You could Google it. So the short story is this. If you look at what happened in Sudan is uncanny. I mean, it's the same thing. If you listen to the end, right? And then the result they got out of it was to divide. Because there's nothing else you're going to do about it. I was challenging Mr. Okonkwo, Kenneth Okonkwo, who I have a lot of respect for, a couple of days ago, and he oblivious. He says, we're going to make it work. We're a big country. But if you look at it, though, nobody else has ever done it. Pakistanis and Indians, I could tell you the Indians are a lot smarter than a lot of our people. They couldn't do it. They had to divide it, right? So, make a long story short, Tinubu, I don't know if I noticed that a couple of days ago, he proposed Roga. He's telling the governors to give land, about 20% of their lands, to not the Yoruba lands. He's talking for everybody, all the governors, including the ones in the southeast, believe it or not, to give 20% of their lands to the Fulanese so that there will be peace. So I said, how can he say this?
He never said that. Pardon me. He never said that. No.
What did he say? Correct me.
No. What he actually said was that he has a strategy to end the farmer header crisis, and that would be to sort of synergize livestock along with arable farming. That's what he said.
No, just Google it. I mean, you first of all,
we did it here.
You did it here when?
When the news broke.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I also went back to see that he's been supporting Roga all along. I didn't know that. Now, if you Google that, you're gonna have a lot of articles on that from. But you are completely wrong in what you just said. Right? You kind of, well, anyway, I don't want to argue with you for right now because I'm kind of happy you played a little bit of this. You didn't have the gumption to play the whole thing to give it the treatment that it deserves. This is every other thing we're talking about here is pure nonsense because
you know you don't have to use offensive words. You know,
no, it's not offensive.
Yeah,
what's offensive? Yeah, that's not offensive.
It is offensive, but
no. You see, normally somebody's trying to correct me on that on Dr. Damages. When I use nonsense, It's two words in my case, right? None, and then sense. I don't mean the
No, you
nefarious
said
one.
I don't have the gumption to play the fullness of your ludicrous clip.
Okay, it's not my clip. It's a fact, right? When you discuss facts,
it's not a fact. It's a narrative.
No, it's a fact that the tape is not mine, right? It's a discussion of somebody who sounds a lot more credible than you, right? A victim of the same situation, who I don't know who they are. I brought it to you so you could treat it because you saw some relevance in it, but to come around now, maybe you're under pressure with your following, like they say, like Donald Trump. His following makes them do it, right? Because you're an educated guy or you're a nice guy, right?
Look. Let me just tell you this. Hold on, Pansad. You see, I'm never under pressure for anything. Do you understand? I do this for kicks. It may sound ludicrous.
I heard you say that.
I'll play this clip. Because in fact, when I come off, I'll probably go and listen to it again because there's a narrative there that I want to hear. Not necessarily because it ties in with your whatever Biafra angle you're coming from, but I think there's a wider storyline there that's
undeniable.
Yeah.
That is undeniable. But listen, I heard you say that a couple of days ago that you do this for kicks and it behooves you how many people don't figure that out. And I gotta tell you, if you were doing it for kicks, I'm not going to encourage you to stop because we have a problem. We have Kene here, one of your best friends on this platform, daily coming to lament. Not that he cannot feed himself. He says he's an Odogu. Then you have others who care. We're Nigerians. We're in trouble. This guy, Odogu is somebody who's a solid man, right? Somebody who's
actually. Let's just go back to that clip and let Dewale come in. So Dewale, do you see any mirroring of the Nigerian situation? Because there are several layers of several things going on in the world. There's a hegemony. There's a reshaping of hegemonies. There's a unification of hegemonies, and then there is the departmentalizing of hegemonies, and then there is the new world order. So there's a lot going on, and all of that is wrapped around all of these so-called skirmishes, which are somewhat orchestrated, coordinated. But what's the central pool? There's a lot of that. And then there's the Islamic agenda of conquest. And a lot of that is wrapped around that Sudanese sort of area. In the northern Sudan, they have more just sort of Arabic-like features and all of that. And when you have that mesh of that Arabanized sort of culture, and we have it within the Nigerian space as well, with the Fulanis who like to imagine themselves of somewhat of an Arab lilt, which they then feel places them above more traditional Nigerians such as you and I. So, and then that goes into that skirmish, and then you add religion into it. So it's a whole mesh of all of that. But that's always been somewhat of a backdrop. But what are you making of this little whatever it is that we just listened to there?
You mean the jargons that the woman, what's his name, Pastor brought to? You see,
I don't dismiss it as jargon. No, just because Pastor brought it.
It's a one person's narrative. That's one I want us to establish. Okay, I was listening to it, but I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, I think Ife wants to come in. This is Ife's territory, actually. But yes, carry on.
So it's one person speaking, it's just like one person narrating a story, and it's going to be a lot that will be deducted, a lot that will be taken. Some assumptions that people have these days about certain tribe agenda. I'm not saying that cannot be possible, but
do you believe that there's a tribal agenda going on?
In some cases these days, when it comes to politics, I think that can be understandable. But
not politics, but sorry. No, I'm talking about conquest and dominance. No, hold on.
The
I'm
world
talking
is
about.
changing, one man.
Hold
The
on.
world
Let
is
me
changing.
ask you the question now. I'm talking about conquest and dominance. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Carry
In
on.
which way? Through politics or
No,
through
I'm saying.
economic?
Yeah. I'm saying. Do you believe that there is a tribal agenda that is essentially wrapped around conquest and dominance? So to subjugate a particular area, seize hold of their land and overlord them. Do you believe that something like that is in play?
In these days and age, I'm not sure. But this, when it comes to dominance in politics, yes. But in terms of completely physically dominate certain geographical area by inserting themselves as the authority in
Do
that land.
you not see that as what is going on in the Middle Belt?
Well, there are too many.
Because so when all these places that they are sacking in the Middle Belt, by the time they claim things settle down, and if any of these people are still able to make their way back, what they'll find is that there's already a structure already on their land with somebody that they've described as an emir of Fulani stock, and that overlords them. We've seen it repeatedly across the north. So I think that's where that story wraps
I
around.
think
Yeah.
it's more of controlling the resources than just
No,
having
I
those
don't think
things.
it's about resources. I think it's about dominance.
One man. What you are
Dominance for
saying,
what? What is the
one man,
what
what
is
you are
the
saying is already
purpose of
happening
doing that?
in the Middle Belt. A lot of these guys has taken over those. They're already living in those places that people were being sacked in Middle Belt. I can confirm that to you. You understand? So it's all about dominance. So resource control is also involved.
Dominance for what? What is the purpose? To take their land, their
What do you
resources
mean
land?
dominance for what? To
Yeah.
overload you now?
If you, I
That's
have
what
somebody,
do you mean?
I have somebody that travels to Middle Belt to do business, bring some food items to the east. He just gave me narration of all these things that one man is asking
Well,
you.
hold on, Ekene. But one man, I want to remind you also that some of this community also have some interrelated, existence. Some of them are, getting married. They have some.
No, it's not about marriage now. We're talking about
No.
dominance. Dominance. That
I can't just come to your hometown now, one man. I said that's why I said there's some distinct similarity between those people that are coming to those people in the middle. Let me bite my tongue. That you just said
let me use an example. I am an Oyo man from Oyo Alaafin, and I'm married to, let's say, Amaka from Abakaliki. But I want to go and conquer Abakaliki. The fact that I overlord them as part of the wider Oyo Empire. The fact that I'm married to Amaka does not stop me from it adds or removes nothing from that ambition to dominate them. Do you see it's a
we
power
also
and
have
yeah, go on.
the dominating community. Also, you also have to look at their cultural background. How it is that it's so easy to dominate them so quickly or wage war against them. That's why I said that there must be some similarity that you can find between those people that are making incursion to their land and dominating them and those people that are being dominated. And I said you don't just dominate for nothing, you dominate for a purpose. Is it to dominate, to take care of their resources, to take care of whatever it is that you can make you more powerful over them. You don't just go over a certain area and say you want to take over their land and all that. There must be a reason behind that. That's what I say. Look, if Fulani can't just come to Ondo State and say I want to take over their land, there's no similarity between the two communities.
Did you know that there was a time that they brought in some Arab-looking guy? I think it was to Auchi, and they wanted to declare him a sultan. But I think there was somewhat of a resistance by the people of Auchi.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
familiar with
one man.
that.
Can I? And let me just say this to
But
the conversation that's going on
But the
between
thing is that don't let us dwell too much on
let me hold
conspiracy
on, hold on,
now.
please. So, one man, what I'm saying when we're dealing with a topic like this, right? And instead of me saying, okay, somebody is pleading that they're ignorant of something, right? You don't.
No,
You
no,
say,
don't
no,
just
hold on.
build up.
No, no, no.
Don't. Yeah.
Hear me out first. Hear me out, because I'm not in that spirit. I'm saying there is cluelessness, right? Nescience, lack of knowledge, lack of education, unenlightened,
All right.
right?
Enough.
Hold on.
All right.
What
Hold
I'm
on.
saying that
You just hold.
in
Yeah.
our country, where you have not even in Southwest, right? In Ilorin, for example, we have examples of the when this thing was uh, in Kuwait, right? Or you go and tell Plateau people, Benue Plateau people, who have their people in IDP camps and their lands are taken over and they're being massacred. Scores, not dozens, scores sometimes, right? A week. Perhaps no week goes by, because if they kill maybe 50 or 60, it won't make the news. It has to be in scores. And then somebody here, right? But with your indulgence, with your engineering, because you know all of us here, and then they're gonna tell us innocently, right? That there has to be some kind of similarity. We're talking about Kwara State here. When these things started off, you
All right.
understand?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's I know that you said you're not serious on this platform, and
No. Don't worry about what we are. No, just hold steady
okay,
and start. Let Ife come in, because I think Ife has a particular interest in this sort of topics. Ife, you came running in. Ife, on mute. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the broad areas that you've always wanted to have conversations around. Ife.
Yeah, I want to speak on the issue of the Sudan one. I came to the UK to study in one of the universities for my master's. Before I settled down, and one man, thank God, you know, part of it.
Ìfẹ́ wọlé ilé bàbá
Ah,
ọmọ
Adaneko.
wọlé jẹ́ ká máa gbé lọ. Báwo ni?
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God, one man knew part of my story in the UK, you know. I've seen the thick, I've seen the thin. Thank God I'm having a bit of stability now. I'll tell you what I noticed when I was in the university. I went to one of the research group of schools here. The Sudanese that I met are the Arab Sudanese that are schooling. Like when you say Sudan, you know, we have Sudan and we have Southern Sudan. Now, the Sudan itself, that is most of the major Islamic part, the ones that came on scholarship are only the Arabs. These are the fair Sudan. Now, when I went to the warehouse to go and work, the Sudanese that I met there doing all the, what's it called, 6 to 6 jobs at the Black Sudan. You will never see any Arab Sudan there. So automatically, they are running more or less what I would call a caste system type of country, whereby if you are fair, you have more opportunities to education. And when you are dark in complexion, you are more or less seen as a servant to the Arabs or to the fairer Sudanese. So what happened is this: if you see the black ones in the warehouse, when you tell them, how are you? We have black people together, like they'll tell you, no, they're Arabs. So I'm like, that's the first time in my life I saw somebody as black as me that told me it's not an African. I said they'll tell you they're Arabs. I was shocked to tell you the type of mental engineering that has happened in that country. The problem with all this type of movement at times is because they are different sects, when they now get together, there is always a supremacy of ideology, and that's what's happening in Sudan now, where you have some people who are pro Saudi, some people who are pro UAE now fighting a civil war. May God help them. Now, if we bring that into what is happening in Nigeria, even if we look at what happened around the 700 AD when the Islamic, sorry for if you are what's it called Muslim on the program, but it's just for enlightenment. When the Islamic Caliphate was brought to Egypt, when it moved from Baghdad to Egypt, the first contact to Trans-Saharan slave trade were the Sokoto Caliph, the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kanem Borno. That's in our own Nigerian part. So they got the first contact with the Arabs. If you go to Saudi Arabia today, even among the Arabic world, they recognize the Hausas and the Fulanis more than any other person around the what's it called coastal areas. Even if you are Yoruba,
especially the Fulanis, they are baked into the Arabia, especially the Saudi culture. I think this in terms of the hierarchy, I think they see them as the closest to them paramount bloods. They don't see them fully as Arabs, but they see them just a step removed from them. But they don't see them in the context of, let's say, somebody like you and I.
Exactly. Even among the Yoruba Muslims, a Hausa Muslim in the Arabian world and a Fulani Muslim will be respected more than Yoruba Muslim. And there's something I noticed among these Sudanese too. Whenever there is whenever they want to pray, a Sudanese will prefer to be led by an Arab, or they themselves, they are all Arabs together. They hardly allow a black Muslim to lift prayer where they are.
Are you talking about Northern Sudan or Southern Sudan?
Sudan itself. We have Sudan and Southern Sudan.
Yeah. The northern one is more
Sudan.
The Southern Sudan is the one I'm talking. Okay, go ahead.
So I saw these dynamics in their lifestyle. So bringing back to what's happening in Nigeria now, a part of me, everybody knows me that I'm more of either a regional system type of person, or best bet, at least let everybody control their space, The idea of imposing your ideology on people, either is right or wrong, is something I don't really understand. Look at what's happening. They said part of the problem that's happening just as we have it today is people who are not, according to what I heard, these people who are not indigenous to a space, but because they have some form of supremacist ideology, they feel that they cannot be governed by the so-called infidels. So what happens? They fight, they bomb properties, push people away from their properties, and take over them. In fact, there is an ideology they have in the corner whereby if you are a stranger, if there is a war or if there is a crisis, you are the first target and you are moved off your property to move back. I have a friend that works in one of the government parastatals. His father had to move away from Borno, close to University of Maiduguri. Now they have moved, they are Yorubas. Now they are back in Southwest Ogbomoso, building a new property. What happened to their property in Maiduguri? It has been taken over by the locals. So I don't want to base it primarily on.
Sorry, what do you mean by taking over?
They took their property, like another person are living in the property now. Like the indigenous
They chase them out of their poverty.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, you have to teach one.
Yeah, your life or your
Yes,
property.
now your life or
You know if that was just you carry on, but that was why I never really owned any, because I had the opportunity to own a little bit of something in Abuja, but I just felt that Abuja is nothing to do with me with them, because ultimately, if the country ever does split, I could never imagine owning anything in the north.
no, look
And I
at the
thought,
last
yeah.
riot. Woman, look at the last riot that happened in Abuja. What were all those Mala boys were saying? If Wala start, all these houses now we go stay inside, and they were say, if we can go back to all those clips that during NSAS period where there was counter, what's it called, a protest. Those are what those guys are saying. So that tells you the mentality they have, you know. The same thing's happening in what's it called, Southern Kaduna, where communities that were predominantly under Southern Kaduna, they installed them here there. I think one that comes to my mind is it the Adara or something that will go assassinated before you know they now installed the emir in those areas. So these are the problems that, and I'm not surprised why, unfortunately, Africa is behaving this way, because even if we look at Christianity and Islam, the type of Islam that was brought into the African part was the conquest type of Islam to get more people, to gather more. The type of Christianity that was introduced into West Africa too was the docile type of Christianity that will tell you, oh, slap your right, turn your left. So you find that it has some form of exploitative tendency. While one is aggressive, one is more or less subtle.
What do you think the end game is? What do you think is in play here?
Well,
What's the grand scheme?
historically, yes, historically,
Is it still a conquest narrative, just as I was checking?
yes, for me, it's still a conquest narrative, because the only place the conquest narrative does not happen is only in the core Arabian communities. Anything outside the core Arabian communities, it always tend to have a conquest narrative. And we have communities like that's having this issue now as we are talking in Europe. If you look at what's happening between Armenia and Kosovo, it's one big one now. Armenian communities are being eradicated, and Armenia is a traditionally Christian country, or as tends to be more Christian, if I want to put it that way.
Do you think?
But personally, for me, I don't believe there is a Christian country.
Sorry, Ife, do you think it's a religious narrative, or do you think it's an ethnic narrative, or do you think it's a land grab narrative? Because to be honest with you, I don't really believe in any religion, really. If you ask me, really, I really don't. I see it as a tool of conquest, and I see especially the Arabian religions as nothing other. I've never seen it as anything to do with religion. I've always seen it as something. It's an expansionist tool for global domination, and I think we are on the cusp of maybe ultimately the final religious conflict that is going to pit Islam against Christianity. I think the precursor to that is to soldiers are these jihadist movements that we're seeing all over, especially. It's not just going on in Africa, by the way. It's going on in some parts of Asia, and anywhere they can get a foot in. That's just what I think is going on.
Yeah, unfortunately, what we having is more of people moving what's it called, financing extremism, religious extremism and fanaticism here and there. But to what angle? At the end of the day, you find that if you look at the core, people don't think properly because I've looked at governments around the world. It's just about interest. And what are these interests? Big money corporations and warfare, furnishing warfare. Because at the end of the day, if you are going for a conquest mind, you will need some weapons. And at the end of the day, if you control an area, you still need to save your money in the banks or have some form of investment. So if you look at countries or regions intrinsically, you just find that it's still the same thing playing. It's just a matter of how they go about it, So Nigeria, yeah,
sorry, yeah, please. I've been listening to all your narrative, which somewhat I don't 100% agree with you, but there's some iota of
yeah,
truth there.
100%.
Yeah. Do you think these people just hide under this religion for this conquest? But do you think the religious one are those one that wants to conquer the land? Because we need to separate, we need to separate these, you do understand what I mean?
Well, yeah. I would come out to tell you what I think about the whole issue. I think the core belief itself is more about religion. It's been, religion is very powerful. But the only thing is, in every religion too, you will always have moderates and what's it called? Extremists. For example, it was the Pope that gave the edict to bring Christianity to what's it called? Actually, it's not even to bring Christianity, to enslave blacks, because the first blacks that were enslaved were gotten from the Portuguese, and the Portuguese got the what's it called? The right to enslave blacks from the Pope. So look at how religion has been used that way. So it's still the same thing. Some people are happy, they will call you infidel or they will call you kafir. To what extent? And they even tell you that you don't have the right to rule them, or to hold political offices as long as they are majority. So you look at the dynamics, and that's why some school of thought are actually saying most of the wars that have been fought historically around the world have been fueled by religion, because religion is a powerful tool to control, to be used as control. But as we've always known, where the two religions are coming, there is always war. We had the issues of the Crusades. We have the issues of the Ottomans against the Byzantines. Part of the problem that happened in the world was one where also you are looking at the Western Christian states, which you know as more of the EUs now, against the Eastern Bloc. And the Eastern Bloc is a merger of part of Islam, because Hitler was partly backed by the Turkish Ottoman against the West. So this dynamics has always been between these two religions. And I'm not surprised if you look at it too, the way the two religions came from
Hold on,
rivalry.
Hold on, can the black person, can the black space, can they ever be anything other than foot soldiers in this narrative of
seriously, one man, that's a big question you ask. We will always be foot soldiers. Do you know why? Because this religion were not traditionally to our space. We only got converted. Historically, we only got converted. So at every point where there will always be conversion, you find the uncle who is a Muslim, an auntie who is a Christian, and a grandfather who is a Muslim, a grandmother who is a Christian. So at the end of the day, we always be pumped, because in the same World Wars 1 and 2, we had Africans who were fighting on both sides. The German took some Africans, what's it called? The French took most Africans, British, Nigerian. We had Nigerians who fought with the British in World War One, World War Two. So unfortunately for us, we have not defined how our society wants to work, and I think that's what China has successfully done. They have defined what they want their own societies to be. So whenever these two people are fighting, you just see China is always playing on defense. China will always choose statements that we still believe that dialogue is the best form, but China will not dabble into any of them, But yeah, it's a sad world we live in now, where people feel that the way they can control people is through religious extremism and what's it called, far right.
Let me say this one. I understand you, but as me, myself, I think I'm the superior human being on earth. So nobody can put me down. That's just my own. You are black, you are green. Yeah. So I think I present myself very prestigious. I don't care. I told you I'm Africa, I'm from Nigeria, and I don't shy away from it. Thank you.
Yeah. You cannot shy away from it, because at the end of the day, okay, what happens to some of our children who are born in the European countries? When you tell them you are an African, they tell you I'm a British. I'm like, you want to do the British,
But if the point I want to ask, even a lot of people or many people we see today, when they speak against each other, are they not already buying to this kind of dominance we are talking about? Because
that's why at times for me, I always try to not to, when they are talking about these things, I always try not to take sides. I think that's
because when you see a lot of us, we feel that we are not victim, but many of us are victim.
We are
many of us are already fall for it, even in this platform. Because when an issue come up of a particular region, you have a high voice, you do a lot of condemnation, you don't want somebody from that region to govern or something like that. You see that
come out there. You've been
so,
on X.
let me finish.
No.
Let me finish.
Don't use this platform as the.
Ekene, wait. Ekene, I know where you are going to, but Ekene, you are using what's it called? There's a word for it.
False equivalency.
Exactly, false equivalence. Remember,
let it be false equivalency, but
Ekene, before I started, I told you that I'm more of a regional type of person, or more of let everybody control their space. So if anybody is shouting,
sorry, Ife. Thomas, check your phone. Carry on, Ife.
Yeah, so if anybody is shouting it's Yoruba ton, Igbo ton, Hausa ton, I'm not always inclined to those type of conversation. But when it comes to things like this that more of existential, I'm more of the best way to govern, as you look in every country in this world that have made progress, is either there is a singular majority in terms of ethnicity, or an ethnic group is given a more of a confederacy to govern themselves in a larger space, or at least a regional type of system. The almighty Russia we're looking at today have some exclusive area that are Buddhists, have some exclusive areas that practice
I understand. Even I also buy to that your idea, that narrative.
So when you are talking about all this, Peter Obi run to Abuja.
No, it's not about Peter Obi. It's a narrative. It's a narrative.
Yeah. For me, I'm not
generally a Christian is an infidel to particular people or particular religion. So it's not wise for an infidel to govern a country like Nigeria. It's out there now. It's not a hidden agenda now. So let's not be deceiving ourselves.
Sorry, and you know that also in some states too in Nigeria, they will never allow a Muslim to govern that state too. So
Yeah, yeah. And
the
there's
only
some in some areas,
difference is yes,
and
the only
in some
difference.
area they want to tell you that we have already installed Muslim governance. So
The
no
only
way we are going.
difference, okay, the only difference is the approach at which all these things are done. Here,
Yeah.
some may lead to loss of life at times, some may not lead to. But if you look at it at the base, it's still the same thing, but different approach to achieving the same
And that
goal.
is why I say that we are victims of it already, but we don't know, especially the citizens.
No, the
A
problem
lot of
is what I see
yeah.
is we know, but we want to be disingenuous with the truth because at the end of the day, the problem is this. We have people who are benefiting from the system, but they are not looking at the effect, the aftermath
Kobe
effect
Abi,
of this on whoever,
Yeah.
on maybe 50
like
years to
Kobe.
come, 100 years to come, or 200 years to come when they are not around.
Yes,
Okay,
but
I
it's
feel
left
like
for us.
Kobe.
It's left for us, especially the citizens, to tell ourselves the truth and not buy to their narrative. If we continue to do that, then that's going to be destructive in
Ekene,
few
you didn't
years to
answer
come.
mine. You didn't
Eh?
answer my question. I said like Kobe that is exploiting that.
Exactly. Now I you had to call. You say I called Obi
And
out. Okay,
It's
look
not
at
only
now.
Obi now. It's not only Obi. Somebody use Muslim ticket also,
No,
and he
no,
has an
no. Look
agenda
at
for you doing
okay.
that.
Look at
and
what's happening in
you know
Nigeria.
Plenary,
Look at
Yoruba
what is happening in Nigeria. They destroyed the economy. Tinubu came in now, trying to do what he can do. He wanted to move some of the um offices back to Lagos where they will be more productive. These people said, why should they do it? So fundamentally, it's telling you that there are fundamental difference in the background that we are shying away from, and we need to fix. There was
Ife,
When
Ife,
I told one man here,
Ife,
that Tinubu cannot restructure Nigeria, he thinks I was joking.
Ife,
I told one
it's
man
not no,
particularly
no,
that
it's not as if we cannot restructure to
Ife.
I don't know. Yes.
no, you when
It's not.
when already
It's not
I told him that
Let's hear from others too, please.
but I already told him
make
that he
your
has a vice that said
Ekene will
restructuring my
not.
food. Do
Ekene
you
will not
understand?
let me allow me to hear my own view.
Please
You see
let's
what you
Okay,
just
Adewale.
mentioned now about the hard question that Nigerians don't want to talk about. You see, that is the one of the fundamental issue that is holding that country together. And not because people are afraid to talk about it. It's just that the moment we start piecing it together, guess what will happen? Is either two things: the country disintegrate, or there will be war in the land. So the political class does not want that to happen. That option number two. You see that option number one of disintegration. Those of them that would lose out, they don't want that to happen, and that is why they decided not to allow such debate, to take place in that country. Because we have a lot of differences. That if we are able to harmonize all the differences together, and then pick the right system for ourselves, Nigerians will benefit. Nigeria will continue to remain in existence. But the
exactly.
moment we continue to let it slide, because letting it slide as well, letting it continue this way is a way of keeping our country together. Because I tell you this, not that we don't have enough intellectuals to help us navigate that storm, but the fear is that along the line of that debate, because we will have comfort, we will have uh, series of stuff like that before, but we never put it into effect. It never materialized because of the fear of what would be the aftermath that will befall the country, because it's 50-50, and they know because of our differences. That's why Yoruba say when you draw the buru, buru will not draw Igbo, and that is why people are scared. Not that we are not capable of discussing it or even hiring it out or even trying to figure it out. We are, but it's just that the fear of losing the country through that process is very, very looming, and the political class does not want that to happen.
So Adewale, so at the end of the day, sorry, Mr. Adewale, at the end of the day, we would be rolling in cycles, right?
The consolation is that we have the new generation that are their mindset is not those people on social media. Those ones on social media are just the loud one or the loud mouth, of this population, and they are minor when you consider the number of the population. We won't continue, but I will tell you how it's going to sort itself out. If
Okay.
you remember, most of the things we used to sweep under the carpet or things that are no longer used to be open to the public. Now, before now, the National Assembly of 1999 was not on the television. Nobody watched them 24 hours, correct? But now we
Yeah.
see the proceeding, how it goes in the House. Now we have the telephone number of the people representing your constituency. I know Nigerians don't call them. Now we'll be able to see what is the agenda on the floor of the Senate or the House of National Assembly, Representative on a daily basis, right? Now, in 1999, I can assure you that, tell you the limit where the camera can go is in the Aso Rock. But now we almost have access to even the only thing remaining is the bedroom of
Let's navigate back to this hegemony thing that it's a bigger topic than just this little session. By the way, I'm going to take this actually to. I'm going to take it to Kaizo's platform because this is the sort of conversation. That's why I was trying to get Caesar to come on. Actually, this is the sort of conversation that they usually have there. But so what's your take on without making it to Eastern or whatever, Pansat? What's your take on this Sudanese woman? Okay, yeah, we have Caesar. Before you come in, Pansat, let's hear from Caesar. Caesar, did you listen to that little clip, and what did you make of it, Caesar?
Yeah, thanks for letting me come in, one man. So I did listen to the clip. I listened to a couple minutes of it. My thoughts on it. I've been hearing this kind of rhetoric for years now, and I'm already woke to this. I just think there's a large group of people in the country that are either ignorant to this idea or they just don't want to believe it, so they keep refusing it. But
do you believe it? Do you believe that there's a grand hegemonous conspiracy to overlord
the one man? Check out this right.
Hold on. What are we checking out? We can't see anything. Are you breaking into a car, Pansat? Look at that. We can't see it, but there it is.
I think it's in a club or something. Or was
no. I think it's on his way to the airport to pick up a guest.
Okay.
Carry on now, Caesar.
So you were asking me a question. You said, like, do I believe in this? Do I believe that there's agenda?
Yes. Do you believe that do you believe that? Oh, okay. I believe that there's an agenda. I believe there's a multiplicity of agendas, but in this particular agenda that we're discussing now, I believe in it somewhat as well. That there's a Arabian agenda that is coming in via the Sahels to overload the Black African space.
Yes. So some would refer to it as Wahhabism. My experience with this religion is purely academic and just, relationships I have in my life. But I think we might call it Wahhabism. But yes, there is an agenda. This Wahhabism that was birthed in Saudi Arabia, it's finding its way through the Sahel and through the internet. They're very good at marketing through the internet. And they even have, you'd be surprised, some of these conferences they have, even in the States, there are Wahhabist elements that come to these conferences. And the only reason why I know about it is because I have a ton of Muslim friends, so I'll go. And it's crazy. There is this agenda where the kind of Islam they spread in the Africa, in the non-Arab world, is not the same. Think about Almajiris. Like, that doesn't happen in Saudi Arabia. That doesn't happen in Egypt. That doesn't happen in Libya. Why is it a thing in in the Black Africa? And I think people don't want to talk about it because most Nigerians have this idea of, well, it's not in my region, so let me not talk about it. And they're just like all these things happen in the Middle Belt. No one wants to talk about it because it's not happening in their land. So they just don't care, or they refuse to acknowledge that there is an agenda. It doesn't matter how many people die. Doesn't matter how many people cry. You just don't care. And it's sad, but that's the version of Nigerianism that most Nigerians have, I guess. So, yeah.
And you think that agenda is an overloading agenda somewhat to seize your land, seize your power structure, and overload you on behalf of their behalf of their Arabian masters?
One man, you see religion the same way I do. It's a way of controlling people. So I think that Islam is obviously they copied Christianity and added some elements. So it's kind of an improvement of Christianity, right? I think that certain tribes were exposed to it and they use the advantages, right? And I think that there are elements in Nigeria that use this system to subjugate other groups. There's a reason why, in the north, there are tribes that are highly educated. And then there are tribes that, for some reason, all they know how to do is read Arabic, but they don't even understand it. So why is that a thing? I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, there is an agenda, obviously, but again, most Nigerians don't want to talk about it. They're scared. If it doesn't happen in their region, they don't care, which is really sad. But that's the version of Nigerianism that most people have. So it's quite sad.
Sorry, did somebody want to comment? Do you believe that?
I just want to ask Caesar.
Yeah, go on, Efe.
Caesar, I just want you to look at Nigeria from a multi-ethnic group, where we tend to be more agitated when things affect us in our own ethnic group. For example, I'll give you an example, and I think I'm guilty of this. Over the couple of months ago, I've not been regular. But as soon as I heard that some people killed a king in my own ethnic group area, I came on the platform to join. When things don't affect us from our own ethnic base, it is hard for us to come out and agitate against it. That's why you find that people agitate most times not on a nationalistic point of view, because the whole idea was not even there from inception. Nigeria was created on an ethnic point of view. Do you get it now, Caesar?
I understand, but the problem is this: that Middle Belt region, they're being overwhelmed. I don't think they can deal with those bandits. And you have a lot of brave indigenous people who say, I'm not going to leave. But I don't think they're going to win unless people from the South or the federal government, which I thought Tinubu would do, but I don't know anymore. Unless people from the South kind of come in and say, okay, what's going on here, right? They're not going to win. I'm sorry. They're being overwhelmed. They're being killed like, excuse my French, but like children. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They're being overwhelmed and they're not going to win. And when they take over the entire Middle Belt with whatever agenda they have, when you finally care, you're not going to have the strength to do anything about it. But again, most Nigerians, they don't care. They just literally do not care at all.
You know why they should care, Caesar? When they take over the Middle Belt, which is there seems to somewhat be an inevitability to it, because they've virtually taken it over anyway. They now just need to start putting their structures of emirs, Fulani emirs, and then complete the process. But when they take over the Middle Belt, it doesn't stop there though, because hold on, Ekene, because the dictats, the agenda, the set mission from their leader is to dip the Quran into the sea.
Yep.
And I'm not aware that there's any sea in the Middle Belt. The seas are on the southern shores of where we occupy. So that is to tell you that a total conquest that's really there. So it doesn't stop in the Middle Belt.
I just don't know why the South can't just say.
Let me ask the speaker a question.
Okay.
When you said that is this agenda not have they already achieved some percentage of it? Because when you see some places in the north today, that when you go to farm, we have to pay most of this bandit tax. Then before you do your farming, then if you want to go and harvest, you also have certain amount to pay them as a tax or levy before you're able to harvest your farm. If you don't do that, they destroy your farm or kill you. So have they not already achieved some percentage of these things, especially in some part of the north?
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously they have. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's quite obvious the way their tech. I don't want to get into it because it gets tribal, but I don't. My whole point is this: why can't the South just say, "Look, let's just go inside there and figure out what's going on"? You don't have to pick any tribe. You know, Nnamdi Kanu was saying a lot of stuff. That's why people didn't want to agree with it. Forget about who was saying what. Why can't you just go inside and figure out what's going on? But this idea of I don't care, which is what I hear all the time, it's so frustrating. It makes me not even want to engage. Like, people just don't care. They don't want to talk about it. I know they want to. I know people on this panel want to change the topic to something else because they don't know what to say. You know.
Actually, people care. Hold on. Can I come in?
Yeah, come in, please come in.
Yeah, Caesar. A lot of people care, but the political leaders in that country, across that country, are the problem. The political leaders are so afraid that if they can support the effort of the people to fight against that criminality, to control other people's resources and land and to conquer, they will lose their political power and political relevance. So what they do is that whoever that is standing up to talk loud or to mobilize his people against those criminals, they will tag him a secessionist, they will tag him a anti-unity of the country, and then they will use the instrument of the state, the security apparatus, to crush that person. And that scared a lot of people to death. So in Nigeria, we have seen cases of, we see the Sunday Igboho, the effort he made, to push those criminals that are killing our people on our land in the West. We saw what they did to him. Even the governor of Benue State, all his effort to destroy, to fight against those criminal Fulani herdsmen and some others, were not backed by the state, by the federal government.
They were even writing letter to him.
They were threatening him. They were writing at a point. He was almost cornered on his farmland. If not that he's an agile man that can still run with his security men, they would have caught him, a whole governor of a state. And you see, some Nigerians saw this just because of their political leaning. Even on this platform, I'm not saying this to demean this platform. Saying, all he knows to do is shout Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. This man was yelling, was crying, and at a point he said he cannot even have sex with his wife because he cannot imagine seeing his people in, in IDP camp. Millions of his people. He said he gave him nightmare, sleepless night, that his people can be in IDP camp. But what did the federal government do under the Buhari administration? No, nothing. But rather, it looked like he was supporting the Fulani herdsmen, and they were killing. And we see the state, the situation of the state now. 2/3 of the territory of that state is under the control of the bandits and terrorists. So the problem is, I think the political class that they have failed to take that political will to fight against this thing, and what is behind it, we all know.
Yeah, but
That is what's unfortunate.
but the political class are complicit in it. Is what
Yes, yes, thank
at
you.
least
Yes,
at
yes,
least the past administration. I'm
yes,
not sure that I surrender that to this, but especially in fact, not only are they complicit, a lot of people actually argue that they are the main promoters of it.
yes. Yeah, I agree with you. That is it. So imagine for 8 years, an administration allow those criminals to flourish, expand, and gain ground. It's just unfortunate. You know how much that has the kind of setback it has caused us in terms of the security of the state. It will take long time to recover from
Is it recoverable though, or are they too deeply embedded? You know, there was a time I saw a clip of there's this girl. We watch a lot of nonsense on YouTube. There's this particular girl that I used to really watch a lot of her. She calls herself Banter with NJ. She lives in the East. And then she was going about just a upper middle class girl, very nice. You know those wholesome spaces that you just watch because they don't offend. So yes, yes, I can't recall her. She calls herself Banter with the
She's related to Innocent Motors.
Yes, she's in probably. She has a sister who is a bigger YouTuber. I can't recall their names.
Exactly.
Yeah. But so she was going about and then she happened upon this people just begging on the streets, and they were you can tell that sort of Fulani crossover like Arab type. So they didn't fit in with the demography of that space. So she approached them and tried to engage in conversation. So of course they didn't speak Igbo, which is the local language of that space. And then she goes to Pidgin. They didn't speak Pidgin. But then she pressed them, and then they eventually told her that they were French speaking. So and they were like about 13, 14-year-old sort of thing, in deep in the eastern parts of Nigeria. And she couldn't get past it. That how did you manage to get here? She asked him. She asked him the most ridiculous question. She was asking that do you have papers? Because like they went through some sort of immigration something. So
what's their mission?
But that's what I'm saying. Are they too deeply embedded for us to be able to reverse it? Is it a lost cause?
Look,
Babaja, I believe everything you said about the political class is just how it is. Because few weeks ago, the governor of Enugu State has already started mapping out land for these individuals. It takes the courageous people of Enugu State to come out and begin to protest. I didn't know whether that still works out or not, but it was a heavy protest in Enugu State that the governor came out to map out land for these people in a state in the southeast.
And if you map out that land, if you don't imagine that they're going to stay within where you put them, they are looking to take over
now. They will expand now.
That's why most of the time these are political class. The way they get into office, it seems as there is some kind of agreement before they get into that office, and it hinders their capacity to develop, to work, or to bring development for the people that they are governing. Instead, all their agenda is to do the bid of their masters. It's somehow ridiculous, and that's how I see it.
Can I have a question for you? Can I have a question for you? So you have states like what do you call it? Niger State, Sokoto, Kaduna. These states are all bigger Kogi is all bigger than the southeast. So why can't they map out 10,000 hectares up there?
Even in Sambisa Forest can make a country.
That's a great point. Isn't that where the Boko Haram people are? So they can take them out.
You know something. You know something funny. Sambisa Forest is bigger than the country of Wales. Wales, part of the federating countries of this country. Sambisa Forest is bigger than Wales.
And you want to bring this? You want to? There is a place in my state, in Anambra State, called Anako. These people, they are having a great fight with the Fulani people. Almost every season, they have a season for that fight. Even though that those guys will have, because that place is somehow a rural area, but these days they are becoming developed. There are people traveling. The people that travel to the city are not coming back to develop that area. Somehow timid, but today the place is becoming developed. I know the fight these people put through with Fulanis. Sometimes you come to that place. About last few years ago, these people fought a great fight that even Soludo didn't do anything. That provoked me a lot. Armies came there. We are burning houses. Even my father-in-law house. I don't have the picture again. I would have sent it to you, one man. They broke they put fire inside the house, one-story building. But by the grace of God, that house didn't caught fire. They just broke all the almacos. Sack off all the villagers in that community. Very small community like that in Anambra State. They call it Anako in Ayamelu local government. They have a history of fighting with these Fulani people every now and then. So, but it's just recently a lot of them that go travel out came back and begin to develop that environment, putting up police station and all. Then they're securing that environment by themselves now. But I'm not sure that problem they have solved it completely. But at least there is an improvement now in that environment.
One man, can I come in?
That agenda was there many years, but at the end of the day they couldn't. I just wonder. A small community, you have land, a lot of land in many places in the north, but you come down to a place like Southeast that don't even have any land at all. You come and be dragging some little community in that place. What is your gain? What do you want to gain?
It's a narrative of conquest, Kene. It's a conquest narrative, but Judea, is it Tebombo? Are you going to do
I wanted to talk
again?
more on that Sudan. Ahead of Sudan, then came in. I did not want to get involved in this Nigerian stuff, but I think what is happening in Nigeria right now is what the white people in America were thinking about the blacks American. It's just rather unfortunate that as a citizen of Nigeria or as black Americans, who they call them Americans, could not live in certain part in America because the white identify them as problem makers. They believe that all the crimes that were being committed in America were the blacks that were doing it, and it's some kind of it might not be in the same perspective, but it's kind of familiar to what Nigerians have termed the Fulani wood to be, right? But let me let me digress to the Sudan, then come back to what is happening in Nigeria. When the Sudanese break away from the north, it wasn't just because of tribes. The main reason why they break away was, I think, it was religious problem. And maybe you also have that in Nigeria, where you have the north and the south. But once they break away, and became their own country, there was a lot of problems that came with it. They became a landlocked country as soon as they break away. So they became a landlocked country. The tribal revolution or tribalistic, when they won their war, they didn't have no tribal conflict, but now they have a bigger tribal conflict now between the bigger tribes in that country and the smaller tribes. And their economy is crumbling because being a landlocked country, they also face difficulties exporting their good as well. So that is what I want to tell my Igbo brothers, man. Before you separate, or if you don't want to separate, check out about the consequences of what is going to happen, because I think now South Sudanese are really now into a lot of chaos and really probably want to go back and reunite with the Sudan brothers. Look, man, look, to Nigeria to solve the issues of Fulanis, you have to allow them to live anywhere they have to live in that country. You cannot pinpoint it is based on the federal government or the police officers to do their job. It's not on the citizen. I mean, the government has to put laws in place. All these forensic places, create department all over the place in all neighborhood. I mean, you take down their background checks. I mean, not only them, but everybody. I mean, you put record in place. I mean, anyone commits a crime, you go into the archives and and find out what they have done and so on. It's not an individual. Let me finish. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be you and me telling people who is gonna live here. Who is, as long as you're a Nigerian. If not, and then separate the country. Tell them you don't.
Hold on. Today, I think Pansat wants to introduce us to his guest. Asha arrived.
Yeah, one man. I'm a little early, so I'm gonna go back to the car and wait and listen to Jude, Almighty Jude.
All right. All right.
Before you do that,
yeah,
let me introduce you to my right as I go back to it. All right. Don't be jealous now. I'm gonna call in again. You wanna see my baby, right?
Well. What you say? Don't go and point the car at somebody else's. Don't put the camera at somebody else's car. We have to see you get into it.
That's even the car, man. I mean, us in America, we live good, bro. That's just a fact. Everyone have a nice car.
Yeah, so all of it on monthly payments, isn't it?
I mean, but you own it. I mean, it takes you to work and it takes you home. You park it in your garage. It's just what it is, man. But what I'm saying is, look, I mean, you cannot just hold the Fulani people and say they cannot live in this state. They cannot live in this state. Every Nigerian citizen have the right to move to Borno, to move to every state they feel comfortable in living it. You move to places that are cheaper. In United States, I'm not confined to say I have to live in a black neighborhood. I decide one time to pick my bags and go into a white neighborhood, even though they don't like me. But it's not their choice to chase me out. I mean, unless I commit a crime and the crime is vicious and they know I committed that crime, then the police officers do their jobs. In a country where everything should work, it's not the citizen that is going to come here and choose who is going to live here and who is not going to live here. You have no right to.
In that regard, let me put a question to you.
Let me finish, young man. That's why you have the Senate and the Congress. Channel your complaints to them. You elected them into these places. Allow them to do their job, and allow the federal government to also do their job.
I want to put a question to you in that regard, because it's not as if we are not talking about this issue. Okay, in a state in Abia State, that some group of Fulani people came out to take a governor to court because that governor told them that you are not supposed to be living in the market. This market is a marketplace. When you do your business in the morning to the evening, you go into the villages or into the cities, rent an apartment, live within the people. Don't just stay. Don't build shanties inside the market. Because what happened was that before the governor came into power, there was a lot of insecurity around that area. But for the government to discover that, when he went there with a lot of security operatives, he discovered that a lot of dead bodies was found inside that market. About 80 dead bodies, fresh dead bodies inside that market. Then at the end of the day, for peace to reign, he didn't fight anybody. He didn't even they have already taken it as the Northerners has even taken it against him, that what he's doing is against the North. Then he now called them a meeting. No,
it's against the North because there's no proper investigation. They have not done forensic investigation. They have not.
There is no need. Let me finish. Then after the governor has given them, called them roundtable meeting, they agreed, and he told them that what you want is that when you come to the market in the morning, In the evening, you close, go inside the city or in the villages, rent an apartment. Nobody is pursuing you outside the state. But rent an apartment, live like other people in that state. Don't live inside the market. Then these people have the guts to take the governor of that state to court because of this. What do you say about that? Is there not some sort of agenda or some sort of narrative that gave them the guts to act in that manner? It's like he has left.
Thank you, Kenneth. And look, I don't even care about, I don't care what tribe, I don't even care about the tribe aspect. For me, it's like, look, can we just go into the middle belt and just the Nigerian army and just say, look, we don't care who started it. We don't care. Nobody should be attacking anyone and making people rush to the cities so they can live in the rural areas and maybe migrate to the south, and you will put structures up. No. Army needs to come in and make sure none of that's happening. I don't care about the tribal aspect of it. And that should be something everyone should just come around and say, look, you can't have an AK-47 and start shooting indigents. Like, come on. We have to just come together and agree on that. Is that tribalistic? I don't know. What do you guys think?
You can't rally us against one tribe and then ask if it's tribalistic.
No. It's not against any tribe. No tribe. Just no. We want to end insecurity. It doesn't matter who has the AK-47. You're not allowed to. I don't know what tribe is doing it anyway. I don't even care. We just need to end it.
Let me answer your question. Let me just give you an insight, please.
And by the way, sorry, Ken. We'll be shutting that down in about half an hour because I don't have anybody to take over from me, but I'll carry on
Okay.
half an hour and then we shut it down. Yeah.
Okay. Remember that a retired naval officer in Nigeria came out and told the nation that there are some people in Nigeria who have the agenda to Islamize the country because they feel it is their right. Mama, do you remember that Yoruba what's his name?
Yeah, it was Akinwumi something.
Yes,
Then they arrested him, didn't they? Or they interrogated him.
Exactly. So everybody knows there's something wrong fundamentally with the country. It just needs somebody who is bold enough to just get this thing done once and for all. But the problem is, because many people are still benefiting, there is a more or less like I don't care attitude happening, which is more or less rendering everybody powerless to the situation. I don't want you to look at Nigeria from the context of what's it called, American style of governance. You'll get many things wrong. It's a unique space in itself, you know.
But what do you think is the detribalized solution where no tribe is being targeted? How can you end insecurity? I mean, how can this be solved in a detribalized fashion? I don't want to rally anyone against anybody. I hope it doesn't
the
sound
problem
like
is the problem is
I don't think it can. It's just
the Nigerian space. Look at land in Nigerian space being owned by either kings or some people in an ethnic place. For example, America and the British, and the European, they don't use state of origin. Nigeria uses state of origin. In fact, there are some portfolios you can only handle in Nigeria based on your state, based on your compound, where you are from, where your ancestral line are from. That's the state of origin. What you have here is place of birth, and you don't have any attachment. In fact, there will be some documents you want to get. They will be like, who is your father? Who is your grandfather? Where is your father's compound? You know, those type of questions. No, it was your mother that that gave birth to you here. You are not from this place. Are you getting it now? So Nigeria is a very, very, I don't want to use funny. It's a unique area and very interesting place. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people at times, because of this, we approach problems and it's it has many disadvantages, We approach problems from that ethnic um ideology,
To be honest with you, I consider that the southern parts are already captured spaces. There seems almost an inevitability to it that sooner, not even rather than later, but sooner, the whole space will be overrun, and then will be under some sort of like a bookie overload.
You're trolling. I don't believe you. You're trolling. You don't
I
believe
know.
it.
Well, if you look, read the tea leaves, or Caesar, read the tea leaves.
But why is the president talking about Ruga? I mean, I thought he was in. What's going on with that?
I think it's pandering to the north. I think it's pandering to the north.
So every single state in Nigeria is going to give up thousands of acres to herdsmen.
The moment that happens, it's game over.
You're trolling. All right.
No, that cannot. I want to believe it's more of politics. Let me be talking about this, and in the next 8 years, nothing will happen. But towards gain, that's my own problem with
I
this type
believe
of thing.
he said it for talking sake. That will not happen
Exactly
now.
towards gain.
So is he going to force indigens, just like Lagos now? You come to Lagos and say give land to Fulani. We are in Lagos. Where in Lagos are you going to give them land? Where?
Did you not say your governor is already carving out a state, Enugu or something?
It's the people that are pandering. The people that are in Dala is Enugu State and Anambra State. So, and there's some part of Imo. These are the people.
So they're going to find 10,000 acres, hectares, acres
No, the issue is
in
that
Lagos,
the issue is that the citizens of that places did not agree to it, because that's the greatest problem they will have with the people. We don't have that land now. The only place you will see land in the east is in Enugu State. That's why you see some empty plot of land. Any other state, there is no much empty land like that. Any other state in southeast. So what are they saying? If these people, nobody's saying that you shouldn't live in the southeast, you can do your business. If you have a place to rent it. If you have a land to buy it. Do your business there. Live within the people. It's just like me now, doing business in Lagos. I'll just come and after market, I'll go to the street and they'll be sleeping. What kind of life is that? You have to rent an apartment, live like other people. If you have money to buy land and build some maybe 2 rooms and parlor, do it. Live within the people. Nobody is pushing you away from Nigeria, but do things the way it should be done. Don't go and hide inside the bush and be hiding guns inside the bush, killing people, innocent people. If you see people farming in their land, you begin to shoot them just to scare them away so that you have dominion over that environment. That is very bad. So nobody is going to give them land, and I know that nobody is going to give them land. And this is the problem that we are having with all these Abuja governors that we have today. Because I call them Abuja governors.
Nigeria is a very unique space.
It's unbelievable stuff. It's unbelievable stuff. I still can't get past that the solution to Nigeria's problems is for everybody to carry guns. If we had like an American sort of system, the right to bear arms, then if you are coming, then you know what you're likely to meet.
No, they will not allow that. They won't, but that's the best solution, because at the end of the day, you know that if you mess up in anybody's area, they're gonna mess you up too. So before you misbehave in an area, there is what's it called?
There's an AK-47 with your name on it.
Exactly. So you wouldn't want to misbehave any place you are in that space, that type of area.
And the one man, do you know that this contribute to 80 or 70% of the economical problem we have in Nigeria?
Yes, now. 100.
What if because I don't know, well, no matter how you want to twist it or whatever you want to twist it, any day that Nigeria is secured, we will not have any problem with food again. I just know how, I know when this problem has not escalated, I know how Nigeria is working. Even though we still have that problem then, but not as it is today. Then,
can you imagine people are going to farm and paying back?
This Benue State you see today,
you know they've started paying tax to those people now.
Yes,
I said it here now. Somebody was asking me in the comment section which state.
I think 100,000 something. I was reading somewhere, that they were paying them tax to go to the farm. You pay them tax
before you go to your farm. If you don't have the money, and a lot of them are complaining that they don't have the money to pay that tax that they are talking about, that are asking from them.
And they will invoice it to you and I, because of course they will put it on the price of so they will.
That is why you see some.
So all of us are paying tax to Fulani bandits.
all of us are paying tax to bandit now. They add it to the harvest, everything. Then they now say this is the amount we are going to sell. Things are not what it used to be before. I'm angry with what is happening in Nigeria because even though I remember those days. My parents and other people, they go to the north, especially the Benue State. They load trailers of yam at a very affordable price, bring it down to east, sell it. The next week, they are rushing back to the north to buy another trailer. It's a very lucrative business then, between the north, between the middle belt and the southeast. Very lucrative business. But today, a lot of them that are doing that business are no more into business. They are no more doing any business again because of insecurity in Benue in the middle belt.
Yeah, because you have to look at your life is more important than any money.
But in those days, this is a very lucrative business. You don't even need to import anything. You don't need to go to China to import anything. Just once you have the money, small amount like 500, you can load a trailer of yam from the north, bring it down to east, sell it in our Afoba market. They offload almost 2 times in a week. Those areas now, if you go there, they don't offload anything there again. Inside that market, they don't offload any yam, any food stuff. They don't offload it there again.
Wow.
And the people that are doing that business, they no longer go to that middle belt. They don't do business again.
Ken, what you're saying, honestly, they don't care. Most people believe that you're just propaganda, or maybe they just feel like, well, I live in the city, so I mean, if you don't care about your own village, why would they care about what's happening in the middle belt? They just don't care. They just feel like you're lying. Maybe you want
Biafra. Let them feel like I'm lying. I've lived all my life in Nigeria.
They think you want Biafra. That's why you're saying this. They think you want Biafra. That's why you're saying this.
Yes, that's what they say.
But
so it's a waste of breath.
Hold on, but Caesar, you want Biafra too now. Do you not?
You don't know what I want.
I've heard you say it before.
You don't know what I want.
I've heard you say it before.
I think the reality is most people just don't. I think this issue is gonna keep issuing because most people, until it knocks on their door, they literally don't care. That's just Nigeria, and it is what it is. Most of the people watching this don't care. They think it kind of is lying. They think he's propagandizing from Biafra.
Caesar, they don't think Ikena is lying. But the first half of what you said is probably more the case. They live in urban areas. Somebody that lives in a place like Lagos, for instance, he hears all these things and he believes that there's somewhat happening, but he knows that he's insulated from it because of the size of Lagos, the population, and the security. So it doesn't really impact on his day-to-day life. So you say, oh, what a shame. And that's it doesn't go for the urbanized city dweller, it doesn't go beyond, what a shame. Poor people. Pass me another glass of champagne. That's
one man. A lot of people living in Lagos today, especially in our market, we are not supposed to be living here. One man, if you see what happened during Buhari period, half of what we have in our line today came from North. Honestly speaking, as in even my pastor in this Ojo area, he lives in Meduguri. He still have property in Meduguri up to today, but he has to run for his life, come and reside in Lagos, start up a new life in Lagos with nothing, with all his family. But just for him to be safe, you just have to abandon everything that it has in Meduguri and come down to Lagos State. Lagos State is
But
overpopulated.
why did they go to? You know, I've never really understood people going to places like Maiduguri to go and.
One man,
you know who they are now, and you know how they live.
One man,
So
if
why
you know
would they
what
want to-
Meduguri, one man, if you know what Meduguri used to be in terms of business, you know that Nigeria is a very blessed country. It's just that the leaders don't want this nation to work. Do you understand? Meduguri is one of the places that if you do business as a businessman and you know what you are doing, you must surely make it in life. A lot of they have destroyed this country. They have destroyed this country. Those days that I know that these men were not in Lagos, these are customers that we used to do way before. Even my ogas, then I was still serving. My ogas will pack goods for them. One of my oga friend today is a half shop beside my oga shop now. We used to do way for him before. From North. But today he has a shop beside my oga. And my oga told him, man, if you cannot cope, this is too much. Come down to Lagos, I'll find a shop for you. At the end of the day, he found a shop for him in Alaba Market, close to his own shop. He stayed there, he learned for an old man, he learned business for some months, then he started up. Thank God he's doing well today. But not that he's not doing well when he was in the North. A lot of them, I know them, they are plenty inside Alaba today. They are plenty. These are customers that if they want to buy you goods, they buy half container, they buy goods of millions of naira. Because that Meduguri is a lucrative area that once you weigh goods to them, from there, they transfer it to other African countries like Cameroon, it's very easy. Cameroon people just come direct to Meduguri then to buy those stuff that they buy from Alaba.
And people from Niger too. From Niger.
And people from Niger. So they are also, if they buy wholesale from us in Alaba market, in that Meduguri, other African countries come there and also buy wholesale from them, then go to their country and be selling it retail. The only place in Nigeria today that this type of business is working is only in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. There are still the state in Nigeria that still maybe they still buy in quantity. Then other African countries come to that area and buy from them and go back to their country. This is how these people destroy Nigeria. And these people today, that Meduguri business has closed down. None of them is living in the North again. We just have to transport that number of people back to Lagos. And Lagos, we are saying that Lagos is overpopulated. This is the reason why Lagos is overpopulated. It's not that other states, if Nigeria is working, Lagos will not be overpopulated. Other states will be working also. Then some people will just move in that environment and be doing business. Things will be moving fine, happily. We used to enjoy it before. Even though there is a problem there, but not like today. We used to enjoy it. We that do business in Nigeria, I know what I'm telling you, one man. But when you say it here, people say you are doing propaganda. What kind of propaganda? What do I gain by doing propaganda? We just want a working nation, a united nation. Nigeria is better off being united because things will move well, business will move faster, and the economy will grow more. But these leaders don't understand it. So that is why people are saying now, if things cannot work the way we want it to work, let's do it regional so that people will control their region. It's very ridiculous when it's not a small issue we have in Nigeria. For us to get back to what we used to be economically, it will take us a very long time. It takes a leader that has the courage to break that barrier before we can be able to get back to what we used to be before. Because I experienced it.
As long as Lagos is booming, well, who cares? So
Everything is in Lagos. Lagos today, just everything now. Lagos.
Are you being a bit unfair? Every country has one central hub, doesn't it? That everything gravitates around. I think, you have New York in where you are. We have London where I am, Paris, etc.
Of course. So that's why I said, as long as Lagos is good, who cares what happens? Let the rest of the country burn down. Who cares? All this stuff you're talking about, Borno State used to do business there. Some people are happy you're not doing business in Borno State anymore. So now you can come to Lagos. So what's the problem?
But even doing business in Lagos is now because there's a real ethnic tension going on in the country now. So even Lagos now is there's a bit of issues there.
I don't believe that. Anyway, well,
there are some issues, but not like not like there is something you know. Even if your property is brought down today, you can still achieve another one than somebody coming to take your life. So a lot of people doing business in Lagos don't see that as much. If you say this is the rule, okay, we are able to abide by it. The only thing that happens in Lagos today is that, okay, before I build a mansion, I have to be sure that I can forfeit it if anything happens. That's the narrative now. If I cannot forfeit it, if anything happens, then I will not build. You understand? But it's not as the same as one day I fear my life. I do. My brother, one of my brother that still do business in Kaduna, has a warehouse in Lagos, a very big warehouse. He's just doing business in Kaduna because he feels that he's making more profit there. So what he does is that he buy his goods, stock it in a Alaba warehouse, then has somebody that control the warehouse here. Then anything that he needs, they open the warehouse here, we bill it to Kaduna. He's doing that so that any day that anything will happen, he will just rush down to Lagos and settle in Lagos. To show you how as my brother, how delicate this thing is. His goods is in Alaba market, but he's doing business in Kaduna.
It's a fear for your life.
It's a fear for your life and for his
I don't blame him.
Go fear, go Joe. But it's just bad.
It's just unfortunate that we are having such a situation. It shouldn't be like that in the country.
How people allow religious extremism to just destroy their community, you know?
Yes, that is it.
Me now, I have my dad's sister is a Muslim. The person I stayed with is a Muslim. I'm a Christian. My grandfather, that was confirmed juju man, you know, na traditionalist. So I grew up managing all this, but I can tell you, if it were to be not, maybe they would have trained the Muslim to cut off my head and kill my grandfather. So I don't know.
But the problem there is that
they're Ajale Koko. You know, they have a culture of not taking care of their children too. Wọ́n ní àwọn wà bínibí kan tí ò dá náà.
Burú.
Wọn kì í tọ́jú ọmọ, ṣe wọn pé wọ́n ń tọ́jú ọmọ, wọ́n ń sọ káì fọ́mọ náà bẹ́ẹ̀. They don't discipline children, you know. They believe that everybody has been created by God to have their own destiny. So why disturb anybody?
But that's among the poor class of people. But the rich one among them, man, they raise their children well. They give them Western education.
Yeah.
You know, they are just bad leaders, man. You know, using religion to deceive their people, while their own children, they allow them to go to have Western education, and they deceive their
Babaja, are you not surprised? Are you not surprised that this elite don't want their people to be educated? Are you not surprised that somebody like Goodluck Jonathan left everything that he has to do for the South and even South that he came from, went to the North, build them schools to get these guys educated? At the end of the day, they turned it against him. They use it to campaign against him. that education is a crime. Is that not intentional? Is it not an intentional act that they don't want their people to be educated? So that's why if I see some certain people today campaigning and saying that they will bring education to the north, I just laugh them. If they want to educate their people, that is why I used to see some intelligent Hausas and Fulanis, and that's why I don't blame a lot of them. Because when you speak with intelligent ones, the ones that are educated, you will know that really this political class are doing us very bad. That their thinking is very different. They don't think the way other people think. They are very straightforward people. If you deal with them, those educated Fulanis and the Hausas, if you deal with them, very straightforward people, very right-thinking people. You understand? But they now plug majority not to be educated so that they will be using them against or use them for politics and continue to destroy the system. It's a very delicate one. It's a very dangerous issue. You talk about out of school children, that is a majority there. Just do you watch the video of that school that students were kidnapped in Kaduna State? Do you see the state of that school? Because people only say they came to kidnap about 200 and something people from that school. Do you see the environment of that school? No fencing, very dilapidated situation. School in Kaduna, very dilapidated school. The school that I went to in my village, my secondary school, well fenced, very a good structure. We have a gate, we have security personnel that before you even jump that fence, those bandits, before you can jump our fence and say you want to kidnap children, before you get out from that fence, a lot of people would have rushed those guys. You leave students in an open environment with a dilapidated structure and expect kidnappers not to come inside that environment. To show you that these guys are not interested in educating our people. Very dangerous. But it's not about, we have to make a bold statement, speak up as a citizen, speak up. Whether it's happening in the north, speak up. Whether it's happening in the south, speak up, so that we get things right in this country. So that is it. You leave people in an open space, and the kidnappers come and pack all of them, and you say that kidnapper just came. I was just laughing at that governor. Look at the schools you have visited. He visited that school. I was just looking at the school, I just look at the school. I say, why would such a thing happen here? Look at the school. You just look at where you kept. If it is your children, can you keep them in this kind of environment to be schooling there? That is it.
Do you believe that kidnapping actually took place? You know, a part of me does not believe it. You know, because I cannot say how anybody. Yeah.
One man, do you believe? I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that they still kidnap women in some northern areas for marriage?
No. I believe that because that's
so if they can do that for marriage, why we want to believe kidnapping is still inherent in some of their culture? So why wouldn't they kidnap all those ones? Because they kidnap some in Borno State, Boko Haram, right? About 270. They said the old people, all the Yarubo, they should go back home, and took all the little where they balance.
One man, whether you believe it or not, whether you believe it or not, I saw a headline that one of their Islamic cleric came out to say that it's a crime to use force against kidnappers. That government should negotiate with them.
That was Sheikh Gumi. That was Sheikh Gumi.
Thank God you know. See, we are still playing in this country. A kidnapper asking for 40 trillion. What's the budget of Nigeria for 2 years? and you have the mind to come out and say
ask that type of
and tell government that You cannot use force against them. That you should go on with the negotiation. Now mad. Now mad, they mad. That person they mad. Honest. And I blame Tinubu if he didn't take any action against those individuals. I will blame him. But those are the problem of our government. The problem we are facing.
Let
Our
me tell
government.
let me tell you this. You know this guy uh, that come on this platform sometimes. Um, is it Ribadu? Ribadu is his name. You can when he speak, anytime he comes in and speak against what is going on in their own region, particularly the way their leaders across, you know, all the spectrum of their societies, the way they are so afraid of these Islamic mullahs, you can feel the frustration from that guy when he speaks. That it is they are so powerful and nobody can dare attempt to go after them. If you go after them, you know, because of the how do I describe it? This brainwash, this religious enslavement, the mental enslavement of their people, you know, with this religion, they can set the whole region on fire. If you want to go after this, their mullahs and all these things. So it is only education that can take them out of that this mental and slavery that is religious and slavery rather that they have been using on these people for a long time. Only education, and they are resisting it. The mullahs are resisting it. They don't want their people to have education, and it just and it costing
That is to tell you that
a serious setback. That country is costing us a very serious setback.
Babaja, that is to tell you that education is a very powerful tool and they understand it.
Very powerful.
Education is a very powerful, in fact, that is one of the best thing you can give a state or a country.
Thank God Baba Dale Koko is still in one of the what's it called our parents' generation, right? When I'm speaking with my mom and dad about how they grew up, it was not as if the Southwest was not like all those northern areas we are looking at before.
It was like that too. They didn't want our
Because
people, but
during my mother's, do you know that during my mother's generation, I'm talking about maybe 60 years ago now, they did not allow women in mostly Badagry area to go to school. It was just my mother told me that she was stubborn, that the day they came, they put her at the back of the house, that she jumped out of the back. That's why the teachers took her. And that's why even as of today, I still know some of my mom's colleagues who are not educated, you know.
yeah, it was like
So
that too. But you see when Aula was doing that free education in the 50s, a lot of our people even resisted, you know, that effort to get.
okay,
Yes, a lot of our people in Yoruba land resisted it. That it's going to Western education will corrupt our children, and our traditional religion will be taken away from them, and they will be brainwashed, and they will take our religion away, and so and so. But you know what Awolowo did then?
what did you do?
He hired a lot of what do you call this social workers to
Yeah,
go
social
from
worker.
house to house to talk to people and to tell them that look look at Awolowo, look at Awolowo, look at this, look at that. They are lawyers, they are this. I mean, they are the one fighting for us, they are the one doing this. They know the way Oyibo think. We should be able to, have more people so that they can join him and join others so that we can, fight for the better future of our children and, give them education. So then little by little, and that is why in order to make it convenient to say, okay, let this guy, that is why he make it free education. I mean, if it is free, they got nothing to lose. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They
okay.
got nothing to lose. Well, you are not paying for it. Just let your children go to school, and when they come back, they can still come back to do the
The
babalawo.
farm. Yes, they can still go to the farm.
He can still go to the farm. He can still, do the traditional religion. That is not taking the religion away from him. So, and little by little, because it is free, a lot of people now said, okay, I'm not paying nothing. It's nothing. Okay, let them go. Some will say, okay, some of the children should go, while some will go with them to the farm,
exactly.
or some will remain with me doing my traditional religion or this Ifa religion and all these things, and little by little people I mean,
Ajale Koko, the Yorubas have a lot to be grateful to Awolowo for.
100%.
If you had not educated our parents, where would we be now? We'll probably be on some farm.
We'll be like
life expectancy 50, 45.
Can you imagine? One man about
people. Yeah, people.
New York won't be New York at all. Something.
One man. That is why we have to advocate all these things to happen to other parts of the nation. It has not reached many parts of the nation. We must speak up, especially the experience that the educated ones has garnered in education. Let's use that to advocate for education, especially in our budget system. Let it happen in other places in our country, so that we get out of all these things, domineering spirit that is going on. If you are educated, you see how you speak here with a free mind, Ajali Kuko. You just think about how educated people don't think all these things that all these people are trying to do. Because you have a free mind, you can think on your own. There is a lot of benefit in education for people that play it.
Well, that's
so thank God for Awolowo. Thank God for Awolowo that did it for the Southwest. Very big something he has done for the Southwest. If only people will understand it.
I don't think people have an appreciation of yeah, you see, my father, he's an engineer. He was an engineer. Trained Nigeria and then the UK. My mother is a lawyer. So without that Awolowo backdrop, my grandmother, she used to sell alcohol. They call her Iyaoloti, and my grandfather, he was sort of like a pastor preacher man sort of a person. And then if you go further back into the backdrop, warlords so if we didn't have that intersection of education, and then they came to the UK, and if you didn't have all of that, I'll probably be a palm wine tapper somewhere in Akemori.
Your own is better. Ajale Koko, assuming there was no education, what would you have been doing? Based on your ancestral line. Should I tell you? My own would have been more of Agbede. Blacksmith.
Alagbede.
Then blacksmith.
But Aja, what is there is also an educational system that also benefited the East now. What can you say about that one also?
I don't know much about the Eastern education, but I think the East copied most
It's
of
it's the one boy type of education now. One boy.
But you know the Eastern style is there's somewhat of a pragmatism to it, and it leads to it leads to greater wealth in terms of because the Western system it puts you in school and then you could end up in some there are breakthrough people that will make fantastical money through intellect and whatnot, but a lot of them end up in middle phase life, civil servant, maybe a lawyer, an accountant, something who earns more than average and he thinks he's a rich man, but but that enterprise system of the East, it generates real wealth. You know that apprenticeship. Yeah. Do you understand what I mean, Ife?
Yeah, I understand. No, I think what he was saying is more of, even though that enterprise system, there is still education in it, because you need to interact with people. You need to do business. Business is a form of education. You need to have some mastery of commerce in terms of understanding how exchange rate works. I think what he's more of saying is assuming there was no exposure. There was a time that all African communities did not have exposure. That was what we are going back to. And I think in the East, they would have been more of maybe...
You mean with the Janjaweeds? You mean that's where the Janjaweeds wants to take us back to, did you?
Yes, now that's what's happening now. That's what's happening.
Like somebody like me if somebody like me now that benefited in our own majority system of education, that is one boy saw stuff of thing.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to go to university to learn our own education. You don't necessarily need to even finish secondary school. All you just have to have the willingness, the desire to be a businessman or entrepreneur. Then somebody will just pick you up. You serve him for like 6, 7, 8 years. Then he will settle you with either a shop, some goods, and some cash.
I understand what you're saying, but that happened because of necessity of events after the Civil War. It was not as if that's how it has always been from time immemorial.
Yeah, right? I know, but at least it benefited us. It benefited at least a lot of people benefited from it, and we as thing goes on, we adopted it, and we are living with it, and we're okay with it.
Yeah, what we are trying to say is more of, let us remove everything about education, and we are going to default. So that's why I said I will turn to a blacksmith, because that was what's it called, more of my ancestral, a blacksmith and a hunter, and I'll be worshiping Ogun, God, Lord of Iron.
Okay, you'll be a blacksmith and a hunter, if not for education.
Yes, no.
But still, it's still a lucrative one now.
Yeah, I know. No, the traditional blacksmith now.
Do you wish somewhat that was your life? Do you wish somewhat, because that's a simpler life, isn't it? Do you wish somewhat that was your life?
One man who let him
because sometimes I admire that village life. The simplicity of it.
One man. Let me give you an example. That there are some ancestral names here in the UK. When you hear names like Smith, Cooper, Forrester, you can easily tell what their line have been doing. Like Cooper now is somebody who works with wine.
cooperage, smith, blacksmith, forester, maybe lumber people who work in the forest. But the only difference is they have modified their own education system to modernize those activities such that they now use machines to still do. So instead of smith now working hammering iron like somebody who wants to go and drive a wagon, now they have machines, they have metamorphosed into big smelting companies. I think that should have been what should have happened in Africa, but they also have the patent for those things. They did not give us the opportunity to develop beyond what they want us to have in terms of technology transfer. So would I want to still have that Alagbede style? Yes, but is it in the old form? No. Would they be in the new form in terms of using modern equipment? Why not? Fantastic. Yes. And that's why traditionally our people used to do this akosejai, whereby they will know the type of profession you want to work with so that you will be able to more or less become successful. I don't want to use make it in life because that's is subject to different interpretation. To become successful, that's why they will say, oh, this child that you're giving birth to, he has to work with wood. This child that you are giving birth to, you have to work with iron. This family. So it's
You know they did that with Deoni. His father said that he was always going to be a king because they told them when they went to do Kosejaye, and that's what the Ifa said.
yeah,
Although I don't believe in all that Kosejaye, it's just abracadabra, isn't it?
Me, I don't. I believe it. But I don't put faith in it. Let me put my own that way. Me, I believe it, but I don't put faith in it. It's two things to believe in something. It's another thing. Sorry, it's one thing to believe that something exists. It's another thing for you to put faith in it. Putting faith in it now means that is this something I want to do? No. But does it exist? Yes, it does. We're Africans now, unless we just want to be disingenuous with our culture. Now.
No, it works. So it's because we have abandoned it. That's why we are having a lot of problem in our society now. Yeah, it's always country.
Akoseja is like astrology. It's not even like it's African astrology.
Job, other job that he's doing, is just be messing around, and it works. It works for the people. It worked for our people in the past, and it's still working today. But because education taking a lot of things away, some of us doesn't want to believe in Akosejai and our tradition anymore. And,
also religion has
that is
a
just
role
a
to
problem. We allow the religion to take away our sense of
if you're practicing Christian, you don't want to go that
originality,
route.
or who we are as people.
So
it's just
if you are practicing
education.
Muslim,
That's why I always shout education. I mean, when a society doesn't give their citizen education, they can never be successful. They can never be progress in that society. That progress will be backward, like so that is just it. Even look, when, like I was saying, when Awolowo was even doing that free education, it involved the fact that a lot of people more people turn up than they expected on the first day that they started their government. They did not even stop there. They hire more,
social worker to go into the interior to people that are still resisting, people that didn't want to go and convince them, come out and let your children have education. And on top of that, in some areas where they are doing poorly, in some parts of Yoruba land where they are performing very poor, they invested more. They built more school there. They expanded the.
Well, Babaja, they should make it a crime.
So sorry, can I just 1 second? Mike is here.
Better, but was the Jebu division, the Egba division, and part of maybe the Oyo and Osun, those one. Those one are not doing good at all. They are very, very poor educationally. But they invested more there that they must cash up. You understand? And, what is happening in the north is just not good for that country. And if you know what Pulawo did to make sure that the people in the north accept education during that time that he was alive and he was contesting for election, if you know the resistance he got from there.
You see, one man. Let me say this, man. The thing always amuses me about Southerners when they are talking about the North. So most of them never lived in the North. I'm listening to you guys with all these stereotypes or the Northern leaders and this and that and that. So people that come across is sending to school all over the place, giving scholarship and all those things. So that it's not. And another thing is when people say, "Oh, there's no school in North."
Let's see the rest of that.
The deal is
that video.
It's just a
drop.
video.
Get the guy.
They are trying in Kano.
Why is costing me off, man?
Can
we talk one at a time? The fact of the matter is this: a lot of these Southerners never lived in the North because if there's no school at all in North, so millions of the Southerners living in the North, the Yorubas, the Igbos, all these people, which schools are they attending there? Is it not school?
I don't understand the concept of
which schools are there? We talk as if the entire South.
You don't
hold on now. The entire South is educated, and the entire North is not educated. That's the way we conversation. The entire South is not educated. Why do we have so many illiterates? Can we talk one at a time? I just came in now.
One voice now. What's going on?
I want to ask my question before you
go.
Let him land because he was insisting on landing. So let him land. Yeah.
It's just a question because I've already understand what he said.
The entire North, there's no education.
How are you going to land when you're on the ground?
The entire North is no education. They don't have nothing. The entire South, we are all educated and we are all so educated. So like the entire North is just uneducated people. They don't have school going on. They don't go to. If you've been to the North, you won't be stereotyping. The main cities in Nigeria, we all know. Yeah.
Okay, Mike.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your questions.
All right. Before you, okay, hold on, Kenneth. Before you actually ask that question, let me use the window to bail out. Ayo, of course. Anytime we're mentioning super chats, it's very rare that we don't mention Ayo. We mention him again, and he always rattles them off. So that's Ayo rattling them off right there. Crown joins him. So that's Crown right there. Well done, Crown. Ayo comes in. Chioma right there. That's Chioma.
One man.
Yeah.
My girl is finally here because they've been making us swivel around.
All right. Can we see her or?
Yeah, I want her to say hello to you.
All right. Let's play the deck. We don't want to see you. We want to see her. So don't diminish our good looks with your ugly mug. So that's yeah.
I'll try not to, but it could be closing now because I'm going to Terminal 5. So I'm now Terminal 4. So one more terminal. So go ahead and do whatever you're doing.
All right. So that's Adeniyi Olunuga. So I think that's a new introduction into the super chat spaces. So we want to be hearing, we want to be mentioning new names there. So well done to Adeniyi Olunuga. So that's Adeniyi Olunuga right there. With some regularity, we mentioned Kulata. We mentioned him again today. So that's Kulata. I think he was speaking to that broader conspiracy space that we were speaking to right there. And we didn't even know he had a wallet, but one Nigeria with the handsomeness of £2. So there it is right there. So keep them coming. Mike is going to take over. So you know it's always a different regime with Mike. So hold steady but hold firm.
Fire Mike.
Yeah. So hold steady but hold firm. So I had to push Mike to come in because Thomas was not available. So be nice to him because he was bullied really into coming in. But thank you, Mike, for coming in. I'll send the link for whoever wants to join you. I know it's a different crew with Mike and his posse when they gather. So let me bail out. Hand over to Mike. I'll be watching in the background to see if we get to meet this phantom babe that Pansat tells us. I don't believe that. I think it's on a taxi run. I think it's probably on his Uber job to go and pick up some.
Executive Uber.
And he's trying to pretend like he's picking up some babe.
This airport, I hope. I wish I was in Uber. I'll be making money.
Which city are you in? Are you in Gomez's? Are you in?
No, I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, Los Angeles. Is that not where Prestige is?
But he was here not too long ago.
Oh, you've met him in person?
But anyway, hold on, guys.
So that's Pansat and his imaginary what's it? So out of curiosity, I'm going to hang around now.
The West Coast has a lot of large Igbo population. So the California area has a lot of it's like Sacramento, Los Angeles. If ever. Yeah, so it's a lot of people there that are from Igbo. They love
so the Texas sort of space is that's the Yoruba space, is it?
No, it's a mixture. Dallas is Yoruba, Houston is Igbo, a lot of Igbos. The North, New York is a mixture, Atlanta, the Edo. So you can tell where people, Yeah.
I think Yorubas are more of Chicago, New York, Baltimore.
The Northeast.
Northeast, yeah. The Igbos are more in the South, like Texas and also California.
Is Chicago not where they have these low down men, or is it down low men?
No, that's case people.
That they pretend to be married, but
that's his own. They're the girly men and all that.
Oh my goodness me! I saw something when I went to Philadelphia that I would never get over until my life comes to an end.
Did they come after? You not touch one man.
No, it's about the we get to that in London as well, so you can handle that. But I saw this guy. I think he had gone to do a butt job, but his butt, I've never seen anything like it. It was. I had to call my wife's attention to it. He said she couldn't believe the butt was. It was the size of his body, then added onto the back. And then it was just it was the most.
It wasn't proportionate. It wasn't proportionate to his.
Yes, I'm not even talking about a big ass. I'm talking about it was just completely out of sequence, and I'm thinking, and it was doing that work that they do, and it freaked me out. I just thought, my goodness me, it's just anyway. You are strange people over there anyway.
No, they didn't even talk about the complications that we have to deal with of those butt surgeries. There's a lot of complications to their health, overall health, kidney function.
But they just move fat from one part of the body to another, isn't it?
It's more than that, because they add more things than just moving fat. That's why they don't tell people sometimes. So people will go to all these third world countries. They go to Brazil, they go to Mexico, get this cheap surgeries or procedures, then come back.
And a lot of it's done in Turkey as well. Yeah.
So they will even have doctors come up from those countries and do it in hotels here. So what will happen sometimes is that thing start leaking into their vessels. it start leaking sometimes. Yeah, because I have to deal with that. It start leaking.
I hope you are not related to Bobby Risky. Madawu family.
So next thing you know, they're having cardiovascular issues. Like, what happened? Like, next thing you find out the scan, to do some few tests, and you realize, oh, it's from the botched surgery. Somebody was even putting cement. I mean, it's crazy. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Cement and man, it's a lot. It's a lot, mama.
Is there a psychology? Anyway, there's a lot going on.
That body is the dysmorphia.
Yes,
you just have that. When you look at the mirror, you see something entirely different. That's just what you don't see yourself the way most people see yourself. You just see yourself.
You see it a lot in anorexia, don't you? All these people.
Yeah, bulimia. All those, yeah, you have a lot.
Yeah, bulimia rather. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but that's common with my time when I was in college doing photography. That was common amongst the models. A lot of model are bulimic.
They will have a salad and then they will go to the toilet to regurgitate it because they don't want to be fat.
Yeah,
just a salad though.
Yeah, it's a lot of.
I want to say good night. Babati, I never greet you. Greetings, Sinama.
I'm coming to your. No, never mind.
No, let me go sleep. I beg.
What question were you trying to ask me? Can I say? You were trying to ask me something. I can't remember.
Mike,
but it's okay, man. Just go to sleep, man. Because I know you just.
It's already. Let me know if I can wake up and go to shop. So good night. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Can I see you tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, man, by the way, are you okay? I said lately you've been clocking out early than usual.
Yes, I'm trying not to spend more than 4 hours on it. Just
I know before you come on the show, it takes you some couple of hours to prep as well. Plus, you have to come up. Okay, all right, I see.
Yeah. All right. Since we are not going to meet our Pansat's imaginary girlfriend, let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
You mean Mike?
Yes, Mike. I said. Did I not say Mike?
Mike.
Mike. Oh, Mike. Thomas is there, embodied lost in spirit.
So Mike, get to like we were saying, let us assume that Awolowo did not bring Western education to the Southwest. What we will be doing? So that's one.
What will we be doing? What sense? I mean,
you'll be farming. You'll be in the farms. That's what we'll be doing.
The fact of the matter is, no, I don't think anyone brought. I mean, the world was changing. The world is changing. The world is moving. The world is evolving. So this idea that if this go this way, it wouldn't have been anything. You understand? The world is evolving. God knows. We probably would have been even more advanced. I don't know. No one knows. I don't believe in that idea that, if this didn't happen, we would have been like this. No one knows. No one knows what society. I mean, you can't say if the Gardens do this, something else will never have happened. I don't believe in those kind of things.
It's like the example would be how they always credit Obasanjo Abacha for bringing cell phone. That was inevitable, regardless of anybody. It was going to come anyways.
Yeah, so, even the world. I mean, the world was moving, changing, and it's becoming more interactive. So the idea that if somebody didn't, let me tell you guys something, man. The difference between the South and the North is just the Southern people's proximity to the ocean. Importation comes straight to the Southern shores, and due to that, we have more economic activity going on in the South. That's all the difference is. That's why there's less poverty in the South than in the North. That's all it is. If the North was bordering the ocean and importation is constantly coming through there, you probably have, and let's say the South was bordering the desert. And so it's the same all over Africa. The parts that's bordering the ocean tend to have more exposure to the world and the part that's not bordering the ocean. That's the difference. Not because we are so super educated or smart and this so-called education you're talking about. Why do we have so much? If you are so educated, why you have so much illiterate all over the South? On the so-called educated people, they are brainwashed. They're just reason like morons. Some Southerners, the Northerners, they reason more intelligent than most Southerners, to be honest.
Mike,
especially Southeasterners.
Can we ask you?
If the Southeasterners are so smart, why they being so brainwashed easily? You have a baby factory going on there in Anambra and all those places. You don't talk about that. You have a bunch of young boys singing behind them. They kind of like bunch of donkeys. They can't think. Are you telling me that the North are dumb? Come on now. We are just equally dumb. Come on. There's nothing special. You just have economic activity going on. That's why I don't have mass poverty. A Connect say is going to shop right now. It's because it's close to the ocean. Importation container is coming right in. I mean, a guy in the far north, container can't just reach him like that. That's why you are going to the shop now. If you are not close to the ocean like that, I mean, you two will be probably Anyway, go ahead, Babati.
Yeah, so let's reverse. Let's just reverse person. Let's say the North were the ones in the South, and they had access to everything you're talking about. Do you think they would have done better than what we are doing right now in the South?
I think they would have done better. I think so. Because they are better coordinated people. They are straightforward. You understand? In the way they are, in their thinking, in their way of doing things. You understand? They are more straightforward in their approach to life. You understand? I mean, if you've lived in the North, you know that these people, if they had the same kind of opportunity the Southerners had, they probably would have done better with that opportunity. Southerners, we blow things. We are, I don't know. With all our so-called exposure, everything, look at the way we are doing things, man. I mean, come on. I think those people are better coordinated, to be honest.
But that coordination is limited to, I mean, it is, but they've not also maximized their ability to coordinate. They've not, I wouldn't say used it to the optimum level to be able to produce something, I mean, for their whole population.
Babati, do you know why? Because the coordination is more of a religious-based coordination, not economic-based coordination.
Right. So you can't be organized yourself politically in order. But when it comes to economics, you don't. I mean, if what you say is true,
you think Yorubas did not have coordination?
Well, it's not reflecting in.
You have coordination is right there.
Mike, this is what I'm saying. That thing is not reflected in their economic bottom line overall. Because if you have the
Nigeria economy is a consumer-based economy. We import. You understand? That's all it is. Imports. It's not like we are this, manufacture. And if you go to Kano, if you go to their major cities, they have economic activities going on. So we make it look like the entire North is just the rural part. The entire rural part of Nigeria is equally poor. You understand? It's just like the southern rural part of the South, they are not so far from the major urban area, so they may have less. It may be the reason why they may have experienced less poverty. But the North is so spread out. Like the next rural town. I mean, the next the next rural town distance proximity to the, like, let's say the major city like Kaduna. Let's say in Kaduna State, for example, you have the rural towns that are like miles away from the city. You understand, where it's easier to participate in the economic activity of those cities compared to the South, where the cities, if you have like Lagos, Ibadan, all those capital cities of each state, they are not so far apart from most of the rural parts. So the rural people in the South, they easily access that city, economic activity. When in the North, it's so spread out. But if you want to talk about activity, go to the major cities in the North, the major part, you see things going on.
I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is, you brought up the ability to organize. I mean, you own a business. You said you own a business. And understand, if you have in an organization a very effective mode of organizing people, like human resources, we can harness their potential. Now, you're talking about people in their millions that you said culturally or whatever that they can do that. So, but my point is that if that is true, that is reflective in their the way they play politics. You see the coordination, right? You see it. But for some reason, they've not been able to harness that when it comes to economics.
Do you know that a lot of the most successful businessmen in Nigeria are from the North?
No, that's just a few people, but I'm saying collectively.
It's the same in the size. Just few people that are very super wealthy.
But you're giving them the credit for being able to do that as a group, is what I'm saying. That if that is true as a group.
No. I'm not saying that. First of all, the North, they have most of all look at the North, you think you are just one big tribe like that, one big tribe. No, the North is very diverse. They have many different ethnic groups in the North. So it's not like they're just one big one ethnic group like that. They have different ethnic groups, different languages, different kingdoms. In fact, the funny thing I will tell you, if you go to Northeast, one part of the North, right? Somebody from one part of the North moved to another part of the North. He can be just as confused. Like he's a stranger there. You probably don't even understand the environment. Where someone from the South may even understand more that's been there, will know more about that environment than him. So it's not really like they're just one big family like we think. It's not really like that. The only difference is we can say, well, in the North, people tend to see the Islamic religion and put it above their ethnic affiliation. You understand? They put the religion above the ethnicity. But in the South, we tend to put the ethnicity above religion. You understand? That's the only difference. But they know that they are different.
I'm not disputing that. I was just speaking to the part of coordination that you said, because we see that.
What I mean by coordinate, and what makes it, just like I first said, the religion make them be more coordinated. Like in the North, like the way the Northerners relate to you is, if they meet each other, the more they relate to more principle of the religion than the difference in their ethnicity, in a sense. So they can be more coordinated when they meet each other. Once they quote, say, there's something what is saying, Islam, they greet each other and they just embrace and easily can work together, trust each other, and get things done. You understand? But in the South, the moment you meet somebody from another village, that's even among your same ethnic group. Maybe you are from Ijebu, you meet another Yoruba from or something like that. You can't trust him, right? There's nothing that can create that bridge of trust between you two that quickly. You understand? That's what I mean by they are easily more coordinated. So with that mentality, if they had all that what we have in the South, the proximity to the ocean, the industries, the everything, and then the British, when they came, they gave them that, because what we practice in Nigeria is more Western system, where they are more grown in the Middle Eastern system. You understand? But Nigeria in general, our entire this thing is Western, is British. So if they had that same advantage that we have, because when the British came, we just dove right into the English system, while they were still holding on to the Islamic system. And that's another reason why I think regional system should have been better, because they would have developed with the Middle East Islamic ways and advanced in that way, put their curriculum more in Islamic manner, they will be more like Egypt. You understand? But what we do in Nigeria, we have in Nigeria is entirely British system. You understand? So that kind of pushes more of our own elites or our own intellectuals. It gives them that advantage over them. But if they had that same advantage of British giving them that same exposure from the beginning, from the jump, and they had that South to themselves.
Hold on, Mike. You see all this reason you are giving. I mean, they don't. I don't think they are all the reason for it. They are none of the reason why they are backward.
They are not backward. First of all, let's get one thing straight. The Northerners are not backward.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
They produce more graduates, they produce more intelligent people than the South today. That's the fact.
Okay, I agree with you. I'm not arguing.
If they can agree with me, it's in the comment section. He lives in the North. He never live in the North. That's why you call them backward.
No, I have agreed with you. I'm not arguing with you. Let's have conversation. All you are saying that they don't have access to the ocean, that is why they are backward, or they are not as
I didn't say they are backward.
Economically,
the economic activity
and this and that. And I'm saying the Igbos doesn't have access to the ocean.
What do you mean? Are they not in the South?
They don't have access to the ocean. All right.
Are they not in the South?
Look, whether they are in the South, but their region where they are located, they don't have access to the South. I mean, to the ocean.
They're still closer to the ocean. I said the entire South has that close proximity to the ocean. That's what I said. What's the distance between? Is it not okay? Can you compare the southeast to the economic activity in the southeast? And okay, the southwest. Okay, which part of Nigeria produces most of the internally generated revenue? Has more economic activities? Is it not the southwest? And why is that?
Okay, which part of the country collect more revenue allocation than others? Which part of
the south?
It's not the south. It's the north.
What do you mean the north? What do you mean the north? In what sense? You put the entire north in one box? Why don't you put the entire south in one box?
Okay, wait. Let us even forget about that. But the point I want to tell you is that how come you have all the leaders well educated and they have larger of their populace not educated?
We can say the same in the south. We can say most of our population is educated in the south.
Hold on. Why do we have all the leaders, those who can know, yes, this one over there, they have Western education, they give their children Western education, and they refuse to give the population. I
just told you that people have lived in the north, and we attend schools in the north. There are schools there. That Labo, Yorubas, Igbos, we all live in the north.
Hold on. We are not saying there is no school. But what we are telling you,
they didn't give everybody. Is that what you're saying?
What we are telling you, they are not making a very strong effort to push their people to have Western education as we are doing in the South.
I don't think we are really doing it. You yourself come here to complain that we don't give free education. Yeah, you come here to complain about that now. Say they are not giving free anymore.
Hold on now. Why are you arguing like this? If I say they should give people free education because education is expensive, it's different from, not.
Yeah, they are also doing it. Let me tell you, there's no difference between all the governors. All the governors are doing what they can a little bit, but they are not doing enough. We agree. It's equal.
Yeah,
the same way.
Hold on.
No, that's not different. I've been to the north. I'm telling you, as someone that's. Wait, let me. Okay, go ahead.
You make my point there.
Let me tell you the difference. Okay, can I tell you the difference? Can I tell you the difference?
Point. Yeah.
Can I tell you the difference? The difference is this: we have more private schools in the south than in the north. Hold on. In the south, there are more private schools. People building many private schools, so most Southerners have access to schools. And the north, but the governors, all the governors, they are building what they can, little they can. They are all equally performing on the same level in terms of what they can schools they are building, public schools. They are doing it in the north. But we can agree that both north and southern governor, they are all not doing enough. You say you come here to complain about the southern governor not doing enough in terms of building school. They're not doing like Awolowo did or whatever. They are all doing, but there's no difference. You can't say the northern governors are just doing one thing and the south are not doing the same. Like the northern governors have this agenda that they will not build schools. They don't want their people to go to school. It's a propaganda. We all lived in the north. I've been to the north and I see governors constantly building schools everywhere.
What we are saying is that they are not doing. You just said it. They are not doing enough.
All of them, but you can't make it a northern thing. The southerners are not doing enough either. So in fact, some of the northerners governors are probably doing more than some southern governors.
Hold on. What? Look, when we are having conversations. Hello, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you guys.
Having conversation like this.
Are you there? I can't hear you.
His mic is.
Babati, what I'm trying to say is this: we tend to do this generalization, right? Like in the south, you have some governors that are pushing more into education than others. The same thing in north, you have some governors that are pushing more into education than others. Like someone like Kwankwaso, they might believe in education so much that he emphasized build so much schools. He even send people people are brought to become professionals and everything, but we'll not talk about that. We'll just say generalize or maybe one that's not doing it. But in the south, there are some governors that don't do anything for education, but we will not talk about that. So it's this generalization and this propaganda that there's one agenda in the North where all the Northern elites are all meeting and agreeing that, oh, we're going to improve it, we'll make sure our people don't go to school. These things are lies.
I would disagree with that on the two things. First of all, the private school argument you brought up. Even if you remove private school down the south, you still have a larger population that values it higher. So you will see that is reflective not only in, if you look at the numbers for common entrance, I mean, the amount of people that are applying for it. So you can look at metrics that forget private school for a second. You will see the line number. Number two is when you bring up Kwankwaso and other things. In their they might be building schools, but it's not. Is the amount of school that build, is it keeping up with the population that needs to be there? Is the question.
See, let me explain how the North is. The way the structure of the North in terms of the territory, the terrain, you have to put that into consideration as well. The North is so spread out. Literally, when I went to the North, to go from one community in the North to another, it might take you might drive hours. You understand? You understand now? You will drive hours. But compare in the South, where you can literally put one school and 3 villages can share that one school. You understand? In the South, like everything is so compact in the South, where you can put one thing here and like literally large population can just benefit from that one single thing you put there. You understand? But whereas in the North, even within Abuja, you go when I lived in Abuja before Abuja became so developed like this, you go to Gwali, you see community. The next community is like you have to go far before you even get to the next community. So it's so difficult. So now it means to build school, right, for certain amount of population, you have instead rather than where in a side where you could just build 2 schools, right, that we cover them, you have to build maybe like 10 schools. You understand? You literally have to drop school in every kilometer, and also the access to and the population also access to capital and like in the South we have so much economic activity going on, so parents can easily just put money down, send kids to school, sponsor and everything. When in North there's not much economic activity going on, so it kind of slows.
Mikey, hold on.
But if you want to compare the North with the South, you have to pick cities like Kaduna, Kano, and all those main cities.
No. But so is the argument that is because of the geographical distance, or that because I thought the argument was that they do actually, regardless of that, they've done a better job at this. I thought that was the argument you were making, but I think you just maybe if I get you wrong, that them not having enough compared to the South, that means you agree that they don't have more than the South. It's because they are whites, they are spread out. So I'm trying to figure out which argument you're making.
No, the argument I'm making is if you want to talk about the North, compare maybe a part of the North, you take Kaduna and you compare with hold on. You have to take a concentrated area in the North.
You have to judge the whole thing.
But if you take the whole North, you understand?
Right.
And then but hold on. But what you do is this. What we normally do is this. When we want to take the North, look at the North and describe the North. We don't look at the progressive part. We pick maybe the rural part of the North where nothing is going on and say that's the North. And then we use that to compare to the urban part of the South and say look at the two. That's why I do things. How about you do this then? Pick one of the most rural part of the South. Let's say some places in the South where it's so rural, village, like so. Don't talk about the main cities, so, and compare with Kaduna. You don't grant a conclusion that they are more educated, they have better things going on in North than in the South. You understand what I'm saying? We won't do that. We just look at the most maybe the least.
No, Mike, that's what you're saying. They're saying North South. So once I make it a North South thing, I cannot cherry pick data from cities from two. It has to be comparing numbers from the entire South and entire North. If I want to say I'm discussing regions now, if your argument is that no, in some part of the North, they have what you call as up-to-date modern schools, then I agree with that they have issues with that geographical location because they are, like you said, they are spread out. I'll take that. But if you're looking at the entire North and their policy towards education, primary education, secondary education, you can see the data that they've not done a good job compared to the South. You can, so it's hard to, so let me just cherry pick one and just know. So if it's,
I don't think it's a matter of good job. I just think it's a matter of one having one advantage than the other region having one advantage than the other region. I don't think it's a matter of someone choose not to. The leadership is not working or doing something. What I would say is this: the entire country's leadership is not doing enough. They are all poor. But we can't make it look like the northern half this one.
Mike, I have a question. How do you explain Zamfara? I think last year or 2 years ago, no students registered for WAEC.
How many cities do you have in Zamfara?
Thank you,
Zamfara is literally desert. Like, village, like it's just.
No,
it's a place where it's so there's no single the economy activity. There's no economic activity. Okay. You talk about Zamfara. Okay, compared to Kaduna, are they not both not? Okay, compared to Jos, compared to what's it called?
And they have budget for education.
Yeah, get it. They're doing poor, but you take Zamfara and usually hold on, Gani. What I'm saying here is that I'm not that. Hold on now. What I'm saying is okay. Yeah, that's a poor. Okay. Zamfara has a poor. Let me talk now. I'm talking.
Education.
What I'm saying is, yes, there's poor performance in the north, within certain governors, whatever. But you can't say because Zamfara governor is so poor in performing, it means the north is so poor in performing. Like we use one bad example in the north to generalize the whole north. You understand? If you say, in Zamfara, the governor there is terrible, the leadership there is terrible, they don't do much about education. I can say, you have a good argument there. Look at the numbers, whatever. But what we do is we take Zamfara, we now compare it to Lagos, and say, look how many people register in Lagos. Look how many people register in Zamfara. No, the south is doing better, the north is just terrible. Like, come on, that's not how you do things now. You can't generalize the whole north. In the south, too, you can qualify a state where the governor there is terrible. He's not doing anything about education. But what I'm saying is we can't be generalizing the whole north as if they all just have one agenda and one.
Let me read you a stat here, Mike. Let me read you a stat here. This is 2018. Common entrance application, people that apply for the exam. Taraba had in the entire state only 95 students applying for that. KB had 50. And Zamfara had 28. So if you look at data, even with that spread that they have, that the distance, I believe the government should have done way more than instead of spending money building mosques for 100 million naira. That money could have been used to build more schools.
You guys agree that we build more churches than schools in the south,
No. If Mike, listen to me. If I know that in my region I don't have the same competitive benefit than you do in the south, if Lagos is spending 10% of their money on education, I have to spend 40% on education.
If you want to mention Lagos, don't compare Lagos to compare Lagos to Kaduna or Kano.
Mike, I'm giving an example.
But you can't use that example. Pick another state that's backward in the south to compare to the backward state in the north, and then
let me say Ogun State, for instance.
Ogun is even common. I
know, but because for some reason
pick Bayelsa or something.
no, but even Bayelsa will compare.
Go check their number then, Bayelsa.
I know, but I'm saying that they will spend if you use percentage and the funds they have, they will spend less by percentile, right? Let's say 10% because they make a lot of money. But if in the north, one of these KB or the Gawa states, you cannot say because they are spending 10 or 15% in the south, you want to spend the same amount. Because you are already behind on some metrics, you have to invest more compared to the south to catch up, because now you're playing catch up. So you have to be very intense, more focused, more on building that block, because you are far behind than others. But that's my point, Mike.
The best way to judge who's doing what is to actually bring in numbers of what they are spending, their budget on education.
But I've seen it. Is my point. I've seen the Gawa. I've seen KB.
You've seen their budget, state budget.
No, for 2018, 2017. Because what
you saw is the amount of people that register or something like that.
No. Because there was a story we did a while back. I had to go look up some figures in the north. Because I'm like, why are you spending money on people's wedding? Why are you spending money people to Saudi Arabia? Why are you spending money building mosque? And they're spending below 9%, 7% for about 10 years straight. I'm like, they're not serious. You should be averaging 1/3 of your boys to be going to primary education if you're really serious about catching up. So my own argument is that they are not spending enough, regardless of how big.
Is it the whole north or just certain
that is
some
what
states?
we are saying. That's
No,
is it the entire north or some states in the north? Because I know if you look at platoon number, if you look at Zulum, you can't tell me Zulum is not spending on education. You can't tell me. There are some states that are doing. Some are not performing. Some are performing. But what we do is we make it look like it's all not. They are just all.
No, but you
like
are
someone like Ajay, we say they are leaders as if all of them come together every day to be on one accord, and this general. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm missing the point here. Even you are picking few states to justify your own position. Like if you say Kano, you will say Kaduna, you will say these are just few states. But look at the entire number of people in the north. Those on the average now. I know we're doing that's our comparison. Look at even Sokoto has been a disappointment. So my point is that
Kano,
on the average,
even Kano, hold on, Kano.
If you're in the north, you're supposed to spend more compared to somebody in the south. Like now, if you're the governor of Ogun State now, Mike, I will spend less now because, like I need to, like you said, we have private schools that kind of buffer that kind of missing. I know that, but taking that into consideration in the north, you can't say because they have more down south in private schools. That means you have to then spend more to meet up with that. In the north, you can't be spending the same amount of money for education compared to the south because you don't have that much luxury like they do. But they don't do that. Is my point, Mike. They don't.
But in addition to what you said, even Kano, that is even the number one. Let's even say, okay, Kwankwaso give them free education and everything. I mean, they had it. They still have more out of school children than every other part of the country. With all the effort made by Kwankwaso and this thing after them, they have millions of children out of school. And if you go state by state, if they are a million in the north, why must children not go to school?
So all these children in South are
going for millions of children not to go to school.
Mike,
I'm not saying that we don't have it in the south, but it is.
Talk about the one in South too now, but don't make it look like.
Can I come in here?
You know even why I want to.
I'm here.
Let me go first, man. Let me go. Let me ask to go first.
So let me land. Let me land before him. Let me land. So what I'm saying here is that responsible government, responsible leaders will not have millions of their children out of school. Look at all the schools built, the Al-Majari school built by Jonathan. What happened to those schools? These leaders should have used those facilities to give those children education. Jonathan did not give us all those kind of facilities here. He built them in the north in order to absorb them, to take all these children out of street to go to school. But what happened?
So what happened? Tell us.
It is just the problem. The leaders are not making concerted effort to tackle that, educational backwardness in education. They are not making concerted effort to educate their citizens. That is just the point I'm making.
Okay, can I quickly come in here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, first and foremost, I will divide it into three factors. The number one factor on top of the list is religion, and it both affect the north and the south, and I will tell you my reason. The elite in the northern part of the country, they deliberately keep most of their children. They use religion to send them to Muslim schools, and not really introducing the Western type of education. Because of the religious belief, a lot of the parents also believe that it's better you go to a Muslim school instead of the Western education. And there's also a rivalry between the Hausa and the Fulani. The Fulani are more elitist than the Hausa people. So majority of the people you find at the low downtrodden of the northern is the Hausa people. Now, what comes out is this. These people majority of them go to the Muslim schools, and the type of thing they tell them, although it also bring harmony among themselves that, okay, we are worshiping the same God, and majority of us, we are Muslim. But unfortunately, when the cuckoo started to crumble, then these kids, they find themselves into the Boko Haram and the rest, into banditry and the rest. What is affecting them now is that they did not plan very well, and most of their children are now in the are either bandits or out of school or are majority. And then, unfortunately for them, they all believe that most of them, now I'm not saying all of them, they all believe in this religious something. So that has affected them a lot. Now, go back to the South. The same set of religion also use Christianity to bombast our people, where you see that our people are no more productive. Although we are lucky, we get this free education from our Awolowo, Bola Ige, and the rest. But when you look at us today, because I'm just opposing the past and the present, when you look at us today, we also have a lot of people out of school. And a lot of our young people are now telling us that education is not even matters anymore. We also have a
Remy, let me just support you real quick, 10 seconds. Last year, do you know who gave the highest to education? Enugu State. 33, yes. 1/3 of their money went to education. 33%. Do you know the highest in the north? Wasn't even up to 10%.
Yeah.
So you see the disparity in funding. Mike,
so that is
one
aspect. Then the second aspect is that financial, and which a lot of them in the north, they don't spend a lot of money on education like before, because because of all these two factors, you can see that willingly a lot of their children, they don't even want to go to school. They will prefer to go to Muslim schools. And because the culture of giving them, okay, if you are poor, then we have one big man in our community that always give us food, give us this. When we want to get married, the government will do it for us. So all of this communicated together affected the psyche of the young people there. And they don't believe in their leaders anymore. So the only way is to fight against them. And that is why we are feeling all this insurgency. That is one aspect. The second aspect is that they also use politics. Politics is also there. Because how can people move more than 300 students away from a school? They will come across, before they get into the bush or into the forest, a lot of people will have seen them. So this is like a gang up. Sometimes it is very terrible. And the last one that I think is the most, what I would call, is the leadership aspect. And that leadership aspect is not only for the North, also in the South. But in conclusion, you can clearly see that at the end of the day, we want to talk about educational less disadvantage. The North people, the Northern half, they are more or less educationally than the South. But it doesn't mean that the South is also improving compared just opposed to the early 80s or 70s or 60s. We are also not improving. We are also going backward. So don't be surprised that even in the near future, we might not even have that edge like we used to have. We have to be very, very careful. So Mike, in my analysis, I think you are wrong, because at the end of the day, we can see from the data and the statistics that most of these northern states, they don't have more people going to school because of several reasons, several factors. Some are man-made, some are politically motivated, some are religious. The bane of everything is on top. The base of that pyramid is that religion that is killing both the north and the south.
Kano does the highest, by the way. Okay, they do 1/3 as well of their budgets for education. So Kano is also meeting up, do 1/3. Just to clarify.
Education, religion, we can't be blaming religion for everything, because that's just a very easy excuse just to blame everything. Let me tell you something, my friend. Even as far back as Awolowo was campaigning back in the 1970s, 1979, it still referred to the lack of education, the way it is prevalent in the north. So you can't talk of the proliferation of religion of today as the same factor then. It was just of negligence. Did I think that, okay, they are doing it intentionally? Maybe, probably not. Maybe just because of the outcome of their greed. You know, sometimes your leaders can be so greedy that they will not even think of the consequences of their greediness. So I think it is more of the consequences of the greed of the northern people that makes them behave this way. Because if the leaders can send their own children to the best school around the world, so it tells something that they actually know the importance of education. But now the resources are available, spreading it across to train the common people. That's where the problem comes in. Now, let's say this thing. There's a reason they brought catchment area into our system in Nigeria. And there is a reason some states are categorized as educationally less developed states. As of the last statistic by Statistics, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics used to roll this out. There are about 4 educationally less developed states in the south, which is Bayelsa, Cross River, River State, and Ebonyi. Now, in the north now, all the states now, all the 19 states in the north are in educationally less developed states. So these are the thing coming, official statistics coming out. It's not as if someone is making it up somewhere. Now, they didn't say that. With the exception of Taraba, I think every state, almost every state in the north, that means it's going to include Kano and some of those states that we tend to.
Even though they are spending, but that's my point. That means that they have to spend more to meet up with that demand, right? They have to spend more money. So if you are spending 1/3, that means
it's not only about money.
It's not even the spending that's the issue. Even the one we have,
they are not.
Even the one they have, are they even using it? Okay, you may be right on that spending because it depends on what they spend on. You'll be expecting that the feeding program that that this guy introduced, Buhari, will have solved that issue, but it never solved anything. Even the Almajiri system, education system that even Jonathan introduced was even more efficient than even the free food they were giving. Because why were they giving free food? To attract people to the school. Okay, don't worry, you are going to feed your children. Ask the question today, because that was a federal government program, not the state program. What happened? They are still not going to school. So the thing is, Edote, no matter how we see that, the North, they are far backward when it comes to education. It doesn't mean the South are not backward, but
are they receiving a lot of Islamic education?
You say?
Are they receiving Islamic education enough?
Yeah, they do.
So is that not education?
Education, you know what we are talking about now.
Is that not education? Is education? I know people that receive Islamic education are reasoning better than some of you in the South that receive this so-called English grammar school.
No, you see, we don't have to.
What can you do with Islamic education?
Let me put something straight.
Literacy is literacy.
When they talk of education, we are talking of education that can make you to sustain yourself.
No, we're talking about primary education. Bro, the primary education is still inside. Are you sustaining yourself? Hell no.
Wait, you are teaching someone.
You are not sustaining yourself with that rubbish education you're receiving outside. Until you go to
you are teaching someone how
are you sustaining yourself with the grammar school education you're receiving outside? I'm not talking about the higher institutional. I'm talking about that basic rubbish that we consume in our south, where you're finished, you go down to Yahoo boys, you don't do anything. You can't even you don't know how to farm. You're just jobless, walking around. Just come on now. I mean, we're jackpot now.
Okay.
So that one is a different argument now, Mike.
That's a different argument.
That's a different
argument. No, education is education. Now, if they prefer Islamic education, we prefer the grammar education where we just go and learn grammar. That's you. Come on, start speaking grammar. We don't know nothing. And they go learn Arabic. Well,
to gain admission to protect your university.
The fact of the matter is this: I lived in the north and I interacted with Northerners where they went through their Islamic education and they still have freaking sense in their head. They're even more civilized than some of you guys in the south. You just be very primitive. Okay. To be honest, the only thing what we call civilization in south, we're exposed to Western culture and we behave like
forget it not for the second. Forget it not. I think the one that is even more disappointing is those Bayesta boy with the kind of money that they are getting down there. No way should Bayesta they should be the number one in the country in terms of education with the kind of they only have how many local governments? 7 local governments or 8 local governments. They have enough funds. So that to me does not make any sense.
But when you see Northerners that come on this platform like what's his name? Ribadu. You see people like Jafar. These are people that receive Islamic education. When they speak, right? Compared to these people that come from, hold on. Wait. When they speak,
They
right?
don't receive
Without
Islam.
their
They went
northern
to
accent,
Western
hold
education.
on, Ajani Koko. Without their northern accent, the kind of logic they present. And when you look at those people that come from, especially those ones that come from
No. Let
those
us
southern,
correct you, Mike.
Don't
The
dude,
do
they
South
are,
East
Western
they
again.
are better
education they
educated
have.
than the.
Don't do South East again, no, Mike.
They are smarter than none of you Southerners. You guys just know how to speak stupid grammar, but logic don't come out.
Is
Most of these.
Mike from the north at this point? Can we? Ola is Mike from? Is he not?
No,
will you
I will
have
tell you this.
anything
I
to
will tell you this.
benefit?
When I
No, Mike.
interact with Nigerians,
No,
people
Mike.
that grew,
Mike.
people that grew up in the West, yeah, they probably tend to have more logic in terms of expression. After that, the only people I know that speak that literally can reason better are Northerners. These are people that grew up in that southeast, that south. They are these people are morons. Look at the obedience now. Those people have sense in their head. Average Northerner is more intelligent than these people now, but we
Mike,
think they are. We call them more.
let's leave
We think they are more intelligent than the
You said they are
Northerners.
more intelligent
let's
than
let
us.
Average Northerner is
You
far more
yourself
intelligent than our
among
average
us.
obedience.
Do
But
you
we say,
include yourself
but to you
among
guys,
us?
you
You
believe the
said they are
obedience
more
are more.
intelligent.
They are educated. They are mumu people.
Mike. I don't know if you have interest in politics and you are leaning towards the north to support your this, but if that's your new career, congratulations. I will even support you. But the thing is this. Let's just face this fact. Mike, you went to the United States, you served in the military, according to you, you did everything, you understand. I asked you a question. Would Islamic education have taken you that far? The question, I'm not saying Islamic education is something
So
to read
the
and
people
write.
in Egypt, all these people. So are you more advanced than them?
Wait now, Mike. You have to look at your environment. If you are doing Islamic education now, will it make you become a mechanic? Will it make you become a doctor? Will it make you
What are
become
you
a
talking
lawyer?
about? You can learn medicine from
I'm only
Islamic
asking
education.
you.
Where did Dangote get his education? Was it not Islamic education? Was it not in Egypt that he went to school?
Okay, I heard you. But
Oh, he
I
was
know
in
that
England, and he's the richest Nigerian. He's the richest Nigerian.
Mike. Let's see. Let us help people. Let us help people learn. We don't have to win this argument. So you see, because when you want to win argument,
No, you need to listen. You want to start kicking, you start diverting, start shifting the goalpost. No, you ask me, can you use
I'm
Islamic
not shifting
education? Wait.
goalpost.
You say, can
You
you
are
use
talking of
Islamic education
Ibadan.
to become a doctor? Do you know that Sheikh Gumi is a doctor?
I would have even loved the like of Ministable and Ribadu to come
That
here
is
and say,
no. That is Arabic.
The Islamic education, they offer all these advanced degrees too now. I told you that.
Say Gumi have a Western education.
Hold on.
No, he went to school in Saudi Arabia.
Arabic.
He got his advanced degree in Saudi Arabia. And he started his primary education in North there, Islamic education. There are many Northerners, through the Islamic education, they became professionals, they became advanced, got the advanced degree. Education is education. Education is just acquisition of knowledge. Whether in any language or any form of writing, it's still education. They read in Arabic, we read in English. That's the difference. And now when they're reading in Arabic, I'm reading in English, I'll say, oh, I'm educated, it's not educated. No, who told you that? We are both literate.
Medical science belong in the science. That you are using Arabic as a language of learning is totally different as as a profession. Now, religion is a profession on its own. Medical science is a profession.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
What am I talking about? Okay. So the Islamic education is where they taught Gumi medical medicine, right, and surgery.
No. When we say hold on. Whenever we use the term Islamic education, we're talking about Arabic. And when we say Western education, we're talking about English. That's what it is. I could be learning my curriculum in Yoruba language, but you won't call it Western education because you have to be in the language is what makes when you say Western education, what are you talking about? You're not talking about English and French and European. It's the language that we're using to term the.
No, Mike.
Like Gumi, you are talking about. He attended.
Gumi attended. You can learn Western
Ahmed
education.
University, and he went to Nigerian military before he went for his this thing, Islamic studies in Saudi Arabia. He had his medical distance in Nigeria. He went to Ahmed Bello University.
What was his
and he left military as a captain. So don't say all of those people you are saying, they had the foundation of education is Western education.
He went to, where did he grow up? He's in the south.
It's not
his early formal education was he not Arabic?
What is Arabic? Ahmed Bello University, but they taught in Arabic.
No, I'm not talking. It's early. I'm talking about his foundation. Didn't he start with the Islamic education in North?
I'm sorry.
In the North, you guys don't even understand. You guys don't understand. So you guys think in that North, those are magic. They're only learning Quran. They're not only learning Quran. They're also learning other things. They're actually learning Quran.
Okay, all right.
Let everybody, Gafar come and break it down to us before. What are you guys talking about? They learn how to read. They're learning. Listen, in fact, the Northerners were the first to start reading in Nigeria. The rest of you didn't know how to read. It was English. It was the British that came to teach you how to read. Now they were already reading in Arabic.
Mike, how many of those that went to that system, like you say, Gumi and other people, allowed their own children to go to the same thing? They never allowed them. They would send them.
Good, right?
Yeah, they never let them go to the same system. Well, if you're an elite in those parts in the North, they don't go to the same system that you talk about. They send them to Western, what you would call Western schools. So I'm saying in comparison to what they have up there, the so-called Western education is still better. It's still better, Mike. Compared to what you say they have, and they still do K1 and other things.
What makes it better in the context of Nigeria is because most of our industries are more in Western style. Western, you understand?
So if you want to
hold on. That's why it will favor them to advance in terms of economic Nigerian.
Why they not adopt what is better for you?
Hold on now. Hold on. If let's say if they were residing in a country like Egypt or more of Arabic society, you can't tell me that will favor them to do the English style of education. They will tell you that no, I think the Arabic style is better because the language there, the dominant industrial economic language there is Arabic. So they will pick more Arabic, you know.
But that's my point. They don't live in Egypt. They live.
But that's what I'm saying. And in the North, if they begin to develop the North, let's say industries begin to go to the North and they have one this thing. Yeah, they can keep it there because that's the dominant this thing in the North, in dominant way. But because the South, of course, the British first built most of the industries in the South, and then we have the proximity to the ocean, most of the importation, most of the economic activity, the banking, and then in Nigerian state, when they started doing unitary system, of course, we make everything more of the Western. Because when the British first left, the North didn't want to accept the Western ways. Now they want to do their way. They want to go more of the way of the route of the Islamic, the Arabic. That was their plan. That was their plan. Huh?
Okay, so what are you proposing now? That they because clearly it's not been beneficial for them to stick to that method. So logic will say, okay, start learning English because it's more beneficial. Not only in Nigeria, when you want to interact with the West, when it comes to business and other things. So unless maybe you're saying that we should have two states where they will have their own world and they can do whatever they like.
I think, Babati, the solution to Nigeria's problem is not what you guys are proposing. Like, okay, let's learn more English and French and things. The solution, let's become let's industrialize. That's it. Once we become industrialized, we'll become this productive continent where we are manufacturing things, we are making things. We invest in research and things. Forget it. We can even dump English. We start to teaching Yoruba, our local language, and begin. When we become a continent where we are making things we consume, let's say the Northerners begin to make things, right? The things that we all consume from China, US, Western world. Let's say somewhere in Nigeria will begin to make those things. It will become this prosperous country. It won't matter which form of literacy you possess, whether you can only read in Arabic or you can only read in English. In Europe now, in Germany, some people only read in German. They don't read in English. In France, they read in French. Because England, so it's not relevant which language they can read. They understand. It's not relevant because all those countries, they become industrialized. They're productive. If Nigeria become a country where manufacturing becomes the thing, where we do the northern, when they become economically very progressive, where money is there, capital is there, money is flowing everywhere, they can be learning the Arabic stuff and everything. They'll still be intelligent.
Mike, sorry to interject you. The kind of Islamic education they are giving them in the north is not from primary 1 to high school. They are just reciting the Quran. It's totally different.
It's more than that. They're also learning counting, they're learning other things. It's not only Quran.
Listen, they are not teaching them chemistry, physics, math, and the rest. So please, let's be, when you go to Islamic university, we understand. They teach them, they can teach them in Arabic if you go to some other countries. But in Nigeria,
are you kidding me? Have you been to the Amajiri schools? They call it Amajiri school. They are teaching them all these other things now. The science, the other subjects. It's not only, you think it's only Quran they're learning in school?
I want to ask you a question. This Amajiri school you are talking about, are they using Arabic to teach them, or they are using English to teach them?
The Arabic.
No.
Bro, if you go to the north, I've been to the north, man. They take all these curriculum. In fact, they take books. Listen now, if you go to the north, they bring books from Egypt, from all these Sudan, all these places. The chemistry book, physics book, mathematics, and they are learning Arabic.
So
there are schools in the north that speak Arabic.
Mike,
they are acquiring education, but not just in the English language. But we will look at them and say, they don't know anything.
Mike, I disagree with you. I will tell you my reason. If they are using Arabic to teach them, are they training them when they finish their high school to go and look for job in Egypt, Algeria, and the rest? Or are they going to look for job in anywhere in Nigeria or even in their northern state? As we know, English language is the national language of Nigeria, whether you are from Zamfara, Kebbi, and the rest. So that you are now.
What has been happening is they are transiting. Historically, that's the way they've been. They've been doing the education more of is Arabic, but they started transiting because the North never really want to like men with a sword like that. But
I totally disagree with you.
They are transiting. However,
listen, I have many cousins that school in the North. They went to high school and primary school there before they now go to university. They went to university in the South. Look, they use English as we also. Some of their teachers are even Yoruba or Igbo or whatever from the Southern to go and.
The North is a mixture now. It's a mixture of everything now.
So when you are talking about the Arabic education is just to help them for the little one to recite the Quran and the rest. Some of them will become a mullah because they still have a kind of ascended throne. If you study that Quran to some level, you can also be a cleric in the future.
But before they learn to read the Quran, they have to learn to read first, right?
What I'm trying to
do they first learn to read first before they learn to read?
No, you don't.
No, just answer the question now. Just answer the question.
You don't.
Before you learn to read Bible, did you first learn to read English?
I will answer your question. They don't need to know how to read or write in English before they can write.
Yeah? They don't need to what?
They don't need it. They don't need it. I'm telling you.
They don't need to learn to read before they learn to read the Quran.
No, they don't need to go to your Western education before they can read Quran. Because
no, that's not what I'm asking you. I said, did they have to learn to read in Arabic before they start reading the Quran?
Of course, they have to.
Yeah, exactly. So they're teaching them to read at an early age. So they've learned to read books at an early age. So now, if you go to the north, listen, you guys need to listen to me. If you go to the north, you see libraries there where they have Arabic books imported from Middle East, Egypt, all these other places. And those northern kids can read it. They can read those Arabic. Some of them are read. You guys think they don't read, but they don't know shit. Some of them can read and consume knowledge. The same way we import books from England to the South, where we read the books in English. We read books. So these people are more literate, and they've been reading for years before the British even came. They've been learning how to read and write.
What normally transpires is easy. The first thing they learn is to read after the teacher. They will read that one for a long time. When they finish reciting, they will now start to teach them. After about some few months or years, they started to teach them how to write it. Then after about some few years, then they will now start to teach them the meaning of the. Sometimes they recite, they don't even know all the meaning.
Remy, how do you know this? You're just making up stuff, man. One thing about you is this: you like to just.
I'm not. But
Make,
I'm not.
so how did you? Where did you have? You've never even been to the north, and you sit here saying this is what it is. That's what I mean. Come on now.
I don't want you to speak like.
No, Remy, wait. Mike, how long did you spend? How long did you?
Don't worry. Just I've been to the north. I've lived there, and I'm telling you.
For how long?
And I've met Northerners. They are so advanced and intelligent that I was shocked. Like, you see that stereotype that we do in the South.
We are not intelligent. You need to get this right. Whether you go to school, or you do not go
to school. Even in North, there are people that are far superior. Their level, you know, even on their level. I'm telling you, because if your grandma, you come here to speak.
Okay, we know.
I'm telling you, those people, they start spreading logic like this. And when I compare it to you guys, some of you guys from the South that come here to talk about, we are educated. When you guys talk sometimes, you Southerners, you guys sound so retarded to me. I'm sorry. And you guys always claim this educated. Just because you can learn to speak grammar doesn't mean you know how to use your brain. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we see when we speak.
The Northerners reasoning better than you get most of the Southerners. I'm sorry, they just reason better because I've interacted with them. I live in the South. We are just like American wanna be, British wanna be. That's what we are. Most of us. You know the most intelligent people in the South? Even the most intelligent Yoruba people are the people that are the local people in the village. They are more intelligent than you guys in the cities.
We know we don't even have intelligence.
I want English. Mommy, English. You guys think once you are exposed to British culture, you are more intelligent, you are more superior. I've met them, very smart people, man. Well, go ahead.
We know. Let's stay within the context. We know we are not smart in the South. The thing is this. when you look at China, probably less than 10% of them speak English. The same thing in India, maybe about scientists say about 12% of them speak English. But now look at it from this angle. In China, they have technology. They speak their language. They use the language to train themselves in technology. For those people that know how to speak English, they send them to America, do some research, and we go back to enhance what they have there. Now, application of their language to the to their trade, to what they can make them sustain themselves. The same way, when you go to Indians too, they teach all those engineering, whatever you want.
Are we talking about trade there? Are we talking about literacy?
No, they use that one to train them in different trades. Now, but we are talking of the North now. Now, tell me which particular science textbook, whether it's chemistry, physics, mathematics, that are written in Arabic that they are distributing to the children in the North.
Okay, which one are they distributing to the children in the South?
Wait, now, we speak English.
Which one are they distributing to children in the streets in the South? Anybody distributing? No, is anybody distributing books in the South?
Wait, context matter. We are saying these people in what they learn is only Quranic education. You were telling us that they teach.
I said they learn literacy. They learn to read and write in Arabic. That's what I said. That's my argument. The same way you learn to read and write in English in the South. That is no difference. Now, if you now want to take after you become literate, it's up to you to now take it upon yourself to say, okay, I want to use. And now that I've learned how to read and write, I'm going to further use that to acquire further knowledge. And I'm telling you, hold on now, this is rude. And I'm telling you that they are Northerners. After learning to read and write in Arabic, they go and they choose take it upon themselves to go and further learn other things. Books.
I've heard you.
Exactly. So
let's use broad word education. Let's forget about literacy. Education. Now, education is meant for you to sustain yourself. We've said this thing. That's one of the purpose of education. Now, tell me which kind of textbook that they are using the Arabic, that they've written a book in Arabic. No, in that the Arabic in the North. I know that you can find that maybe in Dubai somewhere. In the North, whereby they are using that one to teach them carpentry. They are using that one to teach them the mechanic job. They are using that to teach them in electrical.
Which book are they using to teach you mechanic in Lagos, to real law in the South?
Because this one I'm telling you.
Stop this argument. If you want to learn a trade, they don't use book to teach you trade in Nigeria. You go and learn from mechanic job, carpenter.
You want to tell us here that they use Arabic to train their women to learn to become medical doctor? And see,
yeah, if you go to school in Saudi Arabia, how do you think? What do you think the textbook is in? You think it's in French?
Mike, some of us too went to training outside the country, including United Arab Emirates and all those.
Listen, you're missing my argument there.
They didn't teach us in Arabic. They use English.
I'm telling you something here. They've translated. Listen, knowledge has been translated to every language. Knowledge of science, whatever you find in German language, you find it in the French language, you find it in Arabic language, you find it in every language. So what argument here is that when you become literate in any language, you've learned to read in any language, you can find knowledge, you can go and acquire knowledge. That books, if you learn Japanese today, if you want to learn something, read a book in English, you can find another one that's the Japanese version. I go and learn the same thing. Whether I read the English version, you read the Japanese version, we're going to come out with the same knowledge in our head. So I'm telling you that if Northerners have learned to read and write in Arabic, it doesn't mean they cannot be educated, further educated. They can take it upon themselves and decide, okay, I want to learn chemistry. There's a book in chemistry. There's a chemistry book in Arabic. I'm going to take it and read and acquire their knowledge in Arabic. And I'm telling you that there are places in the north where they have libraries where chemistry book, science book in Arabic is in those libraries, and those kids are going there to read it and learn. And when they come in front of you, you think they are dumb because they can't speak your grammar, English, and you think they are stupid, but they are far intelligent. They are more educated than you.
Hello, Mike. Good morning.
Yeah, boss.
Good morning. I think the mistake we are making is there's a difference between Quranic school and Arabic school. In Arabic school, they can teach you everything, but it's just that the language is just different. They teach you maths in Arabic. They teach you biology. They teach them science in Arabic. There's a difference between Quranic school, where all they focus on is just the Quran, and the Arabic school, where it's Arabic. It's that language they are learning. So I think that's where the difference is. They learn it,
and that's what I'm trying to explain to them.
Mike, you are the one not getting this. What we say?
Mike, tell us
school in the north is.
Oh, it's not Alemanjeri school. It's not Alemanjeri school.
Biggie, what did you say?
No, I said it's not Alemanjeri school. They have proper Arabic school.
Biggie, I want to ask you a question. In this Almajiri school, what language is this?
Almanjeri is Quranic. Most of those Almanjeri is just basically Quranic.
Thank you.
Okay.
But they can read and write in Arabic.
In Arabic, exactly.
They need to learn Arabic to read the Quran.
No, Biggie,
are they teaching them physics, chemistry, and specifically to northern?
It would depend on the principle.
The Almanjeri school is usually Quranic.
They are mainly Quranic, but they are mainly Quranic.
Religious school, but Arabic school are not religious school. It is just a language that is different. I know a lot of them that when they get done with the Arabic school, they go up to the east. They have both.
Why do you guys think most Northerners travel to the Middle East than they travel to Western countries?
I have a lot of friends that they are Northerners that I met that I know that they went outside of the country. They went to the Middle East, where they to go and further up.
To further the education, exactly.
Let us stay within Nigeria. Forget about where they are studying. In the north, let me just a minute, please. Mabino. In the north, what we are talking about, are they operating a school based on Arabic language, or they are operating a Almajiri school? That's the question.
Some of them are operating on Arabic, based on Arabic.
Which of the schools?
What do you mean, which of the schools? Travel to the north now, you find it now.
I know, because I've met a few of them.
Mike, I've said it. I don't know. You said you live in the north. Do you think some of us say we don't even know more than Lagos?
You don't know. That's why when you guys talk, I know you guys don't know nothing about the north. A lot of you guys are coming here to talk. You think you know the north, but you don't know. You're asking us, and there's no school in the north. There are schools in the north.
I will not repeat myself again. I said it here more than once that there is no state in Nigeria that they've never been to. When I was even doing technician, yes.
Yeah, he said it now because
as a key technician installing system.
You've been to the north and you didn't know all these things. I'm telling you.
State in the country I've never been to. What are you talking about?
Use the young rational mind there. Okay, anyway.
And Mike,
It's not about the
You know,
Mike,
there's no professional rational mind hasn't done. You know.
Mike, wait,
Okay, prove to us. You know one thing I respect about Bishop. When Bishop tell us he has been to places, he will start naming streets, naming things, and you know. But if you ask Olana to start giving us proof to us that he's been to, he can't even start naming things. Ola, you've been to every state in Nigeria. Okay, start proving it to us now.
If you don't know, see, Mike, don't.
Ola, you just say you've been to every state in Nigeria. Okay, start proving to us that you've been there. Because when Bishop was telling us he's been to places, he started giving us description of those places.
No, Mike,
like
it's very easy now. Oh, Mike, it's very easy. It's very easy. I told
okay.
you, as a technician, installing PC, installing ATM around the country, and I work in a bank with 80 branches. Again, what are you talking about, Mike?
All that, you know. When Bishop was telling us that he's been to Anambra, he was giving us names, he was telling us about those places and giving us particular monuments and streets, describing those places where those people from there go and saying, I know that place. Ola, everywhere you've been in Nigeria. Okay, tell us about places in Sokoto. Just break it down. So people from there can type in the comment section say, I know that place. So
you live in the north. Why don't you even tell me about the community you live in the north first of all? And let us start from.
I'm not the one here bragging about being everywhere in the country.
That I was talking here the other time that I will tell you that when I was trying sometimes that.
Okay, you've been to every state in Nigeria. I will believe you. Let's move on.
When I will find myself in Wukauri 3 days ago, about a week ago, I thought he said that.
Ola, the fact of the matter is when a Southerner talk, I could tell when a Southerner is talking about the north. I know someone that I know based on the way you talk. Like what?
I said it here whenever I'm going to Adamawa that I first of all get to Abuja before I took another flight. On this platform, I said it. You understand? I never even knew that it's still.
Okay. Ola, let's leave that space. Let's just move on, man. Let's leave it. Let's not make about it.
I think we have Ola. I think we found some things on this platform. Mike
let's talk another thing, Jerry.
Mike is a Fulani man.
Mike has political career, and I think that's why he wants.
No, Babati. The thing is this. Like when you grow up, hold on. When you grow up in the South, with your view of the North, it's just a certain way you view the North. Like for example, when Soli think every Northerner they carry dagger, they will just stab you. They're just one violent people like that. You know.
Let me respond.
And then you will see people in the South when they talk about the North, they just talk as if there's this one Hausa people that just all think they're just all one people like that. They just gather together and they just. The way they describe them, but when you move to the north, you actually interact with them, you know that I really know these people well. They are not who I thought they were. You know, that stereotype will get out of your mind. You know,
Mikey, let me what Biggie talk now about Arabic school. Let me scrutinize it a little bit. I don't know what you mean by Arabic school. If you are talking about Arabic school, we have them in the south here too. Like Ahmadiyya Grammar School is Arabic school. Ahmadiyya, Ansaruddin, and all those things, just as we have Catholic mission, Baptist, that are Christian, this thing. So,
but those are religious school now.
Hold on now. But the curriculum, they are all in English.
Very new.
Well, that's in the south now.
What are you talking about?
That's in the south.
School in the north. The same thing in the north.
The same. Have you been to the north?
They are taught in English.
Have you? No, there are schools where they are taught in English. There are also schools where there are also places where they teach Arabic.
The language of teaching is English, but the name of the school is Arabic school, and Ansarudin and Wadu Islam and all those schools like that. They have them in the north and we have them in the south here. But what we are telling you is that, look, Western education is the basis, is the form of a way of educating people in Nigeria. Is the formal educational system.
How do you define Western education?
You don't know what Western education means.
Just give me your own definition, because I'm not arguing with you behind it.
What am I defining there? You don't know the meaning of Western education.
I don't know. You tell me now.
No, I don't need to tell you if you don't know. What do you mean I should define you Western education? So what are we talking about here?
Okay, what's the difference between education and Western education?
And what is Islam?
Okay, if I may ask you, what's the difference between education and Western education? What's the difference?
What do you mean by education, Western education?
The difference between education and Western education.
Mike, Mike, you can teach Western education in Arabic, right?
It's in
It's not the
language. Listen, okay. Let me.
Arabic school. Is it not in English that they were taught? The maths, the science, everything is in English. What are we talking about?
Okay, so your definition of Western education is your education is learned through the English language.
It's a school that were founded by Islamic scholar. And
we don't know what we are talking
about. We pay Arabic, loving all the subjects are taught in Arabic. No, they are all taught in English in Nigeria.
See, Mike, if you like, you can call you can, as you have Eastern education, so we have Western education. When I say Eastern education is this, okay. You see, you talk of the education based on, I will take the Chinese people as a case study now, based on their belief that make them sustain themselves in the technology and in the art of science and the art of humanity. So basically the principles that help them to survive. So that is what they refer. So you have a version 2 in the Western education. You know why the Western education is a more prominent word? It's just because those are the people we associate ourselves with mostly. So when they are coming,
so you say they are learning the same thing in the East and in the West. Well, one is the Western education as more something. Is that what you're just trying to tell me?
It's like Mike. If I start teaching biology in Yoruba, does it make it Yoruba education? No, it's still Western. The system is still Western. I'm just teaching it in a different language. So So the system.
Wait. So the West, meaning the West, meaning England, France. So they own biology.
No,
the study of biology.
No, somebody said no. You know, people have different discoveries about around the world in that.
Exactly. Knowledge of the world. Knowledge of the world is just knowledge. Knowledge is knowledge. But some people believe.
Oh God.
Right.
But somebody set up a system. It's like chemistry now, for instance. At the beginning, you will learn what is the smallest part of a matter. They say it's atom. Then you move to the next level. They will say, oh, by the way, we know in last year we told you it was atom, but this year they have proton, neutron, and electron, right? Then you move on and say, oh, by the way, it has other complexes. So that system of progression is the system that is called Western. The way it is set up, the way it is organized, that people have adapted across the world, is Western in nature. So even if you teach that,
well, how is it Western in nature, though, man? You can just say the dominant researchers are Western, for the Western countries.
The way they evolve.
Something not for
it's not culture. It's not British culture that they are using. No. The British culture and the French culture is went from discovering science and all these things. The knowledge of listen, when you start to look at discoveries of things, you find out that the founders, the discoverers, or whatever you call them, people that discover, they are from all over the world, man.
No, you can.
Who are the authors of the books and
no institutions just start to package. I just look, if I want to teach you something
now, packaging, you know,
packaging now.
Hold on now, Mike, please, hold on, please. You can discover one thing, but what makes you a genius, what makes you different, is the ability they said you must be able to duplicate your research, right? To make it for you to prove it out there, you must be able to duplicate it. So in academia, if I have any research, if I have any discovery, I must be able to teach it to others. The ability to teach what I've discovered in other places. So when you say, oh, in Egypt, in ancient Roman Babylon times, they have all the discovery. Yeah, that is wonderful. But somebody took it and was able to dumb it down for kids in 5 to 7, 10 to 11. You know what I'm saying? The progression. That is the system.
So curriculum.
Yeah, you are able to teach it because you must be able to teach that knowledge to pass it down to other people.
Yeah. You put knowledge into a book, into curriculum, right?
That system, the way it is set up, it is Western education. What is
so the setting of a curriculum is Western education.
No. The curriculum itself is
That's what it is. That's why you go to school now. They give you curriculum, meaning okay, we'll package. This is what you come to learn, and we'll focus, and that knowledge is packaged into this textbook here.
Even how it is taught, it is even that. Like I said to you earlier, I was giving an example of atom, proton, neutron, and electrons. The way it is set up for you. First year, you think the smallest is atom, right? Then you move on.
You learn from stage to stage, and that's the same method in every knowledge now. If you want to learn anything, you start from stage to stage. From
Saudi Arabians,
foundation from bottom up.
All their princesses or princes or what do you call them? They are all coming to United States to have Western education.
I think I agree with you. Mike,
because
those schools rank higher than other schools.
If the king of Jordan is speaking, you think
it's because the schools rank higher. That's all. He's ranking. If you step up
when you speak, you think it's an American speaking. Go and look at those UAE.
So that's what made because he's speaking like because he learn English
all
now.
Of them are Western. You are still talking Arabic.
You guys see how this colonial mentality, man. You believe anyone that speaks English? He's only educated person.
Let me explain something to you,
Mike.
Does Vladimir Putin does he speak English?
Mike, you're missing what we're trying to say here. The system of passing down knowledge to people. And the years you ought to evolve. What the Western education does better than everybody else is that they're able to adapt to current times with any system. So Western education, the reason why it's superior in nature, anything that comes from anywhere in the world, it can absorb it, then improve on itself. Like if you do a PhD, for instance, now, when you do a research now, they will publish you, right? They publish you, and 10 years from now, 100 years from now, somebody else will use it and expand on knowledge. That is the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The way it is set up is just better than everybody else. That is what makes it.
No, I don't think. I just think
anybody is just different.
They institutionalize it. That's the only difference. They institutionalize their knowledge. That's the difference.
I can pull.
It's the same way everyone learn. People package knowledge. Like even in the old way in Africa, you go learn under a master. Like for example,
it's
the same method in every learning. It doesn't change. It's the same concept.
We can't shoot now.
You're not catching anything, I beg, man. You people just have Stockholm syndrome. Just watch it. You have colonial mentality.
What did you study? What did you study?
I don't even believe the only smart people are people that speak English.
Mike, sorry, please. Who are the first scientists? The first set of scientists and mathematicians and astrologers.
They were Egyptians now.
They were Arabs.
Arabs and Egyptians, exactly, those areas. They were the one that even civilized the Europeans. They're the one that brought education to Europe. This Western education you're talking about, those were the people that brought it to Europe.
You talk about the Persian, not even Arab.
I don't. Wherever they were from, that
the Persian, the Arab, those areas.
They were the first.
They are not Arab. If you call
they were the first. Iran, okay, I want to. Babaja wants to.
But they Europeans.
If you call an Iranian,
Babaja le koko. I need to remember. You know what I'm doing. What is this film? This Robin Hood movie. Have you watched it? Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, yes.
Remember when Morgan Freeman, when he was there, when he brought out the the binoculars or whatever, when he brought it out and the English saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You saw how they felt. They felt like complete idiots.
Well,
when you brought it out to check on the distance of their enemy from where they are.
Yeah, you're
when
right.
When they saw it, they're like, Jesus, what is this?
Yeah.
Exactly. So
I think Iranian invented that. So
exactly. All from that side. The first came from that.
Tó sọ yìí.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé máìkì ká gbé lọ síwájú ká gbé lọ sí iwájú White House ká lọ.
You see, I still maintain one thing. There's a difference between Quranic school and Arabic school. They are two different things. Baba Sheri Bugman, all those Ahmadiyya you were talking about, those were Islamic schools. They have Islamic doctrine, but they are also doing the Western education. But in Arabic school, it's
just purely
Arabic.
Yeah.
So when you say they are speaking in, it's just Islamic school. They go there in the morning, they read Fatiha, they pray during it, they teach them part of Islamic school. That
in Nigeria now, we don't have Arabic school.
We have Arabic school.
Where?
We have
in the north. Ajari
Baba, you
learn to travel a little bit. Just travel around your country.
I original like Rabuki Okere.
Exactly.
Original. And Abuke Kini by who is the Abuke of the platform?
So I thought it's original. The one describe Abuke Okere for one would be Akilo story.
Biggie and Mike, you are totally wrong.
I'm telling you, we don't have Arabic school. It's
Remy, I never left Agamu before.
In Nigeria.
In the north, they are there. Go travel there, man. Go there.
School, La Nina.
The
Arabic school.
Have you been to the north?
Islamic.
There's no
Arabic.
Oh my God, man.
Those Babajale could mention Ahmadiyya, Awarun Islam. They only have Arabic as one of their subjects. One of the subjects that you must learn.
There's nothing Arabic school. Islamic
and
school.
They use English to even teach them. What are you talking about?
Bros, Remy, okay, prove to us that this have you been Remy, first of all, you ever travel? You don't even you haven't been anywhere.
You are talking
so you most of you guys don't understand. You just talk out of ignorance. You guys will see here.
Are you not from the south? Are you not from the south, Mike? Are you from the north?
You guys only speak what you the only thing nobody knows is what your papa teach you in your corner in
Lagos. Are you not from the south too? You guys from the south.
No, I'm from the south, but what I'm saying is we in the south, those southerners have never been to the north. They are very ignorant of the north.
Sorry, can you guys go on Google? If you go on Google and search, do we have Arabic school in Nigeria? I mean, what does it say when the school say Badon School of Arabic and Islamic Studies? That means those are two things, Arabic and Islamic Studies.
See, Biggie,
they teach you Arabic.
There's the department dedicated for Islamic and Arabic study in University of Ibadan, even right from the early days. So,
you guys are just
what are you talking? Oh, God.
When we have Kali school, when we have African school,
can we please move on?
The same way we have
Let's just move on, man. I can't get nowhere with these people that
just. I like you, Mike. Mike.
No, it's not about being allergic. It's not. See, me, I don't come to do side taking. That's the problem with you guys. You just hold your position.
I'm not
fanatic. I expand my knowledge. I learn about life. I just don't. Okay. You guys are ethnic fanatics, man.
No, Ajale Goku. He got to a stage. I look at say, is it that Mike doesn't?
Mike in the prepared the page.
I now know that Mike is doing all these things intentionally.
So are you guys thinking that when I talk, I'm
of Ile-Ife?
Okay.
I didn't know where to go.
Mike, look this thing. There's a man saying, Baba, all this Peter Fatomi is not a Babalawo. There's one guy, the Babalawo on YouTube. You don't hear that guy.
That guy is just a stupid guy.
Okay.
Evangelist, whatever.
Okay, he said Peter Fatomi Lola is not Babalawo.
The guy doesn't understand one thing, that there is a difference between someone that does Ifa. Some people that does Ifa, they don't boil anything. Won't shake anything.
because Ifa is just the study of Okpele. It's like I mean I don't know how to put it.
Only Babalawo Kiniru like seriously.
It's just the guy is just ignorant.
Born in early days. Baba
Yemi Elebubon, thank you, Baba Araba. When he was younger, when he was younger, he used to have beards.
Yeah,
he used to have beards. So if my mind is said Babalawo don't they get beer. Okay, Mike no get beer anyway. Mike no
all those young guys coming into Isheshe, they are just bastardizing it.
People are making Biggie. People are making money off it on Facebook because we even had one on I think last year on Clubhouse, normally Clubhouse, that came there. I don't know different thing on Facebook. Like it was collecting money from all these black Americans.
I've seen Babalawo that would differ,
and they were giving money.
I've seen Babalawo that would differ for you and tell you that I want a fan you could look with conversion fún ọ̀rẹ́ òun ṣe pé no one pẹran wọn ṣe anything. They would tell you verbally. They would tell you straight, go and get from afar, let them pray for you. Or go to so whatever.
But
it's not every Babalawo that
people made millions from this year of return. Turn fee, the people that
it's gullibility.
Yeah, they were really.
Yes, Baba T, make I tell you.
We meet somebody. Biggie. We meet somebody turn money. No. Somebody turned almost 4K to somebody. Louis Clubhouse. They made him. That way, on my shake before, and they made him return the money back to the woman. From the the pounds in the UK.
You see, Baba T. You see, the number one thing we need to talk about is Olomaja Nishoro. May we not have problems. You see, most of these people that get involved with all these things. My brother, may we not see it. Just let's not go beyond that.
Biggie, do you know that's why I don't like patronizing spiritualists, because where you patronize sometimes they see the problem. Even when they solve the problem for you, they will now sit down on you, and you will now be there. That on one hand they will help you, on another hand, exactly. So so Biggie. So that's why I'm scared, because number one, if you know the secret of what I don't know, if you give me something, even if I'm poor, I will prefer to die in penury.
A true Babalawo will not do that to you.
No, I know.
Okay. Let me give an example. Like Banison, we have, as of last year, they have a registry now. The department on near buying about if you're not registered. Like what I'm being. So I want go for I want to organize around. If you're not registered, dog
level to try on what you won't try it.
Exactly.
Hey, you won't even try it. See, when it comes to this spirituality, one thing I won't even when people say, I just keep quiet, because I don't joke with it. I don't joke. Like I literally don't. Sometimes I'd rather not even put my mind, start having conversation about it. I don't joke, because I know people, they are no longer here because of just thinking, I can just do what I like. Because and you are blocking, your action is blocking a destiny. You are blocking that person's destiny, and because àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ tó fẹ́ bá ní ẹ débi tó yẹ kó dé wọn pé òun block destiny, wọ́n lè pa ẹ́, they can take you out of the way just to get that person to get you out of the way of that person's destiny. So don't joke with spirituality, especially joking with someone else's destiny. Kind of like you don't joke with it. I know people. I want to mention mistake and people that just come into CSA, they think, I want this thing, tourism, let's make money. And you can be doing it, but you get to a point where something you may be doing will be in the way of the gods. They can take you out of the way. Anytime. Once it comes to, if they have to get things done and you're in the way, they can take you out of the way. So be careful. You're doing also. Hey, also. Just if I just the message last one, they coming on friend of me. And see if I song on me. I got to say only about
No. Mike, what we are even saying now is there are some people that they know about Ifa, but now they know the Ifa, but the application of what they got from Ifa is totally different from the knowledge of Ifa they have. It's just like we have fake prophets and fake whatever. You understand? You have the writing now. Okay, maybe naturally as Ifa person, maybe you are supposed to do that in free. You understand? You know that you are not supposed to add another thing. Maybe you have your occupation to do, but now you now say, okay, this one will become that go to tomorrow. You now look worry. Okay, how can I just attach myself to this guy that I want to free?
Oh nah, boy, I tell you, Babala will not do that. You know why he said that?
I know, I agree with you now. That's why we have fake prophets now.
Offend. Hey, you know what? Someone is the witness. He's in the crossroad. He's seen everything. There's nothing.
If you see a proper babalawo, tó bá fi ṣe that uses the earth as a witness, they will never do those kind of things because it get repercussion. It's just like someone that takes care of mentally ill people. They don't take money.
But Biggie, that's why people like states like my own state came into that place. It's wanted to say but life has been ruined already. So to prevent that, to prevent that is the reason why they said there are prison times for even you attempting to even somebody report there. You have to go, they have their own councils now that be board none to go through. ABC and prove it by
Babati, you see
we don't need to police, man.
See all those ones.
They had to
if I would deal with them.
Long thing. If you see correct babalawo, you go know say you see babalawo.
No, it's not. It's not from the people that are practicing that. People that are practicing. Oh man, got my thing. So, but from the government, government has to protect the citizens of the state now. So, from the government's perspective, don't buy on you. Don't buy on you. The government cannot stay. They're going to wait for IFA to deal with you now. They have to take action.
Why is the government not protecting them against the scamming pastors?
But we're not discussing pastor. We're discussing IFA right now. So if we can go to that one.
No, Biggie. The government in the West are not against the babalawo. That's why that they want to do their oro. That's why you can see them. They do silly all those stuff. Okay, Shagam. You understand? Before some people went to their when they were doing oro in Shagam, was it 99 or thereabouts? You know, the government will always be aware, and government will not stop them. I've never heard of anywhere in the South before that any Onisheshe will say they want to do the Esheshe that the government will say they should not do. So so if they are not protecting them in the North or maybe in Kwara State now, because Kwara State now is the one they are having their own, that's another thing. But as far as I'm concerned, in anywhere in the West, government will stop one. They will never. Because they will announce that, okay, between time and social time, you should not come out. I will not even see the government official even try.
You see, even the most born again pastor or individual in Yoruba land,
won't come out.
It will still respect. But
we still respect your boundary.
You know, it will not be like a bad boy. Saying, it is like, it will not do that. agree pẹ̀lú even if you're an imam, people believe they don't respect it. It's our culture, so we give them the space to do whatever they want to do. So that's, I think, where
Oro tó gbé nígbà tí Gbádébọ̀ yẹn oro politics nìyẹn.
What bait money. What bait any? He fell for the bait. How can you say diabolic and fetish? Once you see that, even do that, just ignore it. Don't discuss that. But once you see,
you want to lead diabolic people
now.
You want to lead those people that believe that they are
fall for trap what trap they fall for trap
even as small as bad as it is, ordinary masquerade, egun, some of them are just like ceremonial and any. But there are some, but there are some to just pay. If you doubt it, you will deal with it.
I'm a boy. So egun gan pastor go have egun lowo ní àdúgbò mi where I grew up in Nigeria. Pastor go have egun lowo. That was I should be
Baba T. Yes. Mama Emi o.
Fún mi lówó. Màá na Jésù
lẹ́gbàá. Ṣẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn pé sórí inú ẹgbẹ́ akọrin ní.
Ká máa na àwọn ọmọ wa, ká máa kó wọlé pópó. Yeah, so to us back then it was àlọ́sọ́dún eégún, àlọ́ bá wọn ṣe ẹ̀dí fìtì gbogbo ẹ̀, àlọ́ Christmas gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń lọ.
Abati náà ti bá wọn lọ bá gan rí o.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń lọ.
But
now it's like you can't even.
There's one dangerous masquerade in Ekiti that time, you understand? You know, it used to have some kind of muffler at the back. The muffler must not talk. So it simply means that it must not be windy whenever they are bringing they were bringing a masquerade out. You don't dare such kind of masquerade. You know, we've learned and one problem with that masquerade that time was that they said, okay, any year that they bring they worship that masquerade, they brought the masquerade out, the young children used to die. So I think that's why it was difficult for them to always bring the masquerade out every year, you know. And we've seen some there are some masquerade like that too, that when the masquerade will be working, but all of you that you are following the masquerade will be running. The masquerade is actually working, but you'll be running after him. So gbogbo
náà mọ̀ ohun pé lẹ́gbàá yẹn àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ pé masquerade gbọ́dọ̀ gbàbẹ̀ àwọn yẹn náà oníṣàngó làwọn yẹn wọ́n lé wọ̀ tiwọn. So everybody has their own route to mark. So you can do your own over there. I want they can do their own. So everybody has. So once you understand areas.
What Babati just said, it reminded me of one proverb in Ekiti say pé aṣegungun ṣe mọ́lẹ̀ òkú àìdálẹ̀ ẹbọra. You understand? You know, there is a mole. It's a one kind of deity. Then the Egungun is another type of deity. So when you belong to the two occult group, you are able to maintain, because they are supposed to be two different occult group, right? But you belong to two of them, and you are able to maintain the two culture. So they say,
tó bá ṣe rí rẹ́ẹ̀dì báyìí pupa báyìí àwọn oníṣàngó nìyẹn àwọn èèyàn máa ń pè kọ́ máa mọ́jò.
Babati, me, I'm a doubting Tom. I used to be a very strong doubting Thomas. Until I know of one Egun up to date, I will never doubt it. If that Egun is going, if it's going out, and everybody behind it, if that masquerade stops, tó bá dúró báyìí, kíní tó máa ń wà lórí wọn yẹn tó bá fi sẹ́yìn báyìí, all of you, your ọ̀run àwọ̀ yìí.
Ẹ̀yin ará wájú ẹ gbà mo ti lọ níbi lọ.
Baba.
Ẹ̀yin ará wájú ẹ gbà.
I got talk say doubting Thomas no go kill me o. I don't doubt so many things until I realize say some things are mysteries that you cannot just stay away from it.
Tí eégún kan wà tó bá yẹ kí tó bá ti
agbára ń bẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Ṣé rí àwọn kìíní kò mọ̀ pé eégún kan pé tẹ́ bá ti rí orin tó ń kọ tẹ̀lé eégún gbà míì ẹ wà very careful. You understand? The thing is that, you know, how can you be washing egun and you are seeing that egun is not actually touching the ground? I'm out sound like
if you go Kutonu, if you go see Kutonu, you're not bad. I've been there.
Buying argue. Once start saying actually, I just leave you alone. But so you, I just okay.
No.
If you don't believe it,
Yeah, when people are saying all those things do not exist, I just laugh. I was listening to one man. That guy used to be one of Alada Mojesha, you know. When you know people like Adidara Arura, Loja Oba, maybe Ajale Koko, we know Babati and all old men here like Biggie, you should know Adidara Arura, Loja Oba, one of Alada Mojesha. And you know that